to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
No is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
Holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat. Follow if you dare.
To my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
and time will spiral into darkness.
Holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat. Follow if you dare.
After he yawns, another comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
Null is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
Holding back.
comes to my Glentar. To me, my queen in black.
Null is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
And I was holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat.
Some of you dare. Behold the fury of the beast.
You are nothing!
Less than nothing.
After he yawns, another comes to my Glentar. To me, my queen in black.
spiral into darkness.
And I was holding back.
Welcome to Marvel Rivals Championships. We are here with the Pacific region, and we started with an enormous number of teams across the entire region, and now only 8 remain. 2 teams though will be making it to AMER Stage 2 after winning MRC Pacific, and it all comes down to this weekend. I am one of your casters for today, Profound Rice, and I am joined by the haymaking Liger.
That's right, we out here. We're going to punch it up. We're going to get into high gear. It's a good day to watch some Marvel Rivals. Ricey, I want to know today, we're going forward. We are at the tail end of Season 2.5. Season 3 is going to be crazy. We got Phoenix coming out. We got so many cool things happening. But we are still going to play on that lovely patch that was still running through MRI. And we're going to bring it back for the final run of MRC for this month. It's going to be a good one. See how these teams go on out with a bang.
Completely agree. Yes, season 2 and 2.5 was an absolute bang. It was super fun to play and watch, but season 3 will be super exciting. But let's have a look at what amazing things you guys can get via watching MRC.
Now, of course, that's right. The Omega level telepath and original X-Men Jean Grey soars to cosmic heights when bonded with the Phoenix Force, the embodiment of creation itself. Now she travels the stars as both savior and destroyer, confronting the darkness at its source, Null, the King in Black. Available on July 11th, UTC. Rise from the ashes and unleash your power as Phoenix in Marvel Rivals.
Phoenix, I'm so excited to play her so soon, but you know what else I'm excited for? I'm excited for these amazing skins. Set your priorities straight and aim for glory. Whether your sights are set on victory or overcoming inner battles, resilience is key. Step up and take charge as Captain America's, Captain Clinton, and Spider-Man's future Foundation costumes. The battle waits for no one. Victory is near. It is available right now, so make sure you guys check out these amazing skins in store.
Ooh, and that Spider-Man one, it definitely changes when you emote. Now, also, do not forget to connect your Twitch accounts to Marvel Rivals. Twitch drops will be live with Marvel Rivals Ignite and Marvel Rivals MRC in 2025. Watch selected Twitch channels to earn exclusive rewards, including a spray, nameplate, emote, and the gorgeous Magic Will of Galacta costume. Everybody needs to know the event time will be starting from June 19th, 12 UTC, and ending July 16th at 9 UTC. Get with it.
Yeah, beautiful, absolutely beautiful skins that you can get via watching any of our participating channels. So make sure you guys get on top of that. I've already, pretty sure I've gotten all of them already, but if you guys haven't, make sure you watch and enjoy our wonderful tournaments.
Yes, and very soon we're going to get into the game plan, the schedule for the day, finding out what is our first matchup and the teams going head to head today. It's going to be an exciting one. These teams have been playing for the past few weeks, going hard in MRC matches online. For those who don't know, anybody can get into MRC starting from the ground up. You get in there, you have a good time. So let's see, of course, the schedule for the Pacific region. June 21st, we had Ignition round 3. June 22nd, we had rounds 4 to 6 going off. On the 28th, we had rounds 7 to 9, and the 29th, we had 10 to 11. And now here, July 5th, we're starting it off with rounds 12 to 14, and then tomorrow will be the lower bracket finals.
Exactly, this is July 5th today, and we're starting it off with round 12, as you mentioned, but tomorrow is where things get decided. It is where the lower bracket finals and the grand finals will take place. Super excited for tomorrow, and of course today, to get to know and meet our wonderful teams that came through this open tournament, the MRC.
Yes, indeed. It is exciting to see how this turns out. Now, of course, here's the schedule for the day. We're going to have Marvel Rivals Championship in the Pacific region. Starting off in the upper bracket is going to be Hero versus Yo-Yang 1, and then Axiom Japan versus Good Boy. It's going to be a tough one. And then in the lower bracket, we have Everness versus God Complex with a bit of a bye, which means Incipience does carry forward into the lower bracket. Good start for them, but maybe, they want to still get some games in, and we'll see how we go.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you might want to have some games, some practice and everything. People like to say in the lower bracket, you get to have this also pressure and everything like that. So maybe without that game, they might not have that pressure. But I'm excited to see these upper bracket teams as well, see how they fare. But remember, in this upper bracket format, if you do lose in the upper bracket, you do have a second chance in the lower bracket. But if you lose in the lower bracket, you are out. But if you make it to the grand finals, the top 2 teams do make their way to the MRI stage 2. So just making it to the grand finals, either through the lower bracket run or the upper bracket run, means you make it to MRI.
Yes, that is exactly what everybody wants. The goal to get to land, to get to MRI, to get to the finals at the end of the year. So much is going on, so many opportunities. The path to pro is clear when it comes to Marvel Rivals. Everybody's going to get into it, get amongst it, and get really excited for this one. It's going to be crazy. What I want to also bring up, Ricey, the patch notes coming out are going to be crazy to see how the game unfolds. But before we get into that, let's enjoy the current meta that we are currently playing in, which is a flyer meta, of course, and we're kicking it off with our first match. How exciting is it going to be? Yo-Yang Wong versus Hero. It's going to be a good one. Maybe some Hela, maybe some Iron Fist. Excited to see. Now, Ricey, just also quick mention,
yes,
the ban system is different in MRC.
Ooh, it is. Yeah, when in MRI, it was different where players were banning for only like the enemy team, but in this one they would get 4 bans. Sorry, I'm a bit fumbling over my words today, warming up. But yeah, they would get 4 bans to ban for the enemy team. But this one, it's 3 bans each team, but everyone in the entire team gets banned. Very similar to what you guys are used to in game.
Yes, it's going to be all lobby wide for the bans, for the protects. It's going to be exciting to see how that all unfolds. Now, of course, going forward, what I want to know, do we see Thor? We haven't seen Thor in MRI, but does Thor survive in MRC? That would be good to see. Psylocke already banned out. Hero's going to make that decision. We're going to see Magneto protected for Yo-Yang with the Punisher ban as well.
Very exciting ban so far, but yeah, I'm very curious to see how in MRC things are slightly different compared to MRI. In this game, we're not getting any Vanguard bans. We did get a Vanguard Protect, but yeah, the Punisher ban is very common to see in MRI Oceania. But interesting as well, yeah, the Psylocke ban was very interesting. The Human Torch, completely understand that Protect.
Yes, that is going to be a wise protect. Torch is absolutely insane when it comes to this current meta that we're dealing with right now. Burning it up, always putting a lot of pressure. Invisible Woman there to usually enable the Torch, but will be banned out by Yo-Yang, making that decision not to allow that Fantastic Force team up to take into effect. And then on their side, they're going to secure the Hela, who's been a dominant duelist in the current matchups.
That is so true. Yeah, that Hela does go crazy, especially when you've got lots of flying, heroes in the map. And with Ultron being protected and Human Torch being protected, that Hela protect, I'm sure, is vital for Yo-Yang Wang.
That is going to be a Wolverine banned out by Hero right now. It's going to be a good decision for them to shut that down. The anti-Vanguard duels, that is Wolverine, can do a lot of pressure, take down a lot of your frontline presence. We're going to see that final ban coming through from Yo-Yang, and it's going to be the Emma Frost. That's right, the White Queen, still one of the most banned Vanguards in this Season 2.5. But you know who isn't banned? Ultron. We're going to potentially see some of that flying mechanical action.
Super excited to see Ultron. We didn't get to see much Ultron in the MRI because in OCE because of all this often that Ultron was banned. But here in MRC, things are different. Things are more exciting. This is where everyone has a chance to make it and become a pro player.
Ooh. That's the beauty of it right there. We just want anybody to get in there and just have a go and show what they're made of. The question is now, who's going to take this round? Who's going to bring it on Wakanda? It's going to be an exciting one going forward. You know, we've got Yo-Yang represented with Jerry, Greg, HB2, Izayaki, Lastro Creative, and Hero is going to be represented by GZPD, Billa, Ancient, Z-Cod, IX9, and Smiley. These are some, I recognize a couple of these players now, actually. They're coming back to me a little bit. I think we've seen them earlier, maybe in some local tournaments. Going to be cool to see how it all unfolds. We're seeing a Penny potentially getting wait, how did that happen? We haven't even started.
Yeah, we are so close to getting in the game in here, as you mentioned, on the map of Wakanda. It's a beautiful map, but you mentioned a Penny, but the Penny has actually been switched off immediately. We only got to see that, just us two, but the other interesting pick we've got coming through is Loki. Loki being one of the most banned heroes in MRI is going to be being played. I'm excited to see how Loki goes, but amazing tool portal coming out from Hero, trying to get the high ground and successfully getting control of this high ground, trying to get rid of as many Loki clones as possible. But the Magneto getting damaged quite aggressively. We'll be able to survive a little bit from the side of Hero. Nobody has stolen just yet though, Liger.
Nobody has fallen just yet, but soon someone's going to get picked off. Hella's looking a little bit low for now. We're going to see as they're pushing forward with the Doctor Strange on the high ground. Maelstrom of Madness is ready to go. It does for now go off just to try and zone out the opposing Strange. We're going to see HB2 try to pressure them now. Ancient on the sidelines, getting a pick on Lastra right there. Loki taken down. That's great, going to be taken down by the Ultron in the skies, and there it is. Smiley putting in the work. Ancient gets a double. That's a triple KO from the Hella. Creative and Izayaki are taken down by Ancient. Looks like Hero's going to be able to catch up the power and put themselves forward. Portals coming out though from Yo-Yang. Will they contest?
I don't think they can, like, I don't think they have enough time. They will have to concede that, and I believe that does mean that the portal, was it cancelled? No, it was used, so no portal for another 105 seconds for Yo-Yang 1, but Hero did manage to tap that first point, and they are moving the convoy forward. Now, I do want to mention Ancient on that Hella was absolutely fantastic, Liger, and I am excited to see what more work Ancient will be putting out, but Jerry also very close to having the ultimate, putting a lot of damage in that previous fight, but I think also is going for a flank, but was in fact spotted by Ultron, and now Ultron with that ultimate raiding rage from above. Out comes also a stun from the Strange, but wasn't able to get much out from that. Jerry in the meantime has taken down Ancient, taking down that other fellow Hella, and out comes the Poke and Dagger. Fate of both works to try and keep everybody alive on point, but it's just a bit of a long battle as out comes Loki's ultimate too.
And there it is, the Agamotto kicking off and taking one, stunning them down. But the dancing power is keeping them sustained, and we're seeing the action kick off. There it is right now. Magneto Meteor is going to be starting up from GZ. Will it be enough to land on the Hella? Oh, they just take to the high ground, just dodge it. Not going to get caught out by the Meteor. Going to give him a bit of pushing power. Jerry gets a pick on Ancient right there. There's the Hella power we want. It's going to be an exciting 1v1 for these Hellas today. We're going to see HB pushing forward on the Strange with the Agamotto ready. Lines it up into the sky and lands it on 4. Will it be enough to hit? A double Maelstrom of Madness hitting him down. Taking out Bilancilla. That's the one. Alex 9 falls to Lastra with a cleaner from GRQ on the double Rocky down. And there it is. A strong defense from Yo-Yang.
Yo-Yang, as you mentioned, very strong defense, and while they were using a couple of ultimates, they still have 2 in the bank. Notably, it is, of course, the Hella Goddess of Hell, as well as the Bucky Kraken impact available for Yo-Yang 1, and it's going to be exciting to see how they use that. But Hero also has Ancient's Hella ultimate available too, so it might be a bit of a Hella battle off coming up shortly, but Hero is pushing forward. They have congestion on the point, not able to capture it just yet, so it is still stuck in place. In the meantime, Cotton has flanked and taking down Jerry. DPS who? It is in fact the damage coming up from the strategist, but in the meantime, out comes the Magneto Meteor. Magneto being used now by Hero, but the showtime has been started as well by the Loki, actually, by Lastra, to try and keep the team of Yo-Yang 1 alive, and it is very successful here, Liger.
That is exactly what you want to see. The Fate of Both Worlds absolutely doing its job and sustaining and keeping them around to stay in the game. And then you're going to see GRQ on the Bucky get some early shots right there, just trying to push them back, keep them at bay. This is a choke point that is so very much held on this map. Of course, it's going to be a tough one, of course, going forward. GRQ with a double, getting Cotton, but then gets caught out by IX9 on the Strange. Jerry gets a pick on Bella in the sky. It's going to be tough for the Ultron to get uncontested air when a Hella is there to just land shot after shot, but the daggers are flying with the pain is going. But it's again a stronghold right now. 2 minutes 15 left for Hero. See if they can make a maneuver to try and get some momentum back in their favor right now. But Yo-Yang have the Fate of Both Worlds ready. Hella can take to the skies and drop down a lot of damage as well going into this next fight. But Hero have the Eternal Bond starting us off.
Yeah, Eternal Bond has been started by Hero, trying to put everything onto the ground to try and keep everybody alive and push forward aggressively. I am not going to be used. It's going to be massive. Get standing 3 people, but just in time. Fate of Both Worlds by Luna Snow of Yo-Yang was able to keep everyone alive except Alastra, who has been picked off. It's now just a 5v6 and Hella raining damage from above. Ancient trying to find someone, but everybody has taken cover. Magneto Meteors honored to the backline of Hero, and now comes the Fate of Both Worlds from Cotton and Lastro. It's a battle of the strategists, of the sustain, of the heals in the backline, and it's going to keep going for a little longer until Jerry now takes down Doctor Strange.
Ooh, that is the powerhouse that is from Jerry right now. So consistent on the Hela, allowing the Strange to push forward, giving him room, giving him play. Ultron's not even with their team right now. Getting laser focused by Jerry, getting another KO taken out. Z-Cod, and there goes Luna. Dastro getting a pick taken out. Smiley winning the Loki duel right there. HB taken out. GZ the Magneto pushing them back again. The hold is strong for Yo-Yang right now. Regrouping, taking high ground for them. But a portal to Jerry could be a tough one right now. But Hero have something planned. Let's see how this portal kicks off with a starting up into the portal, into the high ground with the absolute shielding presence right there. That's going to be from Hero right now. They're going to push forward. IX9's on the back foot. They've switched positions right now. Who's on defense? Who's on attack? We don't know. But the shields are there. The Seraphim shields are actually lining up. But Kagamoto from HB right there. Lines it up on 5. Taking Hero. Stunned out by Yo-Yang. So consistent with it. Jerry's there. The Rage of Ultron kicking off from Billa to keep him sustained, to try to hold their ground a little bit. But it's looking like a tough one. And they're going to see a Hela in the sky taking on the Ultron.
The Hela being able to take down one, but taking down the fellow Hela Ancient. Out comes Meteor. It's going to go a lot of damage, but not able to take out any of the strategists in the backline. But there is more damage as Magneto has fallen from the side of Hero. It is overtime here in this final battle. The Hero has been stopped here by the defense, and they're trying to keep pushing as much as they can. Out comes Showtime from the defenders, from Yo-Yang Won, and it is going to be looking like it's leading towards Yo-Yang Won, as there are so many members of Hero that have fallen one by one by one. But the trickle dream is real, but it has been stopped by Yo-Yang Won in overtime. And Hero make it this far, 76 meters.
Ooh, what a clean hold right there. Look at that, only 76 meters, as you said, right? But the time now is flipped. It's only gonna be, what is that? Maybe gotta just capture maybe a quarter of the path after getting themselves that point. It's looking in favor for them right now, but we may see some potential switch ups. Maybe the Rocket Raccoon might see some time on the board. The Strangers are going to be consistently played. I will say though, that Magneto Protect definitely mattered. I think that's going to be strong. That's why Creative is actually cooking right now on the Master of Magnetism that is Magneto. Now, it's going to be interesting to see, are we potentially going to get a triple Vanguard lineup coming from Yo-Yang on the attack right now? That could change things up.
That really could change things up. I think that'll be really exciting to see a triple Vanguard. I don't think we've ever seen that in MRI, at least on broadcast. Might have seen it maybe in the earlier stages of MRI, and definitely probably might have seen it in the earlier stages of MRC. But the other interesting thing I was thinking as well was Yo-Yang 1 was the one that protected the Hela, but Hero's Hela was doing really well on Ancient, but Ancient now has switched instead to Human Torch.
That is going to be a powerful switch, actually. As we know, Torch does put in the work, and the right timing could do a lot. But again, no Invis Woman available. Sue Storm has been locked out, banned out. Not going to give him sustain in the skies they wish they had. But Cloak and Dagger's there this time. Again, Eternal Bonds were valuable last round, but you know, maybe on the defense it could change the pace a little bit. But let's see. No early portals coming from the Strangers. We're going to just see them walk towards point for now.
Yeah, nothing sneaky, no flanks coming out from Yo-Yang 1 at the moment, but I mean, could always change, as you mentioned later on. I think portaling up into the high ground is a very good strategy that both of these two teams have utilized already in the earlier first half of the game.
Now, Torch is burning it up right now, Ancient in the skies. Going to be rivaling a bit of that presence from the Ultron. GRQ is going to be cooking on the Ultron. The question is, will it be enough for them to push forward? Will it be the power they need? The blue squad, Yo-Yang pushing forward right now. Hero on the back foot. Is it going to be enough? But I believe they have the Ultron themselves. Ultron Mirror could be the deciding factor right here. But we're seeing who's close to Ultron. That's right, it's going to be the Strange. Big pick from Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry, massive pick onto the Magneto. I honestly thought Ancient was doing a lot of damage from above, but no, it's actually Yo-Yang 1 that was able to get the first pick onto the Vanguard, which is important, as now they're already 2 ticks in, successfully going for a third. But no one from Hero is wanting to touch. They do have the Doctor Strange alive, and they are going to be pushing on to touch, and out comes Extermination. Out comes the rain from rage from above, but it's not enough as Ultron does get taken down. Eternal Blinded now being used by Hero to try and keep the team alive, to try and keep the defense going. But of course it is showtime in the meantime by Lastro, by the Loki. Yo-Yang 1 are pushing forward, and they are half a tick away from claiming this point, Liger.
Woo! Maelstrom of Madness connects from HP2 on IX9 right there. The Strange v Strange goes in favor of the Yoyang right there. Creative with a double KO on the Magneto, taking out GZ, taking out another. They're going to be pushing forward. 4 minutes 40 on the clock, and they only got to push it a third of the way. It's in their favor. It's in their mind. They're going to get early pressure right now. They know they do not want to be held on the same choke that Hero was held on. So they're going to push forward now, take those stairs, take the early angles, try to get some early picks before Hero have a time to regroup and hold a defensive position. That is going to be the interesting one right here. But Ricey, tell me, what are we thinking about this Supernova that could be going off?
Oh my, yeah, I was looking at the ultimates like you read my mind. Supernova is available for Hero, and I'm excited to see it work. It's magic. But on top of that, there are so many others. 4 ultimates on the side of Hero and 4 ultimates on the side of Yoyang 1. But here's the Supernova. It's going big. But so is Ultron from the side of Yoyang 1. Magneto, though, with the meteor, wasn't able to land on anyone. But look at the movement. Look at the distance that Hero has already pushed. And also the positioning from Ancient. So far aggressive. But Jerry, in the meantime, has taken down one. But Jerry was taken up by Hero in return. Ivan going to be used as well as a bit of a massive battle. Potentially last battle vibes here, as out comes a lot of ultimates. But there's still so many in the hands of Yoyang 1. Hero just popping the last ultimate available, and that is the fate of both worlds. But Lasso still has theirs available, and it's going to be big here as an Ivan is going to be used too. Liger.
That is going to be an Agamemnon leading into a Maelstrom. There's going to be the Luna dancing. That's going to be the fate of both worlds kicking us off. Going forward, we're going to see Hela lasering. Oh, taking out the Doctor Strange. Good picks right there. That is exactly the power you want. We're going to see Magneto, of course, try to shut down the rage of Ultron. It's looking tight. It's looking dangerous. We're going to see him going forward. Looks like Hero's going to be a tough time right now, but Jerry's getting a Quadra KO from Hela right there. That is the flash power you want. Then GRQ gets the last 2 picks right there. They're going to go for the Loki clones. They're cleaning up. 3 meters left, and it looks like 2 meters left. It does get contested by Hero. The portal there to contest. That's wow. From Alex9 to keep him in the fight. Double KO from GRQ on the Ultron. The rage is going off. Creative gets a pick right there with Magneto cleaning house. Hela's getting a pick. Jerry gets one. That's Ancient down. There's only 1.49 meters left to push. Is it going to be enough for them? GRQ pushes. Then it is the Strange with the Seraphim shield trying to shut down the Strange power. 1.49, and they're Kappa back, and they're going to push and claim Wakanda for Yoyang.
Yeah, Yoyang claims Wakanda. What a massive overtime, well, not even overtime, a massive battle there, and that push, it felt like overtime because of all the ultimates being used, but 2.5 minutes, Yoyang cleaned this game and got it in favor of themselves. But of course, this is a best of 5, so there could be a comeback coming up from Hero soon. You have to see exactly what they have planned coming up for this next map.
Oh, next map could go either of ways. MRC is looking good so far for our first game. How exciting is that? Look at the insanity from the score right there. So much power coming from GRQ on the Ultron. So many elims cooking up a storm with so much healing as well for their team. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it.
I think also another important thing to note is the Hela from Yoyang was able to get 4 Quadra KOs in a row, like as a stat as well. So it was really well played from the Hela. Lots of damage, as you mentioned as well. That protect from the Hela really made a lot of sense for Yoyang 1. I completely agree with that protect.
Oh yeah, 100%. Good protect. Good. Hey, look, honestly, we're taking note of this. There's been a bit of a climate change when it comes to Marvel Rivals competitive. We're feeling as though sometimes games could be won in the ban and picking phase. Yep. Very commonly, it's rare to consider that in most titles, but that is good to see that things can be won just with the mental warfare before you get into the game. But at the end of the day, it's not always going to be the case. You know, sometimes you could bring out something no one expects. There are obscure picks that always happen in MRI and MRC. The question is, MRC kind of has that a bit more, so I want to see something spicy so far. Ultron is seeing more light of day. We haven't seen much Ultron in MRI. MRC is already starting off with Ultron on both teams. We're seeing Hela on both teams as well. Doctor Strange as well. Where do we see some differentiating characteristics? Where can we finally see something different? It's going to be this next match, and that next map could be changing the pace, different game mode. We could go to domination. Things could change very heavily. Could start bringing out some more broad compositions.
It's really good to see the Ultron in play. As you mentioned, we haven't really seen it much, but it's good to see it come through. But the Hela picks, I must say, were my standout picks for both teams, because both Helas on both teams were able to put quite a lot of damage out and make some very game-changing moves. Of course, the flanks, I think, coming out from Ancient at the first round was able to help secure some really important picks. But it was, of course, Yoyang 1's Jerry that really shone on their Hela.
Yeah, definitely. It was absolutely a performance right there from Jerry. We're going to see a lot of that coming up very soon. I think the Hellas are going to be definitely back again. We might not see the bans, hopefully, so we can see some Hella 1v1s. That'll be always exciting to see who's really going to be the rule of Hell. You know, Hella is a very important character these days, especially in the lore. Season 3, Hella plays a big role in Clintar. It's going to be good when the Abyss awakens, but for now, you know, Loki's seeing some gameplay. Loki's been the one that has mostly been banned. We'll see how we find out. Maybe there's going to be more Loki coming up.
It would be great to see more Loki, but we'll be finding out if there is more Loki straight after this break. So stay tuned. We'll be back soon.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold
Welcome back to MRC Championships. We are here with round 12 of the Pacific region, and we've just had our first map between Yo-Yang Wong and Hero, and it went to the favor of Yo-Yang Wong in a very exciting game on Wakanda.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a big one. That's going to be a strong winner's momentum achieved for Yo-Yang right there. Good Doctor Strange execution right there. The Tomahawk Agamemnons were clean, were concise, and they were flying forward, giving them so much value. And of course, a strong early defense gave them that easy to do push on the back end of that map. Feeling confident, feeling not even breaking a sweat, we can feel, but now's the time for Hero to show some signs of survival, signs of power. Hopefully bring it back, make it competitive, make it fun, make it entertaining.
Well, we won't be waiting for too much longer because we are excitedly going into game quite quickly, and I'm excited to see which map was chosen. I believe it is the losers who do choose the maps, the next maps, or it could be random. I'll double check, but it's going to be exciting to see what, as you mentioned, Hero bring into this next map because it is their move to make now.
Yes, I do believe we're just getting word they're going to be heading to Arakko convoy. It's going to be a good one. Going to be a fun one, changing up the pace, changing up the vibes. Can't wait for this one, how it all unfolds. And it's going to be an exciting matchup between Hero and Yo-Yang. Of course, bans and picks will be starting up very soon. What are we thinking, Ricey? Are we going to see an AMER Frost, or will she be banned again?
That is a good point. Will AMER Frost be banned again? AMER Frost has unfortunately been subjected to many bans. On top of AMER Frost is also, of course, Loki, as we mentioned in the MRI. But so far, it's exactly the same as what we saw in Game 1. We see Psylocke and Punisher both being banned out, and then the Hella Protect coming out from Yo-Yang 1. It's literally the exact same.
There it is. Hella protected. Whew. No Psylocks. I wonder why the Psylocke is being banned out. It's very interesting to see Psylocke banned, especially in this current stage of meta. But you know, well, it's going to change things up. You know, Psylocke is very common still at the same time. But Human Torch going to be protected again, so we are going to see some fire in the skies.
Yeah, very similar bans coming out, but the Doctor Strange is very different to what we saw last time. Both of these two teams were rocking the Doctor Strange, but now no Doctor Strange to be seen at all. And AMER Frost, that's 2 Vanguard bans in a row.
There it is, right there. Ooh, no Strange. Okay, hold on. Let me theorycraft with you for a little bit here, right?
Right.
Okay. No
Okay,
Strange.
crafting. Yes.
Emma's gone.
Yes.
Magneto protected.
Okay,
Dunk City
this is one-
guaranteed.
Yep.
So what is gonna be that secondary Vanguard that both these teams take with them? Because no Strange, no Emma. That finally brings us a bit of variety in the Vanguard lineup.
It does give us quite a bit of variety. I mean, Magneto is still an extremely strong Vanguard as well. The Ultra Protect is coming out from Hero. I'm very curious if they're going to be banning another Vanguard. If it's going to be, I would say that'd be very hard for both teams if they have that many limited options in Vanguards. But also, it'd be interesting. It'd open a lot of doors, a lot of avenues.
Now, speaking of opening doors, we're going to shut the door on Loki real quick. We're not seeing Loki once again. Out of here, gone. Not going to happen. And of course, Sue Storm as well banned again. Again, there you go. 2 prime tier, what we call strategic lineups right there. Invisible Woman and Loki out of here. Magneto's going to be there. Visible Spider-Man potentially from GRQ. That would be exciting to see. A bit of Spider-Man. Captain America is what I was actually assuming would show up.
Yep,
the Groot as well, definitely. The next picks after the 3 of those have been, locked out. Or locked in, of course, with Magneto being available. Do we see the Jeff? Do we see the Rocket? We might see Jerry bring back the Winter Soldier. We know it does work. We know we could get some cracking impact going on, and we could see some chaining. But Wolverine's going to be there as well, available. Going to be a lot of picks, going to be a lot of different factors. Curious to see how it all unfolds as we go into Arakko. Beautiful convoy map, beautiful, it once was one of the homes of the mutants, but Ultron's taken over.
Yeah.
So he's taken over. The Ultron virus is just hacking and slashing at the native plant, fauna of this map. So which team's going to free them? That's the question.
That is a good question indeed, but it's such a very fascinating and kind of scary map. But as you mentioned, it is, of course, Ultron's map, and yeah, we do have to. I would like to side with the mutants. I want them to win personally, but I don't know about you. I don't know if you're got an evil streak in you.
3, 2,
Why would I be Team Ultron?
I don't know. Ultron seems to be very popular to play these days, with Hero, of course, wanting to play that Ultron pick, wanting that Protect. But Yo-Yang 1 is going to be running out with that Ultron, but it's going to be a bit of a flying composition from Hero with also the Human Torch to back them up. And interestingly, the Mantis. I love to see this Mantis come out and play. I think it'll be a very vital pick to try and get more damage out.
Now, that is exactly the kind of power we want from a Human Torch, from Sliver going forward, burning it up right now, putting Cap on the back full, Ultron's in the sky as well. The double flyer lineup coming from Hero right now is going to be a lot of power. Oh, GRQ goes for the reset. Does he land it on the group? Oh, no! Figure it off the map. IX9 taken down by the
that's insane.
absolute jetpack from Wolverine right there. How perfected was that?
It was absolutely beautiful, like I love to watch that, and I was thinking it was just going to be a kidnap, just going to bring the group over to, you know, their team to try and damage him. But not only did they kidnap, they also completely kicked them off the map. And with that, you know, the defenders are able to hold this point for quite a bit. Well, of course, Hero does have a closer spawns that will be able to regroup and switch over to a Captain America. But out comes the Ultra and Rage of Ultra from the sky. Jerry gets taken out. It's an aggressive ultimate. And it's going quite hard on the defending team, on Yo-Yang 1. And with that, they are forced to use Eternal Bond to try and keep team alive. But the kidnaps coming out from the Wolverine of Yo-Yang 1 are so scary, Liger.
Oh, that imperative patch from Ultron coming out, giving them so much sustain, allowing them to just push forward uncontested right there. That is exactly what you want. But when Yo-Yang are there, when they're uniform, when they're shielding, which they do have because they got the Vibranium shield and they got the Magneto shield, there's enough power for them to hold them on the corner. But Sliver Supernova is going to start building up and changing the expectation. We see the Pyro Tornadoes going straight for them, but it's going to be met with the sustain coming from the Fate of Both Worlds from Izayaki right there, pushing them forward, holding them down. There's another Fate of the Both Worlds this time from Z-Cotton right there. Going to give him sustain on the other side here, giving him some time to push now. They've managed to work through the Luna's power, and Sliver gets a pick on Jerry. Magneto Meteor crashes down on the Mantis, taking down the strategic presence. Captain America frozen in ice, but will it be for 100 years? I don't think so for now. Creative goes and takes out the Ultron. Z-Cotton getting a bit of sustain from the health pack, but he's being chased by the Wolverine. The vicious Wolverine gets him in the end.
Gets him, and Wolverine still going forward, going after Magneto, who did have the Meteor available. He's not able to use it, but instead now going after the Human Torch is getting dangerous, although we'll be able to escape just barely with their life. And with that, Heroes advance, Heroes attack, Heroes convoy push has been stopped in its track by Yo-Yang 1. And Yo-Yang 1 still have 3 ultimates to their name, but so does Hero. But they may be able to get, Yo-Yang 1 may be able to get a 4th ultimate. Captain America is close to getting theirs. But, you know, it's going to be an interesting battle coming up as Hero have pushed forward, able to touch the point, able to touch the convoy, and out comes the ensemble this time from Hero, with a massive sun coming through. Instead, on to 3 members of Hero, and look at all the ornaments being popped. There are so many, like, everything is being popped on the side of Hero, and everything from Yo-Yang 1. But as the dust settles, it is the last show on the Cloak and Dagger that takes down Mantis. That is 1 pick for Yo-Yang 1, and the Supernovas now coming up from Hero to try and turn things around, to try and take an advantage back. It's not going the way that Hero wants it, as the team of Yo-Yang 1 are still mightily healthy, Liger.
They're feeling confident right now, still holding that corner. 30 seconds left for Hero right now. Is it going to be enough? Creative is going to take down the Ultron, get a pick right there on the Magneto Meteor. Power is going to be coming up very soon. We're going to see GRQ on the Wolverine pushing forward, going slashing for slashing. Will it be enough to get another pick right there? We could see another kidnap. The cooldowns are going down for the Wolverine. Will it be the power? But the Eternal Bond kicks off this time. Starting off from Smiley this time. Just trying to get a path forward, going through the portal to get out of range, get out of the power, the danger. GRQ gets the pick on G6. Jerry takes that Sliver, and time ticks out. And there it is. That is an insane defense again from Yo-Yang. Only 59 meters pushed by Hero right now. It is again similar to the last map. A very, very tough defense to hold.
Very tough defense, but I would like to say that Yo-Yang 1 even did a better defense than that first map, while Hero was able to take that first point. In this one, they couldn't move the convoy to the first checkpoint at all, only moving, was it 50-something meters? So yeah, there's going to be a massive defense needed from Hero if they want to be able to take this second map. But Yo-Yang 1 positioned to look extremely strong and to potentially take this map in a pretty decisive way.
Oh, definitely indeed. Decisions are what they need to make. Do we see the Storm? Are we potentially going to see Billa on the Storm?
Well, that could be interesting. We haven't seen Storm yet today, though we've only had 1 series, but Storm in this flying meta is viable. We have Human Torch as well, and they still have the team up. Season 3 hasn't kicked up yet. Hasn't started yet, so we do have the Tornado Storm team up still available.
Yes, the absolute mega firestorm could be ready to go, could be blaring up a storm and burning them up, burning all expectations. The question is there going to be enough firepower they need to push forward? Again, they've got the GZ on the cap, but HB2 is also on the cap right there. that is going to be, you know, Caps in the back line, Diver in the strategist going to have a tough time. But Smiley and Lastro, both playing Cloak and Dagger, will be able to get away from a Cap relatively easily. But the question is it going to be theirs to take? Because they only got to go around the corner.
Exactly, just around that single bend. This could be over extremely quickly. Like a blinking, you might miss us. So chat, do not blink as Magneto is getting dangerously damaged by Yo Yang Wong's Captain America, but able to get away safely in time. In the meantime, Creative now getting a little bit low, but it's still just a bit of a standoff at the moment. It's when somebody actually goes down that things may change. But the point, the convoy is already halfway there, and Creative getting the first pick, and that is on the Cloak and Dagger. That is one of the strategists gone and out of the fight, and it's for the defending team. Both strategists are now down, and it's going to be rough for the team of Hero, as now Magneto, the Vanguard, has no one to heal and to stay them. Blink and you miss it, Liger. The point has been achieved. They have won the game.
Let's get one just like that.
Wait, what?
This is the slowest Pentakill, but it just happened, and there it is. They take map 2.
It was a very well thought out from Magneto. Magneto just pushing forward and just picking off one strategist, the second strategist, and then picking off the Vanguard straight after that. It was just as slow and methodical as you mentioned, but a Penta is a Penta.
Yes, it is most nonchalant Pentakill I've ever seen from a Magneto. Actually, canon event right there. That's exactly how a Magneto would react to getting a Penta. So chill with it. Going to be, of course, the victory 4, of course. Squad right there. Now it's going to be a tough one for Hero coming back down 2 maps. It's not look good in their favor, but you know, it could go either way. MVP for Creative right there on the Magneto. Magneto definitely cooked. Going to be a very quick round, a quick map, only 4 minutes 50, but we're going to jump straight into map 2, and it's going to change the pace much faster. But look at that power coming from the sustain from, look at the damage blocked from a Magneto as well as Captain America, HP 2, but again, still a lot of sustain coming from Lunar Snow on Cotton. That was epic to see.
A very exciting game indeed, as you mentioned. So much work coming up from the Magneto Creative. Zero was not knocked down at once at all. Stayed alive the entire time, both attack and defense, and the 14 KOs to their name as well. While the damage, of course, was mostly dealt by the duelists, that was such amazing work coming out from the Vanguards. But let's have a look more and see all these highlights. Especially, I'd love to keep an eye out on that Magneto. Keep an eye out on Creative, because it's going to be beautiful.
Woo! Look at the power coming from the Wolverine. Ultron in the skies, absolutely enabling their team. Forward rage of Ultron, but just when you thought it was enough to push forward, Yo Yang did regroup. They had the Wolverine go in when Ultron wasn't looking and slash up and dash that back line. Right there, GRQ. So consistent with it on the Wolverine. Such a strong defense around that corner. Could have gone either way.
You're completely right. Yeah, that Wolverine looked absolutely amazing, but this is, of course, the standout play from Creative, able to take both the strategists out from the enemy team, then going after the Vanguard, and just complete domination coming up from Creative as Magneto, looking absolutely phenomenal.
There it is. What an ecstatic performance right there. Strong Magneto presence. A wise protect. The question is now, maybe we might see Hero ban out the Magneto. That might be the move. We maybe take out the Magneto from the equation, see if it's going to work to our favor. You know, I really want to see, maybe will the Spider-Man see the light of day? We did see they get hovered quite a couple times. It might be a change of the pace. Maybe a bit of dive might help this team right now, because Wolverine in the front lines, it's very tough to handle. You need to get around him. You either got to barrel straight through him, maybe bring out a thing, bring out perhaps, you know, could even be Venom, you know, just get away from him, try to go for someone else. But once Wolverine goes in for your backline strategist, it's going to be a tough day. So you need to protect them, or you got to outwork his pace in the backline.
Well, I'm excited to see what they end up bringing out in the next map. It's definitely Hero that needs to figure out what they want to do to combat Yo Yang Won, but we'll see what they have planned for us after this short break. We'll be back soon.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up resistance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really
A dominating performance from Yo-Yang Won, coming out, being able to take that map with a strong defense and an aggressive attack. But now we're heading into this third map, and Hero have to step up here because this could be all where it ends. It is a first of 3 or a best of 5. So if Yo-Yang Won win this one, they win the entire series.
Ooh, stakes are high now officially for Yo-Yang. Winner's momentum has been achieved 2 maps in a row. Got to get that third one to get themselves moving forward in the upper bracket. But Hero are here and they're ready to game. The question is, do they have what it takes to bring it back, take it back, and get themselves some points on the board and keep this best of 5 alive? That's the ultimate question. We're going to find out very soon. I hope they take into account the picks that we've been seeing from Yo-Yang. We might shut down that Magneto, maybe even the Wolverine is a problem. The bans and picks are a bit different here in MRC, but we're going to see how it all unfolds.
I think also a keynote is, depending on what map they're going to be playing on next, they may want to, spice things up, play something different, because, some maps are more prone to the flying meta, some want to be more grounded, some want to be more spam and everything like that. So excited to see what map is going to be randomly chosen and what is going to be the picks and bans, because here we are, it's going to be decided. The Psylocke is hovered by Hero, but I think that might be a ban coming through once again.
Oh, Hell's Heaven. Domination mode. Oh, I love domination mode. One of my favorites. Going to be excited to see how these teams go. Bang for bang on domination mode. It's going to be a good one. Waiting for that first ban to come from Hero. It's going to be Hella out of here. Banned. No Hella today.
Yep, no Hella. That is the first ban coming up from Hero, spicing things up a little bit before we saw Psylocke 2 games in a row being banned out first up. But Yo-Yang Won seem to be keeping things, the same. Never mind. They are banning Punisher and protecting their Psylocke. There must be a Psylocke. I wouldn't say one trick, but a Psylocke. What's the word I'm looking for, Liger? A Psylocke.
Specialist, maybe?
Specialist. That's the word.
Yeah.
Yep. Specialist on Yo-Yang Won.
That could definitely be the factor right here. We're going to find out very soon. Very, very soon, because that's right. Psylocke's protected. You know who else is protected? AMER Frost.
Finally.
Ooh, we might see this Psionic team up also take into effect right now. That could be exciting to see. And there it is.
True.
Wolverine banned. We are not going to see the Berserker go crazy this one today.
No surprises there. Hero did definitely experience how strong Yo-Yang Won's Wolverine and how strong their Hela was early in those last 2 maps. The first map was dominated by Hela, the second map dominated by Wolverine. But Ultron has been banned. We've been seeing Ultron quite a lot, but now there is no Ultron being played by both teams.
Ooh, okay. This is definitely going to be a very, very different matchup going forward, okay? Ultra and Wolverine,
Exciting.
definitely big takers. Of course, Hela as well, definitely gone, banned, out of here. Magneto Protector, we are going to see the two, I would believe, statistically top rank Vanguards are going to be available on the board. So we might see the mirror. We actually might see Magneto Emma on both sides. So that will probably be predictable Vanguard lineup. But again, on Hell's Heaven, it's actually very good to play Groot. Groot actually kind of cooks, especially in the lower corridors. The ceilings are low. Things can happen. Maybe even Fantastic might show up. Could be good to see.
Loki protects coming up from Hero. Loki, such a strong, formidable pick. So I'm excited to see them being played again. I think those three heroes from memory, like, correct me if I'm wrong, are the three most banned out heroes from MRI. But all three of them have been actually protected. So we're seeing those three here all together in this map.
Oh, yes, definitely indeed. But who we won't see is Freedom. Captain America will not be showing up on July 4th. But we're going to be waiting for the final match. It's Groot. What? I just said we'd love to see Groot. I guess we're not going to see Groot.
No Groot. Fair enough, you did mention this map is very good for Groot, so no Groot, but I'm excited to see both the Loki Psylocke to both teams. Oh, this is going to be an exciting one with Emma Frost and both teams Magneto. This could essentially be a mirror, except for Cloak and Dagger and Luna Snow.
Now that is exciting. Ooh. I just got to say, I love the Lord icons that we get to see in MRC. Change it up a bit.
Yes, they look so good. They look so formidable as well. I mean, that must be the Psylocke specialist with the Psylocke Lord on Yo-Yang 1. So I'm excited to see what they get up to and why was it insta-banned both first maps.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough one going forward. If it's going to be interesting to see how that all unfolds. We're going to see, of course, Rocket Raccoon from Izayaki is just going to be there to set up those beacons. Maybe we see a little jetpack. Question is, who's going to get the jetpack early? Probably Psylocke. Maybe can get some value there. Or even Emma. Emma could do a lot with a jetpack. Bit of a chokehold slam, could do a lot of cool things. But what are we thinking, Ricey? Do we see both Ancient and Jerry walk out the doors on Bucky?
Well, they looked both extremely scary on the Hello when they were mirroring each other. So I'm excited to see what happens in this matchup because I think while, you know, Hera is 2 maps down, I think Ancient and Jerry were able to battle it out together against each other quite well. So very curious to see what happens between these two. But I definitely want to keep my eyes out on GRQ on the Psylocke. With that Psylocke Lord and the always being banned out, I have to know what the Psylocke is going to be capable of.
Oh, capable of a lot of different things right now, pushing forward, taking a few needle shots there, going forward, giving the damage on the high ground, pressuring forward. Hero's taking damage, meets in the back, but gonna dash back in the butterfly stance right now, get back to their team, but a choke slam from Emma right now. Both of them going forward. How are these Emmas going forward on each other right now? Creative getting the pick on Z. Potter.
Creator getting that pick and now GRQ securing another pick as well. That is Vanguard and 2 Vanguards down and 1 strategist. Hello have to go all the way back to spawn as Yo-Yang 1 have claimed this point. And Jerry, what the heck? Jerry already has Kraken Impact available immediately, and the rest of the team from Yo-Yang 1 haven't quite got the ultimates just yet. Next one is Last Show, available soon, but that is a lot of damage coming out from Jerry, and a pick immediately from JRQ just running in to the back lane and taking down their fellow Psylocke.
The Psylocke mirror duel is definitely primed and ready, but both teams do have, of course, the Emma team up and Magneto. That's a triple mirror composition. Sorry, quadruple. Correct me, the Luna's there. It's a quadruple mirror match going on right now. Only differentiating factor is it's a penta? Only missing is the cloak and dagger and Loki can pretty much copy cloak and dagger.
True, so
all
it's
teams have every
it's a Hector mirror matchup. Let's
they
be
pretty
real.
much have it, but we're kicking it off with the butterfly dance, starting off this fight. It's gonna not allow them to get much value, but Hero's here. They've got some ultimates ready. Eternal Bond's going off. Lashro's there clapping with Luna Snow. We're gonna see how it all unfolds. 60% right now for Yo-Yang. Ricey, do Hero activate and get some percentage on the board?
Well, they have to activate now, but instead it's going to be a lot of activations on both teams. 4 ultimates on the board right now, but I think they're actually more being used live right this second, but nobody has fallen until now. Creative is the first one to fall, Ancient claiming their life to send them back to spawn, but showtime for the strategists, for the sustain in the backline behind, and Judges is out by Ancient, able to get Not able to get anyone just yet, but it's still going in forward as Jerry gets extremely low. Will be taken out by Ancient, but no reset for Ancient. But I don't think they need to just yet. But the cap still hasn't been flipped. Yo-Yang Wong is still on point. They're stalling as best as they can. They're already at 95%. Hero need to flip this soon before they get to overtime, before Yo-Yang Wong get back onto point. But it's getting to overtime right now. Magneto meteoring, aiming, able to just barely miss. But I bet like it, this is going to get quite crazy.
Smiley with the clean dodge on the meteor there, saving Cotton as well. Protecting the strategist was so well timed right there. It's going to be overtime ticking off. KO's from Loki right now. Lastro's getting the picks. GRQ gets a double KO with the flash dash from Psylocke right now. Into the butterfly dance, getting themselves a third. That's triple KO. My goodness,
overtime.
Overtime's ticking down. Will it be enough for them? And there it is. GRQ taking it down on Psylocke.
Absolute amazing work. I can see why Psylocke was insta-banned, perma-banned the first two maps. My goodness, GRQ doing absolute phenomenal work on that Psylocke, being able to get some flanks in that first half of that round. But really well played from Yo-Yang Wong, being able to keep that point 100%ed by them.
That is the power right there, the momentum. All they need to do is win this next round and Yo-Yang will be moving forward in the upper bracket. That is exactly what they want. But Hero, it's their last-ditch effort to keep themselves in the upper bracket. Otherwise, they will be going down to the lower bracket.
That is a good point, Liger. They will be going down to the lower bracket. They are not out of MRC Pacific just yet. They do have a second chance in the lower bracket, of course, and may be able to come back and meet Yo-Yang Won later on in the tournament for a revenge arc. But here we are, 5 seconds left. This is a last potential round for Hero. They have to win this round and then win 3 more games in a row if they want to stay in this upper bracket. It's a very tough uphill battle.
Oh, definitely. You're right. They do have a second chance, but they still have their first chance to keep it alive. So let's see how it all unfolds on what could potentially be the winning round for Yo-Yang, but it could potentially be the start of a glorious reverse sweep that Hero could start off with the AMER, Frost and Magneto pushing forward nice and strong onto the point, giving them that red presence right there. That's the way you want a mission unlocks in 3 seconds. Eternal Bond drops from Smiley right now. The powers are going and getting copied by Loki right now, who's also going to match it. Also going to bring some sustain of their own. We're going to see a Bucky cracking impact. Doesn't start the chain, resets are connecting right now. Ancient goes for one more, tries to set up the second one right there. Not going to get the value because the Lunar Snows are dancing. Izayaki and Cotton bringing us the fate of all 4 worlds today right now. There it is going forward as we see the Magneto Meteor crushing down onto Jerry, taking out Bucky. There it is, the power, the presence that is the magnetism master of Magneto. Right there. GRQ getting the pick on Z Cotton, and that's a double KO from Creative. Lastro getting a pick on Psylocke, and it looks like Yo-Yang will be capturing the point.
Absolute phenomenal work from Yo-Yang Won. I'd say as a team, magnificent work from both the Vanguards, from the strategists in the backline as well, being able to keep the team alive, just being able to copy all the ultimates as needed as last show, and of course Izayaki as well, being able to do quite a lot of work. It's fantastic to see Yo-Yang Won work together as a team, but there are 2 ultimates available to them right now. It is, of course, the Dance of the Butterfly, and we can see GRQ rotating around the back. Does get spotted out. Won't be able to do a perfect flank just yet. Has to fall back to try and safety. Try again another day, because I'm excited to see this Dance of the Butterfly coming up very soon. But, you know, Ancient also has Kraken Impact. Could be a big one, as there are no strategist ultimates just yet, as Lastro is at 98% though. Things could go the way of Yo-Yang Won, but a pick coming out from Jerry. Out comes Armed and Dangerous from the Ancient. And not able to do anything though, as the Queen is controlling the minds of Hero. 1, 2, 3. They're all falling down.
Down they go, Jerry with the buckshot in the front lines. HP2 taking out IX9. That's the AMER. Oh, the Lord AMER getting the normal AMER. Woo, that's a bit of an ego play right there. We love to see that with the Lord Icon flex. But Billers on the Psylocke still going to be doing some damage, trying to get forward and opening for the Dance of the Butterfly to take its first step. The question is, do Yo-Yang have the ultimates to counter? Yes, they do. They got 5 ready to roll, including both strategist ultimates, which means they will have the Fate of Both Worlds. Will be able to copy potentially another Fate of Both Worlds, and maybe even something else. Maybe they might copy one of the Vanguard ultimates, change up the pace a bit. Lastro does get quickie and excited with it and maybe able to change it up, but IX down is first and foremost going forward with the Sonic Seduction, lining it up onto the squad right there. Yo Yang's going to be pushed back right there. GCPD getting Jerry with the absolute power that is being mind controlled right there. Giving him the opening right now. GC is going to be pushing forward onto it right now. Magnetos are doing a bit
99.
With saying overtime has ticked off, and the dance of the butterfly does take its first step. Will it be enough? No, because the Fatal Warthog is there to nullify the damage. Give him some sustain. Meteor goes up, will it land? And it does! Taking out Lastro. There goes the Loki. That's the KO you want. Overtime still going off right now with Hero, keeping themselves alive, keeping themselves confident. Do they have what it takes to hold it down? We see HP2 on the AMER pushing forward. We see Z-Cotton still dancing around. We see the Sonic Seduction coming from the AMER Frost IX9 right there. IX9 getting a double KO, taking out Jerry, taking out HP2. Cradle gets picked off by Smiley on the Loki right there. Then they're gonna push him back, and Hero gets some percentage on the board right there, and are still in it.
What a long, massive fight coming out for both teams, but it does end up with Hero winning that fight. But at what cost? We look at the ultimates, and they have absolutely nothing available. Yo Yang Won, though, they do have 2, maybe 3 with the Dust Butterfly available, coming up in 4%. So this is one a massive fight for Hero. They're able to take the point. It could go disastrously wrong. But what is this kidnap coming out for Meteor? Down, lands on Cotton, and starting up a massive fight as out comes the Dance of the Butterfly. So GRQ not able to take anyone out just yet. But out comes now the mind control from IX9 is going to be able to secure anything. Can the Queen turn this around for Hero, who are on 42%, but they are counting? And out comes a pick instead from the other Queen of Yo Yang Won. Overtime once again in favor of Yo Yang Won. And it's going down. It's ticking down. Ancient has been picked off. Only 2 players left. They're trying to touch. They're trying to delay. The portal is there, but it's not enough. Yo Yang Won win the map and win our first series of the day.
They take it. They take Hellshaven. They take the 3rd map. They take the first series of the day. They're moving forward in the upper bracket, which does send Hero down to the lower bracket. But it ain't over. The fun has just begun here in Marvel Rivals Championship. That's right. In the Pacific region, it's going off with a big 3-0 to start us off. Lastro MVP on the Loki right there. Lastro cooked. Definitely cooked. Look at that 3-0. Look at that clean 3-0, promoting themselves to the next stage.
Woo! Absolute indeed. And I would love to say, there's a standout player, one standout player, but really it isn't. It was a team effort from everyone. The Queen popped off today, this map, but also we saw Magneto pop off many maps as well. Jerry being able to play multiple. We finally got to see GRQ as well on the side with 12 final hits. And Lastro claiming MVP for this map. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they would say MVP in most maps, because the sustain coming up from the backline of both Lastro and Izayaki was absolutely amazing. 0, by the way, knockouts, not knocked out at all by Izayaki. They were able to stay alive the entire map. Positioning absolutely beautiful from them, both the strategists.
That is exciting to see right there. So much presence can come from a low-key MVP that is getting unchecked, getting so much value. That's why we're seeing Loki as the most banned pick in MRI and MRC, and even in normal ranked play. Loki is up there in the ban picks, and Loki's definitely going to get some changes coming season 3. But for now, these teams today, MRC, they're going to use as much of that strong Loki as they can until the Phoenix arrives. But for now, that's definitely what you're going to see.
I think another thing as well I want to mention with the backline as well. Remember that meteor that was dodged? I'm pretty sure that was Yo Yang Won's backline that was able to dodge it. It could have also been Hero, actually. We see Cloak and Dagger from them. I just loved that play as a Cloak and Dagger main. It was beautiful to watch. But Psylocke, GRQ, what amazing flanks coming out from them. We see this again happening here, being able to take lots of picks, and Dance of the Butterflies were able to get quite a few picks through that too.
That is exactly what you want. So many picks, so much value, and the Meteor connects as well. That's exactly what you want. And another Meteor. Do we see Creative get a shot too? Yep, there it is. The strategist today just getting absolutely meteored out of the game every time it winds up, and it's always going to crash down on a sorry strategist right there. What a tough one. But that's Magneto's way.
It is. Do you say Magneto again?
I keep saying Magneto.
I was just listening, and I'm like, that didn't sound right.
That's not right.
Magneto. It's very similar.
The Magneto Meteor, you get it together, you get the Magneto. It's just, it rolls off the tongue.
It does. But what a wonderful, fantastic first series we just had, where I'm so sorry. Yo Yang 1 was able to win 3-0 and take themselves further into the upper bracket. But we do have more series to come, so we have a short break, and we'll be back after this break for more Marvel Rivals.
Won't be long.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end and rise up. Open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our
Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Championships Pacific region. I am Profound Rise, joined by the haymaking Liger, and we have just witnessed a fantastic game between two formidable teams where Yo Wan Yang didn't go ahead and make their way further up into the upper bracket, but we have another game on our hands, Liger.
Ooh, we got our matchup. We got a good one. It's going to be a blast. I believe we're going to be watching Axiom Japan versus Hero. That's right. Sorry, Good Boy, I believe. Sorry, my apologies. We read the wrong name. It's going to be a good one. Going to be exciting to see how this all unfolds. Now, I want to know going forward, Axiom Japan. I wonder if that's a reference to something I know, but we'll find out very soon. It's a really good team. I've seen a couple of their matches before. It's going to be exciting to get into it. Let's see if I do see some of those obscure picks I've been asking for all day. Will we see?
Ooh.
Man.
Did you say Spider-Man?
Maybe.
Okay. Spider-Man would be interesting. Oh, well, on the whole of Jalia, could you help me pronounce that word? Jalia, right?
I think the J's are Y, so it could be Dialia.
Dialia?
We'll go with
Okay.
that, just to be safe. Rolls off the tongue.
Whole of Dialia, and it's going to be exciting here in this map. We do have Human Torch burned out? Burned or banned out first up by Good Boy, and now Axiom Japan is going to be buying the Psylocke. So we've basically got a lot of Psylocke bans so far today, and I'm very curious whether or not it's just a change in meta coming through for the MRC, or if it's a target ban.
Oh, you know what? A lot of Psylocke specialists hanging around in MRC, Pacific, of course. Emma Frost is getting protected. The White Queen will show up today, but Frank Castle is also here. Going to be interesting to see Punisher finally in the mix. Looks like Massa has Lord Punisher. Maybe will be the Punisher specialist here today. That seems like a protect they definitely wanted to get first and foremost.
Yeah, we can see that hover coming through from Massa, so excited to see that come through. Now, we also, interestingly, it's not a Loki ban. It's not Liger. Instead, it's an Adam ban. So that's very interesting coming through. Ultron as well being banned out. That's not much of a surprise. But yeah, the Adam Warlock is a very interesting ban coming through. Storm Protect. I'm excited to see how the Storm fares against this Punisher.
Yeah, well, look, Adam Warlock band makes sense. Guardian Revival team up, one of the most highly required team ups to get yourself some wins in the higher rank queues. The question is, has that been working for teams in MRC? And if it has, then there you go, the ban is there. Hela has been protected, as you said as well. It's going to be exciting to see some more Hela action. Storm as well will be the flyer here today. But I want to know, you know, Ultron out of the way, Torch out of the way, Storm's going to be flying free. Maybe do we see the Iron Man? Maybe to match the pace in the skies. Very rare pick, but you know, could cook. You know, it could do a lot of work.
I think it's also very interesting that Good Boy have decided to protect both the Punisher and the Hela. Generally, we only see one protect on one of them, as they like to teams generally like to run one sort of counter flying meta, you know, to a hero to play, you know, rather than playing both Hela and Punisher. You know, one hit scan kind of type vibe, and then play something else like an Iron Man. So it's fascinating to me that Good Boy has protected 2 hit scans, and they actually are considering running it, which I would love to see in action. Maybe they're banking on Axiom Japan running multiple flyers and being able to target all the flyers.
Axiom could definitely cook here with that composition. Rocket Raccoon going to give him some armor packs on the way out to defending Benin. The whole of the Alia. It's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds. Axiom does also have Axoleo on the Emma Frost. Emma Frost been protected here, not banned out. Going to be a big pick. V-Fire, of course, on the Emma Frost as well. So we're going to see some Emma on both sides. We're also going to see Neil and HK play the Magneto. Going to be cool to see Demacia as well on the Invisible Woman. Invisible Woman previously banned out quite a lot, so it's nice to finally see some Sue Storm. You know, it's going to be a good one. And then Luna Snow's there as well. Consistent, most desired strategist in all of Marvel Rivals that it is right now. So consistent, flagship character. Got some good songs as well. I'm ready to dance.
Luna Snow definitely, as you mentioned, a very commonly played strategist, and I wonder if, you know, there were no bans, would Loki or Luna Snow have the most played time? I'm sure it'll be extremely close, but in this game there are no Lokis at all, and we have now the attack coming through, of course, from Good Boy as they try to push onto point. It is, of course, being contested by Axiom Japan, where the Vanguards are getting dangerously low, but Proxies are the one that first picks up Massa onto the Punisher, which was the first protect. But now V-Fire also gets taken down. Good Boy falling to pieces now as the defense from Axiom Japan stands strong.
Ooh, there it is, the defense you want to see when we're on the whole of the Alia. It's going to be a strong defense right there, starting off from Axiom. It's going to be a tough one for Good Boy to move forward, but Boundary could be ready from Sue Storm. Could enable him the next fight. We could also see a Magneto Meteor being built up soon. Luna Snow ready with the Fate of Both Worlds in about 30%. It's going to be sustained in their path forward, but need to get some ultimates online from Massa. And of course, Hela is going to be able to cook some power, some damage is what we want to see. Punisher's got a turret ready. Punisher's ready with the Executioner. Trying to get into a good position to try to line it up and get Good Boy in the corner. We're going to see the absolute final Executioner kick off right now. And then it is going to get shut down by HK Mario on the Magneto, doing the work with the boundaries there, but Proxies is in the sky. Do we potentially see an Omega Hurricane to try and push back Good Boy? We're going to see Axiom play on the back foot right now, and looks like Good Boy going to keep himself sustained with aim high on the Luna Snow, hitting the Fate of Both Worlds, but the full Fate of Both all the worlds are going to be there to match with the Hurricane. There it is, the matchup right there. All the Lunas are dancing.
Oh, it's big!
And
It's
massive.
massive!
A double KO from Proxies on the store. Gonna try to send Hela down. We see a Meteor connect and catch the Hela out. There it is, the value right there, and a double for Neil on the Magneto.
Absolutely well played, both by Magneto with the Meteor and, of course, Storm with the Hurricane, the Mega Hurricane. It was absolutely amazing coming out from Axiom Japan. Coordination, but it was a costly coordination. Now they only have the AMER Frost ultimate online, while Good Boy have 3 ultimates. That's 1 ultimate compared to 3. So Axe and Japan have to play this very carefully if they want to try and stay in this. But Good Boy could maybe push forward here and push forward hard to try and get onto the point. 2 Vanguard ultimates and the Punisher Executioner ultimate available, but out comes instead Axlio's single solo ultimate available. They're going to control the minds of Good Boy, and they are going to be pushing forward still though with their own ultimates. Massa with the Punisher. 1, 2, 3, 4 to their name. Massa. Big gameplay coming out from them.
Ooh, the final judgment quadra KO from Massa right there, doing so much work, so much power, so much damage. Ooh, getting a pick on Proxies, getting a clean KO there from the Magneto, getting them the push, and we are finally into the convoy section of Hall of Dahlia. It's going to be a good one, seeing Good Boy, the squad push forward. It's going to be nice to see some momentum. Maybe we get to see the end of the map today. You know, in the previous series, we didn't really get to see the rest of the beautiful map, the great design in Wakanda, but the Galactic Empire is primed and ready to go, and we're going to see Axiom just the same, meet on the higher ground with Good Boy, and see how this next fight unfolds. And we're going to see Demacia with the boundary ready in the next fight. We're going to see a lot of presence coming from these strategists right now, coming up for Yokan as well with the Eternal Bond. Is probably going to give them the pace they need to get down this staircase and start to hold Good Boy on that choke that we know an entire team can be held on for up towards 5 minutes sometimes.
Wow.
We're going to see a lot of action happen. Let's see with the first
There
judgment.
it is. Yep, Judgment, as you mentioned, Gazely is the one popping it off, but out comes the boundary from Demacia to counter it, and it is countering it very good. There is more ultimates being used, of course. Eternal Bond from Fuyukan onto the floor to try and keep and push Axiom on the defense forward and try and get as much damage and positioning as possible. But it's a bit of a back and forth game, as now Axiom have fallen back a little bit to play with the turret. Good Boy pushing forward a little bit, but they have to be careful with all the damage coming through as they are trading fast. Gazelle taken out, but V-Fire also taken out. Meteor going down, trying to target, but with Cloak and Dagger as well as the Lunar Snow, it's going to go wide. And now comes a storm from Posey trying to find many damages, but this time it's not as going to be as big as last time, but it doesn't matter as Axel Leo on the AMER Frost gets many for their efforts.
Ooh, such power coming from an Omega Hurricane can shut down a lot of pushing power. We're going to see Axelia use the terrain, use the natural flotations from this map, allowing them to push forward and hold a bit of diamond form, dancing, going forward, pushing back. Good Boy putting on the back foot right now. Hela is ready to take to the skies. Same thing with the Punisher, ready to hit that final judgment again. The duelist power is ready for Good Boy. The question is, Axiom Japan with the Magneto Meteor, with the AMER Frost Sonic Seduction, is going to be enough to nullify that damage that is definitely coming in this next fight, as we see the Judge, the Jury, the Executioner wind it up right now, handling the Magneto. The Meteor connects her at the same time, but it doesn't matter because Massa's shredding forward, hitting a triple KO with the final judgment, and that's going to give them the push and power presence they need. Will Proxies be able to contest it in the last meter? And it looks like they're going to let that one flow through as they push into the final section.
Massive with 2 massive ultimates in a row. The judgment from the Good Boy is very formidable, very scary. And I think I would like to say as well, Good Boy have been counting and tracking, of course, when the strategist ultimates from Axiom are. Because both times Massive used the judgment, the ultimates from the sustained ultimates from Axiom were not available or not up. And with that, they were able to take down quite a few members and push forward. But out now comes Axelio trying to stop the team, stop Good Boy from pushing forward any further. And they're able to take down V-Fire. Big pick for them. Now the rest of the team are following Sid, pushing forward, trying to take ground, trying to take the convoy, taking Massa down with them as well.
Ooh, a bit of an overextension from Massa right there. But ooh, the same for Proxies as Hela pulls on forward with a bit of Demacia's aid right there. Invisible Woman can be an assassin at times when you least expect it with that pull. It's going to absolutely change your tide and put you on the back foot. And if you're not ready, you're going to get caught out just like Proxies was just then. We're going to see Hela move to the high ground for now, ready to take to the skies the next fight. Going to try to shut down that Punisher turret nice and early. Question is it going to be enough for them to take this first angle? AMER Frost holding it down in the front lines. Axel Leo so formidable with the diamond form, but the fate of both worlds drops from aim high, and we're going to meet with an Eternal Bond in the middle from Fuyukan, and both teams are going to get sustained and start up a brawl.
Big brawl indeed, but Massa takes up Fuyukan. That's one strategist from Axiom that had been taken out and is going to have to follow out with the fate of both worlds from Hippo. But Storm now being used from Proxy as well. It's a lot of battle, a lot of power, as you mentioned, from both teams being used. Now Hela from the skies rains down, but it's going to be taken out. Everything is being utilized, one after the other. But Good Boy is the one that's pushing forward. Now, Gazely, knowing that there are no strategist ultimates from the side of Good Boy left, will be using their judge and jury to try and take anything out, but it's not going successfully, as Neil is the one that falls from the Hella, from Good Boy. Gazely falls now too, and Massa still has that Punisher ultimate available for this last push, but 30 seconds left on the clock, and only a few meters left. It's going to go down to the wire, might go down to overtime as Massa takes down one more strategist. And with that, Good Boy end with 20 seconds in the time bank.
The Hella is so formidable, and when they just get unchecked, unrivaled, and unmatched, they're just gonna keep pushing forward. The pace was impeccable there by Good Boy. 20 seconds left. They don't even tap into overtime. They're feeling confident going forward. Now it's time to see how Axiom holds the ground and pushes forward themselves and try on their attacking phase. Going forward again, reminders. Adam Warlock is banned. No revival compositions here today.
Yep.
That also means no Ultron, no Rage of Ultron. Mantis is also shut down, no pocketing any, snipers or duels out there. Human Torch as well as gone. The most formidable flyers there are gone, which means Storm is going to take to the skies. But Storm's going to have a tough time because Hella's already obviously protected, and Hella's putting in the work. We've seen that for proxies. Question is now, with Aim High, with Hippo on the Lunar Snow, Fate of Both Worlds is there to nullify a lot of damage, shut down a lot of potential big ultimates that could lead to some triples, some quads. Question going forward for everyone is, does the tide change with a Doctor Strange on the screen now?
Yeah, Doctor Strange. We love seeing Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange Neil is on attack, so we might be seeing some interesting portals coming through to try and get that high ground, which I think is very important on this map of the whole of Gialia. I think it's fantastic to see some sneaky plays coming through from Neil. So 10 seconds and all will be revealed.
There it is right now. Let's see where Neil will position this first portal. Armor pack's ready to go, jetpack ready to go as well. Rocket Raccoon's going to be switching off back onto the strategist of choice. Lunar Snow invisible and ready for Axiom Japan portal on the high ground. Looks like Good Boy are on a different high ground. And let's see how this turret angle goes.
Oh, not
they
the
do
turret.
start the shred. And there it is, a battle of both Punishers. Who's going to get the value? Oh, Gazilli is taken down by the Hawkeye. Hawkeye's now on our screens today. Bit of action there. Bit of a regretful portal right there. It looks like we're going to switch to the Magneto. And we're going to just walk on to point the normal way that we should.
I do like seeing portal plays coming through. Sometimes it's very fun to see the big brain and meta play coming through, but this time it does go the way of Good Boy with the turrets, as you mentioned, and the shield, and not being able to protect Gazilli enough. But here we go, pushing through the choke point, pushing it through the higher ground to try and push Good Boy off the high ground, but it's unsuccessful. Massa, with all the damage in the world, takes down the Vanguard Axel Leo. Pushing forward, now taking down Neil. No Vanguard to the side of Axiom Japan, and they're going back to spawn if they can walk them. They may be sent there by Good Boy instead.
Can you hear that, Ricey? The pump action coming from Massa right there with the shotgun.
Beautiful.
So much work being put in, so much power down the line. You don't want to be in a corridor with Massa right now. Massa's fun, already ready again with a final judgment in the next fight. Ready to go. 2 minutes 42 on the clock. Ultimates are building up. Demacia is ready with the boundary already. Who's next to that? Probably going to see Fed of the Both Worlds coming from Hippo, coming from Aim High. Question is, who's going to match who? Who's going to get the ultimates first? Who's going to get value? Axiom going to go with a low ground, rotate around the sidelines here. Let's see if this angle is their choice to finally get some congestion going. We're going to see Magneto on the high ground, holding it down, giving Massa a nice shield to work with. Turrets set up in the backline from Gazilli right there. We're going to see Hawkeye line it up and start up that ultimate. Ooh, absolutely landed 100 charge, ready to go. There to aim at the Hella, and the Hella is taken down before she can even fire her first shot from the skies, because the Hawkeye, the Ronin, is putting in the work right there. Massa's going to set up the judgment right now. It's going to be met with a Fate of the Both Worlds. We're going to see some sustain going from Axiom right now, keeping him in the fight. Gazilli is on the back line right there. It's going to be a tough one, but the Judge Your Executioner from Gazilli is there this time around, and it's met with another Lunar Snow of their own this time, reversing the same tide, but the Magneto Meteor goes out, doesn't connect with anyone. The Fate of the Both Worlds is going to keep them boxed in, sustained, and ready to go, but a Sonic Seduction is going to loop them all in, and it's going to be in the tides of Axel Leo this time. But V-Fire might be ready there with a Sonic Seduction of her own. Hippo's taken down. Axel Leo gets Massa. That's going to turn the tides, capturing the point for Axiom right now as they are chugging along, and Good Boy on the back foot, but Demacia might portal?
There is a chance Demacia might portal, try and make it back in time, but they don't have much time, and it is unsuccessful. They will be switching off Doctor Strange and back onto, of course, Sue Storm. onto Invisible Woman, but we do have ourselves an exciting map on our hands. For 3.5 minutes, Axiom Japan able to cap that first point and push forward. Now remember, Good Boy was able to cap earlier in the first half with 20 seconds remaining, so Axiom Japan want to at least beat that and make it to the end with a lot more time to be able to get themselves a good chance. But a big flank coming up from Proxy secures themselves a lovely pick, a knockout onto Massa, who is now sent back to Sport. But another flank coming through, this time from V-Fire of the Vanguard, who also has Psionic Seduction available, trying to capture the minds of all of Axiom Japan with a massive flank, but will be in fact shot down by the other AMER Frost. And it's a bit of a back and forth, but look at the distance that Axiom Japan has already made. 75 meters and counting, and still just about 3 meters on the clock. Proxy's getting another pick, this time onto Hawkeye, and they're still pushing forward.
Oh yeah, they're going to keep pushing. They want that lead, remember? Good Boy did this with 20 seconds to spare. Axiom want to get way more on the board to spare so that when they can hit their attack again, they will have way more time to work it. Final judgment kicks off straight for the Hela this time, and they both try to ult each other, and we do see Neil get the pick on Massa. Hela gets sent down to the ground. We're going to see Aim High dance it up a storm. Gazelle is there with the power, with the shotgun, with the pump action, going forward, pushing forward, doing it up on the turret right now, shredding forward, but can't see anything as the boundary is set up, and the turret is not within the boundary. Gonna have to disable the turret, gonna have to regroup, gonna have to go for the judgment to try and get some power back on their side. We're going to see it push forward. We're going to see the Magneto cook. We're going to see this Panther trying to make it. 1.12 meters left. Will they get it? Gazelle shreds the HK Mario. That's going to be one. Gazelle gets picked off by the Magic this time. Magic is so exciting to see. Axelia on the AMER Frost getting a triple KO from the Queen herself. Woo! Clean. Proxies gets the final pick on Aim High. And it looks like Axiom Japan are ready to push into this third section.
They do. They are able to push forward, and they do have 3 minutes in their time bank at the moment. But of course, Good Boy want to try and capitalize and get rid of as much of that as possible. Try and make them at least match the 20 seconds. But Prezis now has the Goddess of Hell available for themselves. Neil also has Magneto Meteor M available for themselves as well. But on the other hand, Good Boy have nothing to counter, nothing in the ultimate bank to match Axiom Japan. Could be a little bit dangerous as now Proxies takes to the skies, raining damage from above, being able to do quite a bit of damage, but is quite far away from the rest of the team of Good Boy, so will cancel it out. But Neil, on the other hand, uses Meteor to try and get something. But even with the Showtime, it does actually go a little bit wide. Damacia getting a lot of damage, stays alive. The Showtime from Aim High keeps the rest of the team alive. Judge and Jury coming up from Massa, pushing forward, but is met by Hippo. Fate of both worlds. Damacia still has their boundary available, so does Ryukan. Turn out now as V-Fire pushes forward and takes the mines out from both teams, as Axelio also tries to steals people's minds away. The boundary is up now to protect from both teams. It is a mirror match of ultimates back and forth, but Bucky is where things start to change. Good boys, Bucky gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, is going for a 4th. Can they get it? Despite the invisibility, Neil has been targeted and taken out. Penta, a Hexa in the books, potentially is not going to happen. They back away, but a Penta for the side of Good Boys Bucky.
You gotta respect that. Knew they could potentially go for the Hexa, but they remembered they're not here to farm clips. They're here in MRC. This is their chance to keep them in the game, to keep them going right now. That is a wise decision from Good Boy right there to just, take the Penta, walk away, walk with confidence, know that they made some massive time back on the board. And going forward.
Oh, Massa
is going to be... Oh, Massa, sorry. Proxy's getting the pick right there. Going and taking him down right there. Massa taking out Proxies. There we go. Zipline to the higher ground. Trying to go for the other Punisher. Trying to nullify the damage. Oh, battle of the Punishers in a room away from their strategist. Who's going to get sustained. They're getting a little bit of healing, but, still a bit of a 1v1, we could say. Looks like they both respect each other, and they back off for now. Actually, no, shots are still going, but Fuyakan on the sidelines taking a HK Mario. Magneto being taken down by Invis Woman. Get back to your team. They need you. Stop 1v1ing in the side rooms. Action is happening right now. There is power. There are ultimates online. There is a lot going on. 45 seconds left for Axiom Japan. They do not want to take this in overtime. They need this with time to spare, but it looks like Good Boy are going to hold it down for the time being. Final Judgment ready. Magneto Meteor ready. Invisible Boundary ready to throw. And the Fate of both ready to go. And the Final Judgment from Gazelle kicks it off.
They kick it off, but out comes both boundaries and as well the Lunar Snow ultimate from Good Boy. That is a bit of an unfortunate mistake as both support strategies were used from Good Boy. And now out comes the Grand Show from Hippo. And with this, they have the advantage. And you can see the advantage take place. But look at the time. 10 seconds left on the clock. Good Boy have done what they needed to do. They have taken more time than Axiom. But Bucky now on Roxy's goes forward. Takes down a one for Yukon doing the deed. But overtime now achieved. Can they touch? They do touch. But will Good Boy be able to continue this fight with no ultimate to their name? And just hopes and dreams and battles as Gazely now opens up a portal, tries to get closer, able to knock out multiple two members, going for more. This KOs one after the other is going in the favor of Axiom Japan in overtime. With 0 seconds to spare, they will be able to take down one more and be able to claim this convoy at 0 seconds.
Yep, making it through. That does mean, you know, they didn't get the lead they needed, but they still made it through, still in the fight, still some time on the board, 1 minute for their favor against 124. Of course, Good Boy. It's going to be an interesting one to see how it all unfolds. Do we see some change of the compositions right now? You know, that Doctor Strange at the end, a dire ditch effort, and it paid off. It allowed them to push through and get that victory, give them some sustain, allow their team to regroup with that bit of pressure, and of course, shut down Good Boy and put them in the corner, put them back in their spawn and not allow them to contest. Now, going forward, Lunar Snow is still optimal right now. We're going to see Aim High and Hippo run the Lunar Snow again. We're definitely always going to see that be positioning, but I see the magic being hovered. Do we see magic actually set the stage and maybe join the fight? But Hawkeye was a prominent pick early on in the round, so it'd be good to play the Hawkeye once again.
I do like the Hawkeye Ice Arrow combination with the Lunar Snow as well. I haven't been able to spot it yet in a fight, but I'm sure it's being used because I think that's a very exciting team up that Good Boy can utilize in this matchup at the moment. I also do wonder, you know, yes, Good Boy were able to get 20 seconds, but your Axiom Japan looks extremely strong as well. It feels like a bit of a mirror match as well with, you know, as you mentioned, the back line coming through, the strategists being a mirror match with Lunar Snow and Invisible Woman, but also the front line, the Vanguard. It's really just that one duelist that's a bit different, because also the Punisher matchup is exciting to watch too between Massa and Gazely.
There it is right now, pushing forward. Power is absolutely climbing right now with the lineup, with the Good Boy squad, taking the high ground, early defense now, positioning with the Punisher, with the Magneto, holding it down. You know, bunker composition definitely can be considered there as a label, but we're going to see them rotate to the other high ground right now. Massa again, Terraform ready to go, straight in through Axiom's forward push right now, but Gazely spots him and he's going to start throwing some shots back and shut down that turret. Going forward, Rice, what are we thinking? How are they going to take this with only 20 seconds left?
Yeah, not much time left for Axiom Japan. They really have to touch that point as soon as they can, and they are able to touch the control point, but it's going to be a very difficult fight for themselves as out comes the Hawkeye, able to get a massive shot onto Neil. That's a Vanguard down. Without a Vanguard, how do you have enough health to be able to stay on point? Now Gazely foes as well, and it looks like it's going to be ending just there. No overtime for the side of Axiom Japan, and with that it could end in a potential draw with 1 minute 20 for Good Boy to try and cap.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
There it is right there. Ooh, that is interesting. That is interesting. Not even able to get a bit of capture, a bit of overtime. It's gonna be a tough one going forward, but you know, only map 1 for now for this series. Could be anyone's game going forward. Remember, it's a best of 5. Stakes are high. MRC. Those who know, you win this, you're one of the top 2 teams in this, you're going straight to MRI stage 2. That's right. So the stakes are high. It's a big path to victory, and definitely a path into MRI and to the grand finals at the end of the year. The question going forward for these teams is going to be one. Have we seen a draw yet, Bryce? Have we seen a draw?
At least in MR OCE from memory, I have not seen a draw, and I cannot from the life of me remember any other MRI draws in the other regions, but I could be wrong. There could be one that I've missed. There could also be, of course, on some unbroadcast games before, you know, with like the open qualifiers for MRI. There could have been a draw there too, but to my knowledge, I haven't remembered any draws.
I'll tell you what, draw is not a good thing for either team. That's mathematically one more map that you just can't win out of a best of 5 series. So you need to take any chance you got. Right now, It's in Good Boy's hands on attack. All they need is 1/3 of this capture point right here. The question is, are they gonna take, sorry, 2/3, I apologize, to take this back and to get themselves their first map win? That is the question here. Pushing forward, Demacia on the Invisible Woman pushing forward as
I
well.
think you're right. 1/3.
1/3, 2/3?
1/3. Just one tick.
1/3.
1/3.
One tick.
That's
They
all
only
they
need
need.
one tick.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I was looking at it backwards.
You were looking at it backwards. It's all good. A 1/3 indeed. It's only just a short fight, as you mentioned, with only also 50 seconds now left. Good Boy making their way to the point. Able to take that Gasly though. It's going to be quick. A very quick battle, Liger.
Very quick battle indeed, and Axiom have lost 1, 2, 3, 4 of their members. 5 goes down. It's
That's
only
quick.
Hippo, and there it is, and it's a capture claimed and victory for Good Boy on map 1 in Hall of the Alia. Feeling confident going into this series.
Very confident. I mean, confident as you can be in a map that went down to the wire. Both teams were able to cap, but I mean, Good Boy were able to cap with 20 seconds extra, and that 20 seconds extra could have made a fairly big difference, but really well played on that attack from Good Boy. Massa, I must say, no surprise about Massa getting MVP.
Couldn't expect anything less from Massa on the Punisher. The final judgment is crazy. Good Boy taking map 1 in this series. Axiom Japan did show some competitive nature. I will say it wasn't as one-sided as we saw in our last series between the two teams, so it's going to be exciting to see how these teams go in this series going forward. HK Mario again on the Magneto is a big standout in my opinion, following suit, giving Massa so much power to be enabled forward. But V-Fire, Emma Frost protected, wise protect right there, good decisions, good power from Axel Leo there on the Emma Frost, but it just turns out they couldn't match the pace from V-Fire's Emma Frost. And of course, the strategist doing the work, the Lunar Snows, SVP from Hippo, makes sense, honestly. Aim High was there just as much with the Fed of Both Worlds. Anytime we saw Hela or Punisher try to pop those ults, nullified so much sustain pouring out from the Fed of Both Worlds, shutting down all that damage, putting in the work as we're dancing and listening to the amazing music from Lunar Snow.
I must say as well that Punisher, the amazing plays coming out from, of course, the Punisher from Good Boy was absolutely amazing. Like the Penta KO and the discipline and not to go for the Hexa. I don't know about you, but I would not have that amount of discipline. But let's look at these highlights as well, especially watching out on Massa 1, 2, 3, and 4 to open up the map. But of course, there are more plays coming up for Massa here, another triple. But on top of that, remember that Penta later on in the map.
Woo, so much power coming from Massa on the Punisher. This spot right here was when I woke up to Massa's Punisher right here. Absolute shot for shot on the shotgun, pushing forward, putting him on the corner, putting him into work, and reminded him who's the alpha over here, putting it massively through the power. Actually, Leo, though, big presence on the Emma Frost right there. Get some doubles, get some triples, absolute diamond formation, but there it is. Here we go. The Kraken impact, going once, going twice, going thrice. Maybe that's a Hippo right there. Then we go second for your can. And will it be going for the Hela? Yes, it did get the Hela, the quad. And of course, we did see the Penta did happen on Magneto. We're not going to get the Hexa, but maybe it's a warm-up. Maybe we might see it in our next map.
True, this is a best of 5. This was only the first map, but the duelist from Good Boy Massa and of course the Hawkeye and Bucky was absolutely phenomenal from them. They played absolutely amazingly, and with that we do see them winning the first map, though it was so close. I'm excited to see how, of course, Axiom Japan changed things up in this next map, because how close it was could have been coming down to the picks and bans and protects. It really sometimes it felt like it went quite down to the wire, but we will be finding out what will be happening in the next map right after this break, so we'll see you guys soon.
I'll be long.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are?
We are in the middle of an exciting, close, competitive match between Axiom, Japan, and Good Boy, and it went right down to the wire to only like 20 seconds of difference in that first round, but Good Boy capped that final point, taking themselves one map up in this best of 5 series. But we have so many more maps to go through. It is a best of 5. We could go the full distance between these two teams, and I feel like it's pretty likely, Liger.
Oh, 100% very likely. It could be anything back and forth. I like that it was a lot more competitive than map 1 in our previous series today. It's going to be a good one to see going forward. This is, again, upper bracket. All right? Nobody wants to get knocked down. Nobody wants to go to lower bracket, because when you're in lower bracket, one loss away and you're out of the MRC championship and you're out of the running to potentially get into MRI and into the grand finals after that. But these teams, the game is still young, the set is still young. We're going to get into map 2 very soon. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. I'm curious to see what kind of map are we going to go into.
Ooh. We are going on to Hell's Heaven. It's domination once again, which is a bit more exciting in this way because these two teams are so evenly matched. I'm expecting overtime fight after overtime fight after overtime fight, like we had on the previous map of Convergence. But this one is going to be different. It's going to be a more even map. But look at those other Jeff hovers.
Ooh, the Jeff action would be amazing. I gotta say it. Has everybody seen the new Jeff skin coming out in season 3?
Oh, the symbiote one is so cute.
Ooh, that comic book run was amazing. I'm glad we're getting that skin again. I'm glad we're getting all these new skins coming out in season 3. Phoenix is coming out. So much content is coming out. It's so exciting. But the end of season 2.5 is going to be celebrated in MRC this weekend. So we're going to see the torches, we're going to see Magneto, we're going to see so much action. Massa hovering the Spider-Man. Are you teasing us, mate? Are we going to see the Massa Spider-Man? That's what I want to know.
You did mention you wanted to see a Spider-Man, and on top of that, it is a Lord Spider-Man. I love getting these little sneak peeks onto whether or not these are players that are specialists in these certain heroes with these Lords icons. And we can see Massa is a Lord in the Spider-Man, HK Mario also a Lord on the Magneto, so we could potentially be having those two play those exciting heroes, of course. But Spider-Man is protected! It's protected, Liger.
Oh, protecting Peter Parker. Now we're talking. Emma Frost banned out as well. Iron Man's banned out as well. Okay, that actually makes me sad. I want to see some Iron Man, but we're going to find out what this final ban is coming from Good Boy. What's it going to be? What are they going to ban that's going to absolutely enable some Spider-Man action? No more could get banned out. Some anti-dive could be focused out right now. We might not see. Oh, Emma's already gone. My apologies. Does Magneto survive this banning phase? That is the question.
Yeah, Magneto, Emma, the two Vanguards that get banned quite often. It's going to be an Ultron ban. Not too surprised about that, but I'm very curious about what sort of composition Good Boy are aiming for and what they're expecting Axiom Japan to be pulling out as well. They did protect the Punisher. No surprises there, because we did see really good work from both Gazelli and, of course, Massa on the Punisher, but maybe this is a bait, because, you know, Massa hovering the Spider-Man.
Ooh, true. I'm not going to get my hopes up, but what I will say is I like seeing some Loki. The Must on the Loki this time around. Hip O might be on the Penny Parker as well. It's going to be probably start us off, maybe get some packs going with the Rocket Raccoon. As we know, the armored nests are there. They can provide a lot of damage. That team up is very much a disaster composition to face, especially in close quarters maps like Hell's Heaven going forward on domination mode. Having that Penny Rocket team up, of course, the Armored Nest, the Armored Spider Nest can do a lot of damage, a lot of pain. But for now, we're going to see as teams are 20 seconds away, we're going to see what combinations, what, confirmations we're going to see walking out of the spawn door. Will we see some Jeff Nader? Will we see the Spider-Man actually stay? Are we going to see Strange? We're probably going to see Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange is probably a surefire pick. But that Frost Arrow, I know you want to see that one, Ricey. That might be walking out the door.
We've seen Frost Arrow, or at least we've seen the team up previously in the previous maps as well, but excited to see it again here. I think it's so fantastic to see the Hawkeye from Good Boy. It's fantastic to watch, but I'm more excited, I like you, I'm sure, like, about this Spider-Man from Massa. We haven't really seen Spider-Man much at all, if at all, in MRI Oceania, which is where we have been casting quite a lot of our times, but it's exciting to see here now in Pacific MRC. Kidnap coming through from Gazelli. Able to kidnap one member, but they're able to get away. Massa just sneaking and sliding through, but not actually able, as Proxies does take them down. Playing, of course, the Punisher, as we mentioned before. And now with the turret setup, it's going to be doing quite a lot of damage onto the members of Good Boy. Axiom Japan claiming this point first up.
Yep, having that power, having that high ground, certified lockdown. You also got to mention, I feel like I'm watching Ground Zero Gaming a little bit here with the Wolverine and Groot frontline. That is so reminiscent of their playstyle right there. It's such performance, such excellence when it comes to the close calls of this map. Ooh, big kidnap around the map, around the loop in the middle of the map, and that's Proxy's getting a pick on V-Fire there. That is going to be exactly what you want right there. So much pressure, so much power. Right, so what are we thinking about Massa falling off the map there, but taking Fury with it?
I think that was a bit of a sneaky play coming up from Massa that didn't quite go their favor, but it was fantastic to take out one of course, the strategists that were in the middle of an ultimate. But out comes the judgment execution of Funplugs to try and do more damage, but HK Mario with a double meteor, down, dunk, and slam, and now doing some more damage with more primary attack to try and take out more members. Good Boy able to now flip the point into their hands. 41% for Axiom in Japan, and Good Boy now counting upwards.
Honestly, Massa going off the map there might have been the value right there, taking, Hippo out of the fight, taking Luna Snow out of the picture, nullifying sustain. That meant they did not have a strategist ultimate ready online for them. Loki wasn't even close. Loki's getting close now, so that did give Good Boy time to put Axiom on the back foot here and get some percentage on the board. But going forward, we're going to see high ground being present by Good Boy right now. V-Fire potentially going for the dropping in Naga. And it connects with 1, 2, 3, 4. Majority of the Loki clones going to put them in a bit of a back corner there. I feel like the rest of the team didn't follow up on that one right there. But, we're going to see Proxies and, of course, Gazelli pushing forward, taking out V-Fire, putting that Strange down. down after a well-timed Agamotto, but it just wasn't followed up on.
You're right, it wasn't followed up on, but it was enough to delay them a little bit. Able to now get on 46% in the middle of the point, but so much action happening as all the ultimates using back and forth. KO coming up on Massa on the Spider-Man, going in now with a web spin, going into 1, 2, 3 people, going for more. Now Good Boy able to keep control of the point, even with the I Am Agamotto not being followed up with. The rest of the team were able to follow up on the other members, taking out the Axiom Japan, keeping control of the point. V-Fire now, though, we've noticed, it's switched over to Captain America.
I just gotta say, I love enjoying a bit of Spider-Man POV with the new Future Foundation skin, looking good, looking sharp. Ready to roll with the fantastic presence. Again, that spectacular spin earlier, that was such high value, absolutely shutting them down. No strategist else to nullify that damage, and Massa just could go in unchecked. But right now, speaking of unchecked, we are seeing that percentage chugging up along. We're gonna see Proxies hit the final Judgment Star, shredding them forward. It's gonna be met with the Fate of Both Worlds from Lunar Snow, starting us off. Going forward, Loki runes are going to be set up as well. Giving him sustain, giving him power. Another Fate of the Both Worlds drops this time from Aim High is going to be shut down. Hippo is going to be there to push it. Massa getting the pick, taking Magneto into the lava pits right there. That's the Spidey action you want. Taking him out, taking him down. Wolverine's getting picked by one there. Hawkeye gets to pick the overtime, sticking off, and 99% has been achieved. We're going to see Groot try to contest, but he's shut down by Hawkeye right there. Axelia falls. Overtime ticks out. Does Axiom Japan show signs of life and make it a point? They do not. And Good. Oh, the portal almost made
so
it.
close.
But Good Boy do capture round 1 of Super Soldier Factory on Hell's Heaven right there with, honestly, a bit of Spider-Man shenanigans, I'll tell you that.
I can see why they picked Spider-Man on this map with the lava right there. It's quite easy to, you know, pull people off the edge, and Massa looked flawless doing that. While in the middle of the fight, I could just see the body of the poor Vanguard Neo falling off the edge, and I was like, oh no, is he gonna make it? And he fell down right into the lava, and Massa survived. It was absolutely phenomenal to watch. A few peeks from Massa on the Spider-Man, but I must say, it's not just a Spider-Man show. We are, you know, excited to see Spider-Man because we haven't really seen Spider-Man that often on broadcast in general, and that's why we're excited. But the rest of Good Boy are performing absolutely phenomenally as well.
Ask Achilles.
Woo! That is the power coming forward from such a strong composition right there. Good Boy feeling confident with round 1. The Spider-Man is still walking out the door. Hold on, not alone, because we're going to go with Spider-Man from Queens. We're going to bring Captain America from Brooklyn as well. We're going to represent New York right now. V-Fire's on the cap this time. We're going to see a double dive composition coming out from Good Boy right now. The backline of Axiom are going to feel the brunt of it as we see these dive behemoths pushing forward. We're going to see Groot again from Axelia right now. Try to wall them off early. Try to set up those ironwood walls. You know, bring them forward, push the power. Dawn Slash walls are going to be set up just as well, and we're going to see the power pushing off. V-Fire is there to hold him down. Goes straight for his best friend Bucky. Gets taken down by the shot from Hawkeye. Gazelia returns the favor, taking out Aim High. Is into the Berserker Rage, 100% on fire right now. Feeling the rage, feeling the dancing power that Fuya can be there to sustain them with. Bryce here, what are we thinking? How? Oh, never mind. Hawkeye gets taken down. I was thinking another shot might have set up another pick there.
It's a bit back and forth. There's also Hippo now has fallen down, but it's Damasha, the Vanguard that falls. But Massa popping off with the spider spin web, trying to turn things around, but still, neither team have managed to be able to cap the point. It's still in a bit of a stalemate. Massa back on the point now, tries to take down Neo, is successful with a bigger punch to the face, but 25 HP has to try and run away. In the meantime, though, V-Fire has been taken out. Now HK Mario also goes back to spawn. Bit of a stun arrow coming out onto Axelio. Ice Arrow, I believe, is massive in the hands of the Hawkeye, of Good Boy, but finally Axiom Japan take control of the point.
I feel like we've been fighting for 5 minutes before a team finally captured the point for now. Now we can get started. Now we can get into action. Ultimate's coming online right now. Hawkeye's going to be pushing away from the Groot right there. Axelia on the back foot right now. I see a lot of potential going forward. Hawkeye's ready again with that ult. Ooh, almost gets taken down. But of course, Hawkeye, you know, it's going to come forward. It's going to do a lot of pain, a lot of damage, a lot of poking power, of course. But once we get that Hunter Sight going off, it's going to be a big pick. Hold on a minute.
It's quite massive, and now as he again Kraken going hard for Proxies, but of course it is countered by the fate of both the worlds. But Axiom Japan have more ultimates in their sleeves, and he again does get triggered, doing so much damage. Double KO coming up from Axelio. It's beautiful to watch Axiom Japan pushing forward and keeping control of the point, but now a portal here, Liger.
Ooh, a portal from V5 right now directly onto point to give him some contestation, or maybe onto the high ground. Hold on, they see someone up there. Bucky's having a little bit of trouble right now. Proxy's on the back foot. Does manage to regroup with their team right now. They know they're up there. Good boy setting up. Groot's ready to go. We do see Fiocan ready with the Loki ultimate ready to go. The copy, the mischievous one that could definitely spice things up, of course. We're going to see how it all turns out. A nice bit of Seraphim shielding there onto the Punisher turret. But Gazzelli's in the backline shredding him up through the runes of Loki. He's going to get 100% charged up right there. We're going to see him immediately charge up. Bullet landed with anybody. A bit of a deflect from the Hawkeye right there. Clean it for you, can out of there. Then the Fate of both worlds is set up on here. Nagamoto in the back right there. Gets Gazzelli down. That's the power you need to shut down Wolverine's momentum. Massa gets a double KO. Taking out there. Taking out Hippo and Excelia. That's a triple. That's the Quadra. Final judgment from Massa. Stop mucking around on Spider-Man. Get on the Punisher and get to business.
Hang on, Liger, I didn't even see Massa switch off Spider-Man. I was watching the fight. So Massa manages to switch off of Spider-Man onto Punisher and get their ultimate within like one fight there. Either way, I've just got so distracted by the actual fight, I didn't notice it, but that is insane value coming up from Massa. Speaking of insane value, big kidnap coming up from Gazzelli. Onto the enemy team, but not able to commit into taking down a player just yet. But looking at the ultimates, Good Boy able to cap the point, and they needed to cap it, but all the ultimates used, it means they have nothing for this next fight. In the meantime, Axiom able to take down Massa, and now copying, Fiocan copying Lunar Snow to be able to walk forward with the fate of both worlds. So much utility, so much power coming up from Axiom Japan. They are here to retake this point, and they will be taking it in quite a flashy fight.
Ooh, they're going to be contesting it just a little bit longer, but it's going to be enough. We're going to see the Kraken Impact delayed reset actually get themselves that nice unofficial quad right there. Proxy's clearing house. Hippo getting the last pick on HK Mario, and looks like Axiom Japan get their capture back 90% right now. Do a Good Boy make it? We're going to see a Captain America go for the final dash, the final freedom charge. Will they make it? Going forward. Is anyone contesting? I do believe there is. Captain America does make it around the fight. Proxies is there. We're going to see a bit of enabling right now going forward from Axiom Japan right there. Using the group powers, the Thorn slash walls to shut him down. We're going to see overtime tick off. Meteor connecting onto Massa, taking him down. Fate of both worlds coming forward from Hippo right there. That's going to be setting him up with a bit of sustain. Going into this final fight, we're going to see overtime ticking over, ticking down, ticking forward as we see Proxies with the uppercut taking out Demacia. Neil picks off the Hawkeye. Another shot from Proxies. Overtime's ticking down. It looks like a tough fight for Good Boy. They're not going to be able to hold it down, but the unrivaled Captain America tried to stall as long as they could, and Axiom Japan do take round 2 on Hell's Heaven, giving us a 1-1 finally. Let's get competitive out here.
Oh my goodness, competitive is definitely the name of this series. We saw the first map as well being extremely close, where the two teams, went down to the second round to like basically overtime, 20 seconds on the clock for one team, overtime for the other, and Good Boy was able to just barely claim that map in that second half, but Axiom Japan able to fight back in this round, being able to claim now one round for themselves, as you mentioned, 1-1. It's so exciting. But looking at the ultimates coming into this one, it's going to also be somewhat even as well, with Good Boy having 2 ultimates just around the corner, and Axiom Japan also having 2 ultimates around the corner. Wait, the switch off.
Ultimates. Ooh. Do we see the Lord of Thunder? A bit of V Thunder action maybe? Change it up a little bit, bring some Thor. That'd be exciting.
Definitely exciting indeed. Masso 96% with the Punisher ultimate, but V5 opting to switch off onto Thor now, 50%. So only one ultimate on the side of Good Boy, but I'm excited to see how this goes. It feels like it's a very different playstyle coming through from Good Boy.
Going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds now. Their turn to bring out the Wolverine, of course, going to change the pace, change the face that they normally walk forward with. Oh,
the kidnap is massive! It's massive, and Grid goes dangerously low. We'll be able to survive just barely as the runes from Loki are able to keep them up and sustained. But now comes all the support, strategist ultimates as to support the rest of the team as Fiocan copies Lunar Snow, able to stay alive, keep the team alive, but not for long as Gazzelli also takes one for themselves. But the kidnaps coming back and forth. The poor Vanguard being targeted here and there, but it is going to be Axiom Japan that are falling faster and quicker than Good Boy.
So much power coming forward from what could be that Wolverine, and there it is. So much power. Even though they're not with them in the fight right now, they did set it up and start it up. Take down Axiom's Vanguard presence in the front line. Massa's on the Punisher. Don't remind everybody. Massa's on the high ground, setting up the turret. What else would the Punisher do? I love the sound effects of this skin. So amazing.
Yeah, and I love the sound of the bullets as well. That sounds really good. As you mentioned earlier when we heard the pump action, being able to get 1, 2, 3, 4, it sounded so good earlier.
Woo. Melodious and methodical at the same time. That's the way the Punishers are. Oh, big slamming down from the Wolverine right there, taking it forward the last stand. We're gonna see Wolverine hit that 100 berserk right now. V-Fire brings the Royal Thunder down on Neil and Fuyukan in the backline. Damasi gets the pick on Gazelle right there. Proxy's getting another pick right there. That's gonna be a 1-to-1 there for the Bucky right there. But it's gonna be a tough fight for Axiom to try and contest. Good Boy still close on the board. 50% percentage gain for them right now. Feeling confident as, you know, Axiom did pour, you know, 1-2 ultimates into that fight, and they hold it down by only using 2 of their own as well. A 2-for-2 trade, that's good value. And Axoleo is here on Captain Flinter in the shops now. Everybody get it while you can. And Proxy's in the back line with the cracking impact and hitting it on Demacia right there. Double taking out Massa. Do we see another reset? Oh no! Caught out by the Wolverine! Just when you think the resets were going, Wolverine's there to shut it down, but it's just not enough for them. As Fuyukan gets a big Neil gets a double, taking out V-Fire right there. And just when you thought Good Boy had momentum, Axiom bring her back, shutting them down.
That feels like this is exactly what the rest of the series will look like as well. Well, Good Boy wins a few fights, then Axiom turn around and take control again, and then it flips once again. And you can see that with the points, we can see that with the scoreline as well. 70% though for Good Boy. So Axiom Japan do have to hold on to this point for quite a while, but they're dealing quite a lot of damage at the moment to Good Boy, building up all those ultimates. In the meantime, Axoleo did take down one of the members of Good Boy with a bit of a flank coming through, a bit of a sneaky positioning from Axoleo, but so are Good Boy thinking that too. V-Fire switching over to the Thing, by the way, Liger.
Ooh, don't get me excited. We're out here on Bang 3. It's about time to get haymaking. That is exactly what I want to see right now. Proxy's out here with the shots taking out Demacia, clean and concise with it. And Magneto Meteor is charging up. Will it crash down on anybody for now? Looks like we're going to see the Fate of Both Worlds. Shut down potential for a bit of damage right there. Fuyukan also dancing away. A double Fate of Both Worlds right there. It's a Fate of all 4 worlds today. And another cracking impact from Proxy.
It's massive, absolutely massive, Liger. Going hard into the backline. Able to take down, aim high, but only really able to take down 1. But it's still enough to do quite a lot of damage, as now Demacia has to pop the Loki ultimate to put on a show as a Lunar Snow and to keep the team alive. But Axiom Japan still have control of the point. Out comes the portal as well from Neil to try and get to the point to keep this fight, keep this dream alive. They want this map. They want to bring this series to a 1-1. As assembling has been triggered by Axoleo from the Captain America of Axiom Japan. 88% and counting. They're so close to overtime as Gasly does amazing work on the Wolverine, slashing and dashing in the back line, pushing lots of air damage and effort. But Proxy, I swear they're just ahead. Impact, just the last fight, and it's going again and again.
Again and again, we're getting dangerous as overtime sticking out. Does anybody hit the contestant? And it's over. There it is. There's your contestant. Hell's Haven has been captured. And there it is, Eldritch Monument as well. There it is. Wow, that was such a long fight. But they get it. They get themselves map all on the board.
They do. Axiom Japan give themselves 1 map on the board, bringing the series to a 1-0. I am excited to see what happens in the rest of this series because we have a banger on our hands. Fuyukan with the MVP, looking good and strong on that Loki, being able to support the team, and of course with amazing copy ultimates, being able to sustain everyone. And look at that heals coming through from both teams, of course, but it's absolutely amazing. MVP for Yukon, 49,000 healing.
So much sustain pouring out from the Lunas, especially, and the Lokis. Pretty much the same thing. Look at that. They're almost like 40k each. My goodness, sorry, 46k from aim high. So much power, so much sustain, and that's literally why that went so long. We had an almost 14-minute round of domination on Hell's Haven. 14 minutes. We're talking about convoy map times. Crazy, impactful, beautiful gameplay. I wish we could have seen the Thing earlier. I wish we could have also seen Spider-Man persist, but ultimately the switch to Punisher was definitely the move by Massa, but it just wasn't enough to get them this round win. I think Fuyukan was confident in their counter picks, bringing out the Axoleo, Captain Clintar definitely shut down what could have been a valuable Punisher. For those who don't know, I honestly think the same. Whenever I'm dealing with the Punisher, I bring out the Captain America. I feel like he's one of the best Vanguards there to just stop him when he's a turret mode, get behind him, annoy him, do a lot of different, distractions, and actually shut down what could be a valuable Punisher.
Yeah, Punishers are very valuable in this entire series. We saw proxies pop off, we saw a massive pop off as well earlier, but of course the Spider-Man was exciting to watch, being able to get quite a few picks, and I loved watching it. I do not understand completely the Punisher switch later on in the entire map.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, and of course we've got to mention the Hawkeye.
Yes.
So much power coming from Good Boys Hawkeye right there. Doing a lot of work, doing a lot of damage, shutting down a lot of what could have been a potentially dangerous time if the Loki was unchecked in the backline. But Hawkeye was there to land some shots, take the long range, and put them down and out. And Massa, of course, there again, I believe this was the Quadra that potentially came from Massa right there. So confident with it, so powerful with it. So much power can come from a really unchecked Punisher. Right now, going forward, bans, picks, very important going forward. Change it up a bit, I think, going forward. We need to see something spicy. Emma Frost was, I believe, banned that last round, if I double check and correct myself, which means we might see Emma grace the field again. Loki was protected, maybe not again.
Yeah, excited to see what they bring out, whether or not they'll be banning and protecting different things coming into this next map, because this is so close, it is so competitive, and these two teams really have to think really hard on how they want to take an advantage since they're so closely matched. But we'll have more Marvel Rivals for you after the short break, so we'll see you guys soon.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are setting up for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. We see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. And now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside
welcome back to one of the most competitive series we have seen on RC Pacific. I say that we've only really seen one series before this, but it is super competitive between Axiom Japan and Good Boy. Excited to see them go 1-1. What's going to happen in this third map, Liger?
1-1 so far. Ooh, a bit of a tiebreaker map. Change the tide a bit, give someone the lead. That's the goal here. We've seen some convergence. We've seen some domination. Probably going to see convoy going into this next one. Exciting to see, of course. The team that just lost are going to be picking the map and choosing between attack and defense, of course, and stuff like that. They're probably going to be going for attack. Now, going into this next matchup, I potentially would love to see Spider-Man again. However, I feel like we might take to the skies a little bit. You might let the Ultron pass through. You might see Human Torch see the light of day again. But for now, we're going to see going into these next bands how it's all going to unfold ultimately in MRC in the Pacific region. It's going to be exciting to see. Massa hovering a widow. How many specialists is Massa got right here? I also see an Iron Fist hover. That could be interesting to see some Iron Fist gameplay.
I also agree, like Gasly as well. Another hover on the Star-Lord. As you mentioned, lots of specialists, lots of lords coming through in these two teams. They're excitingly strong on so many different heroes, and you can see that coming through from both teams as they're able to basically play a variety of compositions.
A variety of compositions. What I would like to see is a variety of haymakers. Give me some thin gameplay. Get in there. Give me some action. Give me some power. Punisher Protect is going to definitely be certified and locked in. We know where that's going to be going. A question: protecting the Punisher, interesting. I thought they would actually ban it out this time around, but they did beat Master's Punisher, so maybe they're feeling confident going forward. We'll see how it goes on. Ultimate, sorry, let me correct myself.
Yeah.
They are protecting the Punisher again for Massa. Good choice by Good Boy. Let me check myself again. Hippo hovering, fantastic. I've seen Hippos fantastic in previous tournaments. I would actually like to see this happen again. It would be really exciting to see. Iron Man ban. I literally just asked for some Iron Man gameplay and he's banned out of here. Come on.
You just can't get what you want, apparently, Liger. But we do see a Human Torch protect. So we are doing some flying. It looks like Axel wants to do some sort of flying hero meta. But they don't want to verse or have an Iron Man in it. It's also interesting because, when we see Ultron, we do sometimes see the Iron Man combination with it, but we often don't as well. So I'm not sure if the Ultra Protect is going to be a Hela Protect instead. And wondering whether or not the next one may be a flying hero ban.
Now again, we are here in our second round of the upper bracket. Stages 4 MRC in the Pacific region. These final bans on each side are going to be deciding who's going to get their lead in this second series matchup today between Axiom Japan and Good Boy. It was a woman banned out again. Sue Storm always seems to be very commonly a last ban in MRC so far today. We're going to see this final ban coming from Axiom Japan. 10 seconds left on the clock. Who are they going to shut down? And it is the good friend Groot out of here.
With a Wolverine band as well and Groot, that combination that we did see earlier is not going to be viable in this map. But as well, I do like how Good Boy are very confident on both the Hela and Punishers. They want to protect both of them coming in. And they're actually going to be playing the Human Torch, though, instead from Good Boy.
Human Torch. Okay. Star-Lord can actually shut down a Human Torch, in my opinion. And that does mean, if you've noticed, Adam Warlock, Mantis, and Star, that's right, the Guardians of the Galaxy are here, and so is that Faded Guardian Revival team up. That is in effect. If it's walking out spawn doors, that is in effect here on Yggdrasil Path. It's going to be a good one. I can't wait to see how it unfolds. Beautiful map, great vibes, good times, guaranteed and certified. This map, I see, we've seen a lot of different things happen. It's going to be a good one.
It is going to be a good one. It's going to be exciting. If the last two maps are anything to, base this on, we know the minimum is going to be a very competitive, close map between Good Boy and Axiom Japan. Because, it's been so good so far. And I love this map as well. It's such a gorgeous, gorgeous map.
3, 2.
Oh, what a beautiful map. Now, what I want to know, doors are opening. The pace is quickening. Here we go. Proxy's on the high ground, getting the cover shut down and out. We're going to see Demacia on the Loki, putting in the work, setting up. As we know, this map, it's Loki's hometown. we got to be real here. Loki's going to set up some of those clones directly onto the car behind the ghosts in the carriage, and they're just going to land shot for shot, give the team sustain, do a little bit of damage, and Proxy gets the pick on V-Fire there. Early KO starting.
early.
So Proxy's potentially going for the double KO right now. Star feeling confident, shifting into a triple. Neil takes up the pick right there. That's the feeling destroying for the KOs right there. We're going to put Good Boy back into spot as Axiom Japan win their first defense and hold their first corner of Yggdrasil path nice and clean. Barely any casualties.
Barely any casualties, as you mentioned. Axiom Japan going quite aggressive, and it is rewarded them with quite a bit of time taken away. That's a whole minute immediately gone from Good Boy. But Massa now being able to get a flank onto Gazelle, taking down that Adam Warlock, which we saw earlier. It does get the resurrect, of course, has that passive available, but goes on to Gazelle again, who's still out of position. Now they are one less strategist down, going for a double Neo falling. But here comes Ryukan with the showtime now to keep the team alive. Legendary coming up for Proxies, trying to rain damage as the Star-Lord, but not able to confirm anything just yet, as Damasha is keeping the team alive with their own fate of both worlds as the Loki, and the damage from the front line from V-Fire.
Oh, so much can come from the Diamond Form, the Carbon Crush. Such pain, such power can be forward from an AMER Frost that is just getting unchecked right now. V-Fire is definitely fitting that bill, but Axel is here and the portal is there to contest. They're going to take a bit of a high angle on the left side right now, ducking below, going forward directly onto them before they reach the end right now. Nice defensive positions right there, boxing them in, splitting them up. AMER Frost is there. The final judgment kicks off again from Axel. Leo's going to be the one to shield that power from Master this time, but we're going to see the meteor fly up and down. Oh, a quick meteor. Doesn't manage to connect to anybody, but it does bait out the Lunar Snow Fade of both worlds nice and early, giving him sustain, giving him power. There it is, the Seraphim shield onto the Doctor Strange.
No.
He's not going to get value, but she does manage to sneak a pick around, taking out Hippo just when you least expect it. I guess a double at the very last second of the ultimate's duration. Mario taking out Axelia, Massa taking out Hippo. There it is, just when you thought Good Boy was shut down out of that attack. Axiom Japan just ran out of resources to hold it down, and the Good Boy pushed past the first gate.
They did push past that first gate, and yeah, really good work, as you mentioned, coming up from the Doctor Strange to try and block the Goddess of Hell's ultimate, but it just wasn't enough, and able to just shoot around that shield. We do see a switch coming through. They aren't playing a Doctor Strange anymore. They're going to be playing, I believe they switched to AMER Frost here.
Ooh, a bit of a switch to the AMER on Axelia right there. Maybe the Strange wants to just get that early portal. Meteor connects. Unfortunately, doesn't get the pick they needed. It's going to be a tough one going forward. Diamond shields are set up by Axelia right now, focusing on taking down as many Loki clones as they can, but a bit of a tough position, taking a lot of damage, but going to get sustained up by Hippo right there. Neil's in the front lines. We're going to see a bit of a phase shift. Neil gets the pick right there, taking out hella strong support from the Starlord right there, hitting them in the back line as well, giving an angle for Neil to work with. Allowing a good pick there again. When people don't expect that a Magneto can assassinate you, especially with that pullback on that right click, it's going to do a lot of damage, a lot of power when you least expect it, and actually shut down a lot of presence right there. We're going to see them pushing forward. Another phase shift coming out from Star-Lord. It's pretty big, but the Haroons from Loki are going to keep him sustained enough for them to be able to retreat back into spawn. Magneto shields up, and looks like Good Boy will never mind. They do get picked off when you least expect it, right outside of spawn. Bit of a tough decision going left instead of backing up into their spawn.
Yeah, Good Boy, well, unfortunately back in the spawn, and looking at the ultimates as well, they do have a disadvantage, but not for long, as Hela is nearly with their ultimate. We might have a 5v5 ultimate battle coming up soon. It's all about trying to make sure you slowly go through all the ultimates. Don't want to use them all at the same time. First one to start it off is going to be Axel Leo with the mind control. With Psionic going in high, but nobody take anyone just out yet. Meteor going down from Neil doesn't land yet, as Massa keeps walking forward with the Punisher ultimate, dealing a lot of damage. For Showtime, aim high, and for Yukon, both of them popping it off, trying to keep everyone alive. But now it's time for Loki Poppies to come through. Demasha copying Lunar Snow, but Hela with the pick onto Hippo. Tries, we have a resurrect coming up from Gazelle. It's going to be only resurrecting Hippo, but it could be big as... Actually, no, it's going to be Good Boy that still take control of this fight.
That is exactly what you want right there. So much power, so much presence. The Bulwark Shield is on Proxies, which allows Proxies to go so much more forward than a normal Star-Lord could. That's exactly gonna be the stall and presence right there. Such amazing presence right there from Neil right there on the Magneto. But I want to see kick up into high gear as we're gonna see Neil get a pick on KK Mario right there and doing a forward. Gazelle gets picked off by the Hella. We're gonna see again the presence, the pushing power that could have come from Good Boy is being shut down by Axiom's defense right now. Shut down and out, but we're gonna see an absolute presence coming from the Mantis right there, who is closer than ever to the ultimate. Now, Ricey, how are we feeling going forward? These ultimates from Axiom, is it going to be enough to stop them around the corner again, or are Good Boy finally going to get some momentum?
Good Boy have to try and get that momentum for sure, but so many ultimates just keep going and exchanging each other. It's still a bit of a stalemate, and Axel Leo on the defense. That's a triple for that Queen, for the AMER Snow, able to take out many members, and now Good Boy completely wiped out. All members are back in spawn.
Back in spawn, there it is again, shut down the presence right there. Ricey, that's what I'm saying right there. Like, even though they have ultimates online, they're just getting outmatched by well-timed positioned ultimates from Axiom right there.
20
and
seconds,
you know, Good
25
Boy,
seconds.
They do have more, they don't have enough. 20 seconds, you got to push so much more than you need. You can't drop another fight right now. It's your last chance to push to the second gate. We're going to see the final judgment kicking off this time from the Punisher Massa right there. Shreds down here, takes out the Magneto, finally turning down that Vanguard presence in the front line. Going to be trying to get a lot of pick on the side there, but they do escape behind some terrain. We're going to see V-Fire on the flank right now. Taking out for you, taking out the Lunar Snow. Get it a choke slam. Take it out. Axel Leo right there. 100 powered up by the Diamond Power right there. Overtime is ticking off. Like I said, one last fight. You cannot fall. You cannot falter. The goats got to keep moving. They got to make it to the second gate. This is your chance right now for Good Boy as Axiom dropped from the high ground.
Yeah, Massa takes down Neil, who's trying to touch, but they're not able to touch in time. Legendary pops by Prosies, but it's just too little, too late. No, I lie! 4 meters left! It's still in overtime. Good Boy haven't been able to cap the resurrect from Prosies. Means Prosies is back in the fight, but Massa pops off, steps up, stands up, and pushes forward for the team, getting 1, 2, 3, 4, a quad KO for Massa on Team Good Boy, and they cap now 1 minute 20 on the clock for them.
That's what we were asking for, some pump action from Massa right there. Finally getting themselves some positioning forward, getting around that corner. They had 20 seconds left. They had overtime ticking off, and they knew they could not lose it. They had to keep themselves in the fight. Good on them. Good on their effort. That means they got 1 more minute to take it home to Yggdrasil Tree itself. The question is, Axiom has the Meteor ready. They've got the Guardian Revival team up and the ultimate ready as well from Adam Warlock. That's going to bring them back again. Born again could be the decider as Hippo starts off the fight with a big ultimate, focusing down those Loki runes early on so that they can give them a bit of forward pressure, shut down Good Boy's push, and put them on the back foot with a utilization of only 1 ultimate, allowing Good Boy to lose valuable time that they do desperately need.
Yeah, you mentioned the time, and that is a big thing. With only 35 seconds left, Massa's out, and now pops the Judgment as the Punisher, trying to get any weapons. And Hippo finally falls to Massa, and it's going to be big. But now, as you mentioned, the board again. It resurrects 3 of Axiom Japan. And you mentioned the time earlier. I want to mention it again. 20 seconds left. That resurrect was vital, but still Axel Leo gets taken down. And 10 seconds left. The point is still moving. Good Boy is slowly moving towards the end. Axiom Japan haven't started contesting it just yet. And Gazali tries to go around the corner to try and touch, but it's still going to be caught out. Massa in the meantime gets stunned, but finally takes down Gazali. And it's still pushing forward. 101 meters. Axiom Japan with the closest spawns are finally able to touch. But Hella on the team of Good Boy, raining damage, takes out Hippo and takes out Proxies. It is a massive ultimate from them, uncontested indeed, but they're still pushing forward, still being contested as Fiukan with the bait of both boats keeps the team of Axiom Japan alive for just a little bit longer. They're going to try and do their best, but now comes the Psionics and Doctor from V5 to try and push all the members of Axiom Japan away. There's only 3 members alive right now. It's the time for Massa rains damage through the forces of Axiom Japan, and in overtime, they finally push forward.
Oh my days, what a push of a lifetime for Axiom Japan right there. Just when you thought they may have lost the momentum, they were held 4 minutes at the first corner after the first gate, but they got the momentum back. Massa cooked on the double pump action situation that you want from a Punisher right there, taking out as well the legendary Guardian ultimate that could have come from Star-Lord. the Galactic Legend, was shut down.
Yeah.
The res composition was there in effect, but it didn't matter because they were stuck wasting so much time in the corridors beside the actual convoy itself, which led to the convoy rotating through, pushing through, I would say, majority of the third section unchecked, uncontested. And then once they got to the final doors, overtime ticked over. All they had to do was survive, bring it home, fight through the respawn timers. They never had to deal with a 6v6 situation because the rest of Good Boy were there together, and Axiom Japan was spawning 1 by 1, 2 by 2, but never 6 as a whole.
It was a very exciting fight, but yeah, you mentioned like Axiom Japan were sort of trapped in that corridors, weren't able to touch and contest, and Good Boy got so much distance because of that. Well, yeah, the Resurrects came through from Gazali, it just wasn't enough. But now that they're on attack, they are wanting to keep the Resurrects coming through. Not sure yet what Fuyukan and Hippo are playing, as they are doing the AMER strategy, of course, to try and give themselves a bit of advantage walking through. But Massa on the high ground could be scary with a lot of damage.
Very scary with a lot of power that could be coming from the high ground. Massa again, Punisher has been cooking, and again protecting Punisher, it mattered. It mattered 100%. That protect was wise by Good Boy, and it might lead them to getting the lead in the series.
It might indeed, as they are raining down so much damage, but not able to take any picks just yet. But Neil finally gets taken out by Aim High from Good Boy. So now Axiom Japan without one of the Vanguards probably have to play this a little bit more carefully around this corner. Gazelle also now playing Storm has to be careful as well, as they're getting damaged quite a lot too. Remember, that is a double hit scan combination, Hella and Massa from the side of Good Boy, but Massa falls. But despite that, there are going to be trades coming through. Axiom Japan do lose too, and they have to respect the damage coming out from Hella of Good Boy.
Hella. Okay, Hella. Well, again, earlier in the night, we did predict, Hella Punisher lineups would be very common in MRC. So far, that's what we're seeing right now.
Yep.
But no fly. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Gazelle is on the storm. Maybe that's why they brought it out. Gazelle is going to have a tough time trying to push forward with 2 lasering them down. But Axel Leo is there. Choke slam, taking out Magneto. That's the one you want. Oh, and even hitting them with a hammer arm onto the V-Fire, taking out the other Emma, pushing forward, getting Aim High at the same time. That's one strategist, that's one Vanguard, that's one down, that's an Omega Hurricane from Gazelle. Oh, punishing HK Mario, not allowing them to get back to their team. Big stagger pick right there. I do believe Axiom will take this one uncontested with Good Boy only close to their spawn.
So much time as well. The portal does come up from Good Boy, but it's just too little too late. These portal plays just aren't working out for Good Boy here. But wait, there's also apparently a DC from Damasha as well. Bit unfortunate, but we push forward. Axiom Japan are pushing forward with 4.5 minutes on the clock. Damasha is back after that portal play on to the Loki.
What even happened there? Was that a tactical DC? I have no clue. Let's hope nothing was exploited there, but let's get back into the action right now. Hella is going to be here with the daggers onto the Punisher. The Punisher's going to be landing a final stand. The last judgment. It's gone up by Neil with the Magneto Meteor. There it is right there. Actually, it's the diamond form. We're going to see a massive Emma Frost hit the Sonic Seduction right there. Actually, is going to be forward pressure with that. Sonic Seduction is going to put so much work. He's getting 1, Hippo's getting 2. That's a double kill for the Lunar Snow. Feeling the action right there. 3:51 on the clock. Good Boys on the back foot. How tough could that be? Going forward into it. Let's see this one, Ricey. It looks like momentum is on the side of Axiom Japan.
It is. Momentum is on the side. They are pushing forward. And remember, 3.5 minutes on the clock. Now turns to 5 minutes. Massive push coming up from Axiom Japan. And look at the ultimates as well. They still have so many ultimates. But Good Boy has double 2 versus 4. But Proxy is unafraid. Pushes forward. Does insane damage to Massa on the high ground. Forcing Massa away. But of course, Massa does contest again. And getting dangerous low. We'll have to pull back. Proxy's taking down Damasha. Good Boy on the back foot. But look at those ultimates. Remember, Good Boy was able to cap all the way to the end in overtime, but Axiom may be able to cap with more time than 4.5 minutes on the clock. Axiom looking very strong right now.
very strong. Honestly, 4 minutes 30 in their time bank right now. Feeling confident. Proxy's pushing forward right there, trying to shut down that pressure, but no, not looking good for them right now. Good boys on the back foot, not feeling the confidence right now. We're going to see Massa with the final judgment into this next fight, but instead it's actually going to be Proxy's with the final judgment, shredding out Hela before she even gets to take to the skies in full form as the Queen of Hell. It's going to be Gazelle taking out Hela as well, picking her off the ground. We're going to see Massa with the Fate of Both Worlds into the final judgment. A Mega Hurricane is going to start up and shred through, trying to land the shots, but trying to juke through it, but he's going to get shredded down by the Punisher right now. Massa's pushing forward. Massa's getting some footing finally. We're going to see some pressure going forward. HK Mario does have the Magneto Meteor ready to go. Neil with the pick right there. Ricey, how are we feeling about this Meteor?
It's going in, and it does actually miss, unfortunately, for the Meteor, for the Magneto of HK Mario. But of course, there's still more action to come in this fight. Now, V-Fire, though, taking down a 1. Proxies is 5v6 at the moment, as V-Fire now takes Gazelle as well. Still a 5v6, but there's a lot of damage coming out from the MF Boss, coming out from the Hela, coming out from Good Boy. They're pushing back. They're holding this defense strong. 3 minutes 10 on the clock for Axiom Japan. They can just regroup, lick their wounds, and try again.
Ooh, strong defense from Good Boy. Taking away 1 minute 30 from Axiom's time bank lead. Good on them for doing that, showing some survival traits going forward. We're going to see, of course, Loki's ready, Demacia ready with the copy ready to go, try to take another strategist ultimate, perhaps, maybe spice things up, going for a final judgment of their own, maybe be enough to shred through that front line. But it's Axel, Leo, and Neil. Again, the Magneto and the Emma Frost lineup for Vanguard is such a prominent position right there. We're going to see a Sonic Seduction kickoff from Axel Leo. We're going to see Final Judgment kickoff from Massa this time around. Is it going to be enough to try and hold back that Sonic Seduction? A bit of a Magneto Meteor doesn't actually go off right there. It doesn't connect with anybody because the Lunar Snow, Fate of Both Worlds, are ready to go. We're going to be seeing a Chokeslam doesn't actually go in their favor as Hela gets the pick right there. Just when you think that Axiom had the lead and momentum, Good Boy are here to stay. 3 minutes chugging down from Axiom's time bank, and we're going off with our Mega Hurricane.
Hurricane coming out from Gazelle. Did a desperate effort to try and turn this around as Proxys does take down Massive. This is a massive pick for Good Boy. Going forward, aim high. Also does have the Lunar Snow ultimate available, used right now, but Proxys waiting for that to disappear. Goes in with lots of damage by HK Mario. Meteor shots Proxys down, shutting down all the damage, keeping the strategist in the backline alive. Neil, in the meantime, though, taking down Hela, turns things around slightly, but Massive with a high ground, uncontested, takes down Gazelle. Massive once again, there's so much damage coming out as the Punisher, but out comes, of course, the Lunar Snow comes out. The Fate of Both Worlds actually for Fuyukon, the Loki, to keep the team alive, but it's still a bit of a stalemate. Good Boy is still holding on. 1 minute 20 on the clock, Liger.
Ooh. Holding the high ground, dropping in with the Doctor Strange. Not an Agamotto online yet, 40% to charge right there. We're going to see the Galactic Legend Star-Lord try to get into position, try to get an angle on Proxies right there. Magneto Meteor crushes down, getting a double KO. Name high and Demacia taking down both Lunas. That's right, the Loki got caught off guard as well. Fuyukan taking out HK Mario. There's the presence right there. There's the pressure right there. Good Boy are stuck in spawn, and it looks like Axiom Japan will be capturing with a 50 seconds in their time bank lead. Yggdrasil Steel Path is just getting started as we're going into overtime.
1 minute and 50 for them for this overtime. Switching sides now once again. 1 minute though for Good Boy. Axiom Japan in the lead. They had so much time after those first 2 points compared to Good Boy, and while it took them quite a bit of time, I think going from 4.5 minutes down to 50 seconds, they were able to cap with a lot of time bank, meaning an advantage towards Axiom Japan.
Okay, all right, so switching it up a bit might be the answer here. We may see Human Torch from Proxies. Gazelle may be going to Ultron here. Again, they're available. Ultron and Human Torch have been cooking in MRI. The question is, can these MRC teams in the Pacific region also replicate what we've seen so much of in MRI OCE, but it's going to be tough to play these flyers because you are versing Hela and Punisher. So much firepower just blasting towards the sky. It's going to take down flyers. Anti-flyer compositions are just as prime in a flyer meta. You know that's what's going to happen. You know that's how it's going to be. However, if you can hold your ground, if you can stick to your guns, can you run the flyer composition? That's going to be the answer right now. We're going to find out. Yggdrasil still path. 15 seconds till the doors open for spawn. We're going to see if Axiom can hold this defense against Good Boy, who've only got a minute to try and push it as far as they can.
Massa having a little bit of a sneak peek at what the composition Axiom Japan has, and is going to decide to contest with the flyer meta themselves. Storm and Ultron versus Human Torch on Ultron. Could be a bit of exciting things. Also, we might be seeing a bit of Jeff come out, not sure if that's just for the speed boost or for the combination with Storm, for the Mega Hurricane, Sharknado, Jetnado team up.
And knowing that both teams only really have one push in overtime to rely on, they're both running triple strategists going into this next matchup, especially when you got the Ultron taking that second dual slot that most teams prefer to give to the Ultron. You're going to see those results. Aiming high, hitting a double KO, taking out Neil as the second pick. We're going to see Storm in the sky, 70% ready to that Mega Hurricane. Masses closer than ever to the rage of Ultron. We're going to see a kickoff. 15 seconds left. Axiom do have Axelia ready with the portal to contest in the last 10 seconds. We're definitely going into overtime here. We're going to see how it all unfolds. Do we see the rage of Ultra from Massa right there, taking out Gonzalez. Actually, a few count for 1 take 2, 1 take 3. That's all 4, that's all 5. That's going to be Good Boy keeping the overtime in their favor, setting up some defense, trying to now get them forward as they know. Like I said, Ricey, no more fights can be lost right now. Good Boy, you got to push with your final lives.
Exactly, indeed. They did have 50 seconds less than Axiom Japan, but they have been able to cap this first point, this first checkpoint coming through. Storm, as you mentioned earlier, does have Mega Hurricane available, and now Jeff has the Shade available, and it's going to be big. They're going in together as a team, and it's a massive boost for multiple members. There's Gazelle, Neil, Axelio, they all fall down, and the overtime is still pushing forward. Good Boy are still pushing the point, pushing the convoy to the second checkpoint.
Wow, absolute well executed Jeff Nader right there. Storm did get taken down, but not taken out. 3 alongside her. A good sacrifice play, a good position right now. Storm's going to regroup with their team. HK Mario trying to hold the choke right now, trying to push them away from potentially taking them off on the high ground. We're going to see the Galactic Legend Star-Lord match pace with the Meteor. It gets blocked mid-air. Who tanked it? What just happened there? Proxy's getting the Ultron right there. We're going to see the AMER Frost hit the Sonic Seduction. Is it going to be enough? Going forward right now. Manages to stun the Mantis right there. Starlord gets caught up as well. Magneto's going to be pushing forward, taking out Neil, and then the Storm's going to be taken down. Overtime sticking out. Axelio gets the Mantis. The Mantis feels the pain. The AMER Frost, they go 1v1. Diamond Haymaking forms are going hammer arms on each other. They're fighting for all their glory. The choke slams are going up, but it doesn't matter because just when you thought they had a good push, Good Boy's push is done and dusted by Axiom, who shut down their momentum, and now it's their turn to try and push it to the second gate, or rather the doorstep of the second gate. They didn't even need to hit the second gate itself.
You're completely right. 99 meters in that second area, the second part of this map, but we mentioned earlier, Axiom Japan did have an extra 50 seconds on top of Good Boy for this push, so 1 minute and 50 seconds in the clock, but most of that push from Good Boy was in overtime. So Axiom Japan definitely have to do something similar to Good Boy, get that first checkpoint, and then push through in overtime all the way to nearly the end. But they, if anything could happen between these two teams, I know it's going to be a very close, exciting, competitive match.
Ooh, that is what we want. Excitement, competitiveness. That's why we're here. Everybody watching. We're watching Marvel Rival Championship for a reason. We're in Season 2. This is the Pacific region. It's going off. Right, see, we know the stakes. The 2 teams that come out of this weekend, they get a path directly into Marvel Rivals Ignite in Stage 2, coming up later in the year. How exciting is that?
That is so true. Yes, these teams, if they win, they will get a pathway straight into MRI Stage 2. And I'm sure both of these teams do want to make their way there. And these 2 teams look so formidable. This is the upper bracket. And they're just so closely matched. I don't want to jinx it. But if these 2 teams are both evenly matched, whoever ends up going to the lower bracket, I do believe there is a good chance that we might have a rematch between these 2 teams.
Ooh, a rematch in the finals of the MRC tomorrow. That could be exciting.
I don't want to
Good,
jinx it.
You never know. Hey, they're putting on a show for us right now. I'll take it round 2 tomorrow as well. Why not? But first, we're nowhere near there. We still got to find out who's going to get the lead. Because again, it's a best of 5, and right now the teams are 1-1. It's looking exciting right now because it looks like Axiom only have 2/3 of the map to push to get themselves victory and the map win in their bank. HK Murray gets to pick on Gazelle there to start us off right now. We're going to see Magneto pushing forward, putting the rest of them on the back foot. Axiom losing valuable time. They need to get a pick right here more than ever. Now, Ricey, I don't know if you know, but I see that Jeff Ultimate ready to fly.
Yeah, I do see the Jeff Ultimate. Not sure if I want to combo it with the Storm Ultimate. It's at 80%, but out comes the range of Ultra from Massa. You know, we've seen Massa go insane on multiple duelists, but now on the Stratus doing a lot of damage once again. Now out comes this Mega Hurricane combined with Jeff Ultimate, of course, but out comes Hippos. Shattered, but the damage is just way too much. Cleaning up house. 30 seconds left on the clock for Axiom Japan. They do have a few ultimates on board, but they have to touch the point, of course, with those 30 seconds and push it through this first checkpoint and the majority of the next section as well to be able to take this map.
Triple KO with a Jeff Nato. So exciting to see. 17 seconds left. I think this is a tough uphill battle for Axiom right now. They officially cannot lose another fight.
Yeah.
They need to make it happen here. Sonic Seduction is going to go off. There it is from the AMER Frost right there. V5 still has Sonic Seduction ready to go. Axelios trying to get some momentum, trying to get a pick, trying to give them an opening. But the Fate of Both Worlds from
Massa.
Aim High is going to be there to shut it down. Massa's getting the pick on Gazelia right there. The Ultron's doing what you want to do, shutting down the Hela in the skies, putting a pick on her in the back line. There it is, the laser, and it takes out Magneto. The Meteor does not land because Massa's going to bring the Age of Ultron right on up and rage forward, taking them once, twice, and thrice, and overtime ticks out. Good Boy capture the position, and it ticks down and out, and they will be taking Yggdrasil path from Axiom Japan.
2-1 in this series in favor of Good Boy. Now they have managed to capture Yggdrasil path, as you mentioned, in such a close map, 3-4. It did go down into the second overtime, of course, going round to the overtime to try and get this map, and Massa with the MVP on the Ultron. So much damage coming out from them, and of course all the sustain and heals as well as a strategist.
I will not expect anything less from Massa, especially now bringing out the Ultron, who we know is like secretly strategist, I'm sure. But the Ultron has been cooking no matter what role they play. How exciting is it? Such vibrancy, such exciting, absolute gameplay that we just witnessed right there. I'm excited, right? So this is a fun series. But, you know, it could go 2-2. It could go 2-2.
It could.
I'll be excited to find out how it all unfolds. But Massa's putting in the work. Fuyakan's putting in the work. SVP on the Loki.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, 73k healing. Wow. Holy, that's a lot.
That is a lot of heals. That's a lot of sustain coming up from Fuyukan. And we've seen Fuyukan get quite a few of these MVPs and SVPs throughout the entire series. And no surprises there. That strategist, Fuyukan, that player is very good at keeping the team alive. As well, of course, with Hippo as well. But it is going to be Good Dog taking this map with, I like the switch that Massa did from duelist on to strategist there at the end. I think it really helped seal the deal for themselves. So much damage and sustain coming out from that Ultron.
Yeah, they allowed themselves to utilize what is the greatest combo ever. You know, throwing Jeff inside the Mega Hurricane. How funny is that? Allowed them to, you know, nullify what had their lack of damage. It didn't matter because Ultron was dealing the damage. Look at the numbers, 50k almost from the Ultron. That's crazy numbers coming up from the triple strategist composition. So cool. Let's actually get into some highlights and see what were the best moments of that matchup.
Massa, once again in the highlight reel, getting double. But of course, we do see the hammer as well popping off from the sky. Being able to sneak that pick onto Hippo, I think, was pretty good. But then also, once the shield broke, doing more damage raining from the skies.
That is the power that can come from a well-timed, well-executed, well-positioned AMER Frost right there. Rivars is still very formidable. AMER pushing forward, getting some planks. I believe this was one of the coolest 1v1s we saw earlier in the match as well. But then again, this moment here, Massa absolutely shutting down what could have been the contention coming from Axiom here onto that second gate, which allowed them to push through to the third gate into the final position. You know, that overtime was achieved for both teams. They did take it to round 2 of this. Oh, and then again, the Magneto Meteor is so clean.
We love watching Magneto dunks, sorry, dunks with that meteor. It looks absolutely amazing. But the Storm play, the nade, the Jeff Nato was really fun to watch in that second, the last round as well. It was fantastic to see the combination. We haven't really seen it very often in MRI Oceania, so it's good to see here in MRC. But we do, of course, have a full series on our hand. We have Game 4 coming up, so let's go to a short break and see what these two teams get up to in the next map.
Babylon.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We
Good Boy lead with one map in this best of 5 series against Axiom Japan, but it is so close. It is currently 2-1. And with this next map, map 4, I'm excited to see what happens. If I could guess, I would like to say that it does go back to even, because these two teams are even within each map. We saw Domination go 1-1, eventually going 2-1. We saw this map as well going to overtime, and of course the first map as well in the Convergence going to overtime again. Every single map goes the full distance. I hope this series goes the full distance too.
Oh, I would love that. I would absolutely love that. I would love to see some competitive best of 5s out here. I don't want 3-0s. I don't want 3-0s. We want the 2-3s, the 3-2s. Maybe even 3-1. I'll take 3-1. But ultimately, these teams putting up a good fight, evenly matched. I feel like banning phase is mattering a lot right now. We're going to see how it unfolds in this next one. We might see a switch of the script. Might see, you know, a bit of change of the pace. We might see that 2-2. But what I would ultimately love to see is a good show nonetheless here at the MRC in the Pacific region. That's what we want, right? See, what I also want, maybe, perhaps, the Psylocke. It was banned in the first map, I believe, but it'd be nice to see if we could see some Psylocke, maybe a bit of Dance of the Butterfly. Depends what map we go to as well. Could change the tide. The game mode as well is going to matter a lot. It's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds.
No, I completely agree. We've been seeing Psylocke. We saw Psylocke in the first series, but whether or not they do Psylocke in this one, not really sure, because yes, you mentioned it has been banned out a couple of times, and you jinxed it, Liger. You jinxed it.
Oh, come on. Are they listening to me?
Yeah, they must be listening to you. I don't know. You're just jinxing it. No Psylocke for us today.
Unlucky. But what is lucky is we get some Punisher action, which means we are going to see some of that glorious pump action and Final Judgment Ultimate ready to go, ready to fly, and the Loki Protect. Ooh.
Love to see the Loki Protect. We have the Loki is either banned or protected. I don't think there's really any games we've seen which. No, I guess we've seen some Loki sneak past both banned and protected before, but very commonly, he's either banned or protected because he's such a good strategist.
Wow. Absolute. Wow. Human Torch out of here. Iron Man out of here.
Yep.
What that means ultimately is there is gonna be a storm. Oh! Take it back. This is gonna be a spider.
Oh! We usually see Good Boy protect Punisher and Hela, so they're switching up things now, going to be protecting Spider-Man instead. I don't think we've seen Axiom Japan ban a Spider-Man yet, but I'm very curious whether or not they're going to be protecting the Hela here, thinking maybe the Hela's going to be banned, or if they're going to be trying to ban Hela themselves. Because remember, Good Boy basically have been protecting Hela and Punisher every single map.
There it is right there. Emma Frost band as well. Final band coming out from Good Boy. I wonder what it's going to be. Wolverine's being hovered. We might see some Wolverine. Scarlet Witch. Very rare to see some Scarlet Witch, but it would be nice to see a bit of Wanda Maximoff action. Would be really cool. Jeff might show up again. Oh, looks like Groot's going to be banned out, which means when it comes to the Vanguards, we're going to see some Magneto. We might actually see Groot is banned, which means we might Venom, Captain America, Doctor Strange. Those
I haven't seen Venom in ages, but that is true. We could see a Venom, but Doctor Strange, I'm not surprised about, especially seeing how V-Fire and is a lord in Doctor Strange. Captain America, not surprised either. I think we saw some Captain America from Axiom Japan earlier today, and it looked not too bad. But Magneto, of course, that is a must pick.
Indeed, Magneto's a must pick. And a Gazelle on the Adam Warlock. There it is, locked and loaded. Guardian, the Karmic Revival team up is there, ready to go again.
Now that you mentioned Venom, I actually want to see Venom now. We haven't seen Venom in ages. It would be great to see Venom, especially with like a Spider-Man could do a bit of a dive meta since they protected Spider-Man, but nah, no Venom.
And that would be exciting to see how it all unfolds. If we're going to see Venom, probably won't, but that's okay. Scarlet Witch from Massa does Massa got some secrets we don't know about? Scarlet Witch. Exciting. Oh, that's right. The team up with Doctor Strange. It's actually ridiculously strong when executed well. And if you've got the right team there to line it up, it's just something we haven't seen much of. It could be executed. Oh, let's see how it all unfolds. Captain Clintar's leading the charge with Axelia. Looks like they're taking a bit of a split approach here, leading two teams from different angles. Let's see if Axiom have what it takes to pull this composition off. Very rarely does it work, but if it works, it actually accelerates them lead straight into the convoy section of the map.
Yeah, a bit of a flank coming through with the full team of Axiom Japan trying to get around a different angle to take down Goodboy, who is on high ground, by the way. All of Goodboy are up on the high ground. Dr. Strange finally does drop down, but in goes Proxies, completely brave, going in and doing a bit of damage, but not taking much damage themselves. But Refire is the one getting a lot of damage, has to fly back up into safety. But the point has already got one tick. Oh, they just barely touch in time as Goodboy are trying to contest as best as they can in the situation where Axiom Japan are, of course, contesting the point with a lot of damage, a lot of aggression coming through. Down goes Masso, as you mentioned, on the Scarlet Witch is down without doing too much for themselves, but Proxies on the other hand does take down the Punisher with that flank going in for more, taking down to Marshall. That's one of the strategists down. And with that, Axiom Japan looking pretty good, but until Aim High and V-Fire have something to say about it. One tick achieved the Liger and still more to come.
Ooh, Aim High and Free Flyer, there's your goal right there. Locked and loaded is a defense out of here for the squad of Axiom right now. Gonna know that they're gonna get this capture. We're gonna get delivering on that symbiote train right now. Goodboy on the back foot right now, but Loki's ready to go. Ultimate's ready and lined up. We're going to see Fed of the both worlds as well. Magneto Meteor following suit as well as the final judgment, which means they do have the resources to hold Axiom on this corner. And it could be a bad position for Axiom Japan, but Hippo's there, ready to go. So is Star-Lord. We might see a Galactic Legend actually go off.
We could see Galactic Legend go on, as Proxies does have that ultimate available for themselves. And they do have a few other ultimates that could combo it with, which could be exciting to see which one gets popped up, as both teams have 4 each. Out comes the Mantis ultimate Hippo, pushing forward, doing a lot of damage with the rest of the team, but is countered, of course, by Damasha, copying the Lunar Snow, copying the fate of both worlds. They are going through a lot of ultimates. There is going to be Goodboy with the Punisher ultimate, being able to take down one, but then gets resurrected immediately by Gazali, who pops and resurrects Neo, but out comes Showtime, this time from Aim High, and it's going to be another Showtime as they push forward from Ryukan, trying to keep every member of the team alive. Out comes the Meteor, it does go a bit wide, it is a back and forth fight, but Axiom Japan is still pushing forward, and so many ultimates that were on board, 4 each, are now dwindling down to 0, and so is Goodboy's health. 3 members back into spawn, dealt damage by Axiom Japan.
Whew, so much work being put in right there. Axiom on the front foot, fleet foot, feeling forward with that. Captain Clinter. Home ground advantage, it might just be for this skin right here. Actually feeling momentum, feeling confident on this push right here. We're going to see Goodboy try to make it through the corridor, try to see if they can go for last second contestation. Question is, do they make it, or it's going to be down and out? And it looks like Axiom head to the 3rd section of the map right now. Outdoors we go into the final section of Clintar going forward. We're going to see how it all unfolds. We're going to see where the pressure is going to be coming from. We're going to see Demacia also on the Jeff right now. Jeff Nato may be ready in the fight after next. It could be exciting to see if that's what's finally going to give Goodboy some of that stopping power to finally hold the push coming from Axiom.
Ooh. Big pick coming out from the storm from Goodboy, being able to do quite a lot of work for Hippo. Forced now to pop the ult to keep people alive. And it's going well for Axiom until the item coming gets used by V-Fire. Hippo, Proxies, they're falling down. V-Fire with the Doctor Strange pushing forward aggressively. Triple for them, wanting more, but they will be, of course, being happy to take this nice and slow. Actually, just Ultron just doing so much damage. Massa on the Ultron is once again extremely scary.
Ooh, there it is. There it is. Eyes on the prize right now. Jeff Nader will be ready for the next fight. 87% for Storm, but it will probably hit them ready mid-fight next fight. But the Galactic Legend Star-Lord may be ready. Proxies might be able to pop off here, take it to the high ground. There it is right now. Goes for the spark, but the Magneto Meteor there to kill. Oh, backflip it out of the way. Great dodge from Proxies right there. Not getting caught by the Meteor. There it is right there. That's the powerhouse going forward. They did manage to ult each other, but they both didn't get the value, but it was respect well earned. Clear cans there. The Storm Nader with the Jeff Nader is going to chomp him up. Taking out Gazelle. Proxies do a turn, takes Storm as well, but Gazelle gets the res on themselves right now. The Karmic Revival team up is still in effect. Massa with the Rage of Ultron. Cleaning house right now. Seraphim Shield just trying to sustain them, keep them on the back foot. Good job by V-Fire right there, keeping the team alive in a fight that could have been dangerous. But at the end of the day, that's what you need to say when you see that AMER is ready to fly from V-Fire. The question is, will it go and land on them? Hippo's there with the Mantis pushing forward, giving them sustain, giving them power. Proxies uses that momentum to take down Massa, taking down the Ultron. The AMER connects with 1, 2, 3 into the Maelstrom. It's still not enough to go through that shielding presence, but Axelia is going to get it. Yeah, and we see the double from Proxies on the backline. Aim high, taking out Storm. HK Mario and V-Fire fall to Axiom as well. And Axiom keep chugging along and moving as they only have 2 more corners to turn until they win this push for themselves. How are Good Boy gonna counter it?
You're mentioning Axiom Japan pushing forward, and they are pushing forward quite aggressively. 2 minutes on the clock now, 2 minutes 15, and they are still getting knockouts after knockouts. They are not letting Good Boy out of the spawn. They make it a little bit further, they just get knocked out and sent back into spawn. And with that, 2 minutes, 9 seconds on the clock, Axiom Japan cap all the way.
Axiom out here putting in the work. 2 minutes and 9 seconds in their time bank. That's a good confidence boost that they'll need going into this defense for them as well. They had a strong early attack, of course. They did manage to capture Clintar nice and early, which allowed them to not get stalled out in what a lot of teams do get stalled out in that early stage. Once they got momentum through second position, they kept on pushing through, and they only had to just bring the home stretch forward through third position. We did see a bit of life coming from, of course, Good Boy when they started to bring out the Jeff Nader. A little power, a little bit of damage, a little bit of changing up the pace. But going forward, how's it all going to unfold? We're going to see. 40 seconds till doors open. Ricey, what are we thinking? What are we thinking? How can Good Boy change up their strategies and get themselves a push as well?
Good Boy with, yeah, they have to try and push quite aggressively, but also remember, Good Boy with 2 maps under their belt, if they win this, they will be winning the entire series for themselves. So I'm sure they desperately want to win this, as you mentioned. Strategies wise, I am very curious about this Squirrel Gal coming through. We've seen the Storm Jeff matchup, but we've seen, you know, Massa not usually play that. Usually one of the other strategist mains play that, but Massa actually opted to play the Punisher instead. This Squirrel Girl might stay here, actually.
Now, that would be exciting to see how as it all unfolds. Squirrel Girl, as we know, getting a nice cheeky buff in season 3, but for now, it's not there. What does that mean for Squirrel Girl? We're still going to see a lot of spam. We're still going to see a lot of damage. We're going to see a phase shifting Starlord. We're going to see Proxies pushing forward on the Starlord, trying to nut him down. And there it is right there. We see the Squirrel Girl does have that snare. That Squirrel Trap snare is actually going to catch a lot of people off guard. And when you least expect it, it can do a lot of pain and damage to your team. And actually get a pick when you least expect it. Now, speaking of least expecting it, Squirrel Girl is taken down. There it is right there. Starlord's just aggressive. Proxies is the POV that we are watching today and getting satisfaction from right there. Shredding through the Magneto Pain right there. Shredding through the shields. Gonna go for the Loki clones. Going straight for the Luna. Another phase shift. Will it be enough to go through the power? Oh, it does. Taking out the Loki. Demacia. Forward charge from Axelia on the Captain Clintar right there. There it is right there. The shield toss to go and throw the Punisher. It tries to escape with a massive zip line, but doesn't manage to get away. Fuyakan gets out HK Mario. And Axiom Japan put Good Boy on the back foot, but Good Boy's lining up that portal with V-Fire.
Could be exciting going for portal play, going for the high ground, trying to jump and make a big surprise. Give Axiom, taking them by surprise, as I was saying, on the higher ground. But Demarshall does have the ultimate as well for the resurrect if they want it. But Proxies has been absolutely popping on this Starlord, being able to get into the backline and get quite a lot of picks. Out comes Showtime from Aim High, Beta both worlds, going forward, trying to keep alive, but the flake coming out from Proxies onto Demarshall, able to take down the Loki. Now going after the Vanguard, going after, but it doesn't matter because they are in the Showtime of Aim High, being able to stay alive for a little bit longer. But KO finally onto Massa. It is a bit of a show coming out from Proxies and Fuyakan, being able to do so much damage on the defending side of Axiom Japan. Now that has been 2 minutes taken away from Good Boy's time.
So much time down the drain, but effective defense from Axiom right now. It's going to be a tough one for Good Boy to try and make a push right here. Ultimate's online. There we go right now. Doctor Strange, Punisher, Loki, Magneto, all ready to fly. But It's going to be a Galactic Legendary starting up from the Proxies right now. HK Mario is going to be taking out Hippo. Hippo's going to get the self-res, bring themselves back into the fight, but there it is right there. Now, Judge, Jury, Executioner is starting off from Punisher. We're going to see the last final judgment. Here we go. 1 minute 20 on the clock. Magneto Meteor does not connect right there when you just thought he could have been a quick fire one. Didn't build up enough damage to force through that shield. Neo gets the pick on Massa. Axelia gets the pick on High. We're going to see Gazelle as Hippo, and we see the flying Agamotto. Managed to take out a couple of them right there. Hippo gets taken down. Gazelle as well. Demacia in return gets taken out by Proxies. It's 1 for 1, 2 for 2. Proxies hits the phase shift dash right there, taking him out. Massa's going to take down Proxies. Gazelle is going to take down VFI. What a long team fight right here, I see. But it's just 1 for 1, bang for bang, and it's just enough stalling power that Axiom need to push Good Boy back to spawn.
They are being pushed all the way back to spawn. Axiom Japan looking exceedingly strong on this map. This is very different from what we've been seeing in the previous 2 maps where these 2 teams were extremely closely matched. But Axiom Japan have found their secret source, it appears, and they are dominating right now. With 30 seconds left, Good Boy has to do something dramatic to be able to touch the point and have any chance of making it close to the end. 2 minutes was Axiom Japan's final time, reaching all the way to the end. But Good Boy are still stuck on this first point. If they find those taking down Proxies, this could be where things change for Good Boy. They're pushing forward quite aggressively, and they need to, with only 9 seconds left on the clock, and they're going forward now with the aim high available. And it's going to be popping out the showtime to try and push more closer. This double from Axelio, trying to counter it, as well as the other Fate of both worlds for you can. Fate of 4 worlds, as you were mentioning. Demacia, though, does have the ultimate of Loki. Will be able to copy and pop out that as well, but Bucky now wants to pop out. And Massa takes down Neo. Massive pick for Good Boy. 1 ticket cheap. Looking for 2. Showtime from Demacia from the Loki copy. 3 ticks on the way. Body blocking, but Gazelle tries to say something. Tries to revive everybody. Able to successfully get 1 person up, 2 people up. But even then, they can't touch in time. And it has been capped by Good Boy. Good Boy is still in this map. They still have a chance of closing this series here.
They still have a chance. The firefight is still kicking off. But Adam Warlock there with the comic revival did show some signs of life, show some potential to be a full hold there. But we're going to see how it goes. Now, Star-Lord ready to go with the Galactic Legend again. That ultimate's going to bring a lot of value next fight. It's done a lot, but every time that ultimate goes off, it either baits out HK Mario's Magneto Meteor, or it's going to bring out Aim High's Fate of Both Worlds. Now, going into this next fight, what we ideally want to see is the Mantis ultimate, just as I called it. It's right there and there. Then that's going to lead them forward, putting him through the charge they need. Axelia is going to be diving into the backline, as we can already see the Captain Clint are putting in the work. We're going to see Fuyukan ready with the Legendary for the next fight. But we're going to go Legendary, and like I said, the Magneto Meteor is there to always make it. The clean dodge from Proxies right there gets themselves another position on Massa right there, taking him out, and a little cheeky double taking out the Bucky, face shifted into the corner, going for the health pack. Oh, there definitely went way too deep and got picked off by Aim High. But Gazelle is there to potentially res Proxies, who probably will just fly back from spawn instead. Aim High is there with the smoke, Proxies there, self-res the Cocoon. Yeah, it's high value. Whenever you're playing with this Karmic Revival team up, the Guardians team up, right? You just get so much potential to play so risky, knowing I can just come back. I'm good. I can run it down.
That is so true. We saw that just then, as you mentioned, from Proxies being able to get so many picks, push them all the way to the spawn, but was confident with that passive still available. Judge and Jury, though, coming up, and Massa wanted to do something, but of course it is met by Fuyukan's showtime, and so is Demacia's showtime, but there's a massive 3-player dunk from Neil, and triple KO coming out, being able to do quite a lot of damage onto all the members, and with that, it's going to be Axiom Japan pushing Good Boy back once again. 30 seconds on the clock, Liger. Good Boy, I'm sure, are desperate to do something to try and stay in this map, but it's going back down to the absolute wire, going back down to overtime.
Absolute dropper right there from Neil right there. Absolute the triple KO with the Magneto Meteor. But just when you think the pace is done, you know what's about to happen. We're going undefeatable. We're assembling forward. That's right. Because Axelio and Hippo are going to be rushing into the backline. Oh my goodness. Oh my days. So much power coming forward right now. We're going to see Clintar is the map where the Bucky might start up a crack and impact, but it's not going to be enough because Proxies is there to shut out the Bucky. But the Magneto Meteor is charging up again. crashes down. It doesn't do enough damage. Just wasn't enough pouring into her. Massa on the Spider-Man to try and contest the overtime. Try and keep it up. Oh, goes with the combo. Oh, my days. Adam Warlock, it wasn't enough. It was ambitious, but there it is. Done and dusted.
2, 3.
That does bring us to even once again in the entire series, 2-2, with now Axiom Japan winning this map. It is very competitive. We saw, you know, Good Dog be able to take 2 maps, and now Axiom Japan taking 2 maps themselves. Proxies, I am not surprised. MVP, phenomenal work on the Star-Lord, being able to flank and take some very key picks.
That is excellence right there. Strong 2-2. Love a good competitive series. Good Boy and Axiom Japan are putting on a show for us right now. I actually love to see it. Now, Star-Lord, Proxius has to be the MVP. No doubt about it. Absolute pouring of damage. So much POV action right there. So much utilization of that Guardians team up. That team up, it's got to get banned out. Because when you bring Adam Warlock, Gazelle is going to cook. It's going to bring value, and Hippos are going to be there on the Mantis. I feel like I've seen Hippos Mantis before. It's very familiar and definitely very formidable. So,
Yep.
strong position right there coming forward. I think those bans as well, taking out the group, you know, taking out the Iron Man, it would have been things that would have countered that position. But going forward, it's 2-2 now.
Yeah.
How is it going to all unfold? 2-2. How is it all going to unfold for these teams right now? It's anybody's game. Winner's momentum could be a factor, but at the end of the day, when you're in a 2-2 against another team, that's it. Game on. The good news is for these teams, it's upper bracket. So if you do lose, go to lower bracket, you still got a chance, but I don't think these teams want to lose. They want to keep that win up, definitely.
They definitely do want to head into, stay in the upper bracket, of course, and beeline is straight for the champion, for the finals. The grand finals, remember, the top 2 teams that do make it their way into the Marvel Rival Ignite Stage 2. So if you just make it to the finals, you do get yourself that slot, because the top 2 go through. But proxies on this Star-Lord, looking absolutely phenomenal. Getting 1, getting 2, getting 3 picks multiple times. Getting massive gameplay for the side of Axiom Japan.
So much work being put in. Got to give some love to the strategists as well, putting in the work, labeling proxies to push forward. Picks on Massa like that with crazy high value targets. A bit of a dodge from the Meteor there just before as well. I believe there was like maybe 2 or 3 of those clean dodges, and then Neil with the triple. Woo, the triple Meteor on Magneto. So beautiful to see. We love a bit of Dunk Master action. That's how we do it in MRI, and I like that MRC has some Dunk Masters of themselves as well. So good on them. Good on Neil.
Neil, yeah, with those massive dunks, as you mentioned, looking phenomenal, but also the Star-Lord gameplay coming out as well. These 2 teams are looking absolutely amazing, and I'm excited to see how they progress throughout the entire tournament. We do mention it before that this is the upper bracket, so whoever wins will be moving forward in the upper bracket. Whoever loses is going to be sent down to the lower bracket for one last chance. But we have one last map for both of these 2 teams. One last chance for both of these teams to stay in the upper bracket. We'll see what happens right after this break.
See you soon.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember?
We are back with map 5 of Axiom Japan, and Good Boy going down to the extreme wire between these two teams. It is so closely matched. Map 5, they're both 2-2 each. Whoever takes this wins this entire series and continues forward into the upper bracket. And I just love the fact that it's basically the back down into a best of 1.
Whoa, best of 1 on a best of 5. Map 5, you already know this is a good time to be here, I see. We love map 5. For those who don't love map 5, what are you on about? We love map 5. Why do we love map 5? Because it's literally the final map. There is nothing else after this for these two teams. For this series today, of course, you gotta make it happen. You gotta pull every final strategy, make the right bans, make the right picks, make the right protects, and most importantly, bring everything you got into this final map, because it's the decision to decide whether you are going to continue into upper bracket or you're going down to lower bracket. Map 5 is very important. It's the most important one.
It is the most important one. It is essentially, like we said earlier, it's a best of 1 essentially now, as both teams 2-2, and this is the final deciding map. We have a Amethyst ban straight away and a Wolverine ban, but the Loki protects. Loki, such a key pick for both of these two teams. We've seen Loki pop off on both sides. I remember Fuyukan playing lots of Loki, as well as Damasha, I believe, doing extremely well on the Loki. So excited to see what happens next.
Now, ultimately, Loki, ban,
Psylocke.
protected, sorry. Oh, wait a minute. Psylocke protected. Okay, all right, okay. Well, Adam Warlock banned, we know why. Yeah, we know why. Karmic Revival, too strong. Guardians Revival team up, way too strong. Star-Lord getting enabled by an Adam Warlock, way too strong. But
Yep.
what is getting protected is that Captain America, because Captain Clinton cooked last round, and we definitely want to see that one again. But it's going to be different now as we see Massa probably... We're going to see the protection on Spider-Man? I don't
That
know,
is
it's
a
gonna be a tough one.
potential. We did see Protect last time, but we didn't really see Spider-Man do much. You know, they did the Protector. We only got to see them try and touch right at the end instead of opting to protect the Punisher. I'm not too surprised about that because they do love protecting the Punisher and the Hela, but this time they're opting for Punisher and Psylocke, not thinking that Hela will be banned by Axiom Japan.
Now, Torch. Human Torch. Banned out of here. Good. No Firestorm up today. We might see Storm herself, though. That could be exciting to see, you know, the Queen of Thunder, the Queen of Storms, the Queen of... Never mind, banned. What is wrong with me? Oh, I've been calling so many of these bans. This is ridiculous. I'm trying... Hold on a minute. Gazelle is hovering Moon Knight, everybody. Get excited for the moon. It could finally be happening on map 5. Could we finally see Moon Knight? This is a lovely pick of my personal favorite, and I would love to see it happen. However,
The other
Magneto
thing...
will... Oh, yeah, sorry.
The other thing I'm excited for is Massa on the Black Panther. Is that going to come through? Because I don't think we've seen many Black Panthers either. But I don't know. I think I just saw this switch off onto Punisher just at the last second, like before we switched over to the cinematic. I think we might not be getting your Moon Knight, but maybe a Black Panther. Maybe.
Look, I'll take BP. BP's kind of cold with it. I'd love to see King T'Challa put in the work on, of course, this beautiful map. Midtown, beautiful map. As you know, Empire of the Eternal Night. It's going to be a crazy one, going to be an exciting one. You know, as the teams push through, you know, you want to turn the ambulances, you want to get past corner to corner, you want to get the value going out. Let's see the defensive strategic positioning for Axiom. We're going to see Cloak and Dagger again. Hippo's Cloak and Dagger is very formidable, very spicy, very good pick. And then Rocket Raccoon as well. Oh my days. I know some people in the chat are going to be very happy because Penny Parker is here and cooking up an armored Spider-Nest bunker composition right now. This is going to be painful for Good Boy to fight through.
It will be pretty painful for them to fight through. But Gazelle with the turret is pushing through. But yeah, as you mentioned, the bunker composition is here to stay on defense. Axel Leo on the Penny Parker. Excited to see something different. But Neo, oh my goodness, pushing forward. Lots of damage coming through on that Doctor Strange. We'd love to see the Doctor Strange combination with the Penny Parker. And yeah, wanting to know what Good Boy switch up knowing and seeing this composition now.
Now, this is exactly what we expected from a Penny Parker composition right now. Bunkering in, pulling it down, but HK Mario on the Groot is actually good value to nullify those Spider Nest positionings and box them in and away from your team. But as long as they're close to that corner, the Fantastica and Herbie will not move forward. But what will move forward is this Psylocke getting a pit right now, taking out proxies right there. Gazelle taking out Massa. I also want a bit of a notice right here. Change of the pace a little bit. Proxies is actually on the Vanguard positioning. That's triple Vanguard composition right now coming out. Magneto, Doctor Strange, and the Penny to run this composition. It's looking good so far, but I feel as though Good Boy might have the momentum now to stop that choke, as it looks like they've managed to clear out 2, 3, 4 of Axiom, and Can is stalling it.
I was like looking at myself, but it's on point, and I know Good Boy are aware of this, but they just couldn't see it. Like they had so many members on point, and they're like, where is Fuyakan? But they finally found him. But look at the ultimates. That's 6 ultimates for the side of Good Boy available. 91% for aim higher, essentially available. Gazelle popping the Punisher ultimate straight away, going hard on to the enemy team. But of course, Damage are going to copy and put on a show for the side of Good Boy to keep the team alive, to counter out the Punisher ultimate. Magneto going down with the Meteor, not able to take anyone out with it though. But Penny Parker also running around, making mayhem onto the point, as Axiom Japan are still in control of this defense. Good Boy's time has gone from 4 minutes down to 1 minute 50.
Now, Proxies is ready with the Dance of the Butterfly. The question is, will the first step be taken, or will it be tripping up against Good Boy Psylocke themselves? Now we're going to see the Armored Spider Nest. They're going to be set up again by the Penny. Axelio is doing what they do best. Massa's going to try and get their ultimate going off right there, getting that laser vision shredding them down, going for the clones, going for the markers, going and shredding through. Neil taken down. Axelio falls to HK Mario, boxing them up and boxing them good and out right there, getting themselves a double KO on the group. Demacia getting the final pick, Massa as well. That's going to give Good Boys some momentum to finally turn Ambulance corner and get themselves closer and closer to that first gate so we can get into Central Station itself. The question is, Ultimate's online for Axiom right now. Psylocke ready with the first dancing step of the butterflies. Question is, does Good Boy also have the butterfly dance ready as well? It's going to be a battle of who's going to land that first step and who's going to be the true butterfly to fly supreme free.
It's massive. It's not massive though, unfortunately, as there are runes from the Loki Hippo on the ground. So no, but not much the dance coming out, but it doesn't matter. Good Boy did what they came to do, which was in fact to try and cap through and push through and get that point. Able to do so, and they're gonna keep pushing forward quite aggressively. It's HK Mario with the double, goes even more on that group. Triple KO for HK Mario.
Now, I just gotta point it out right now. Gazelli is 99% to Final Judgment. Final Judgment is not a good day for a group player, but HK Mario is still there, got that Strangling Prison ready to go, ready to fly. Halfway through the map right now, halfway through Central Park, Midtown. It's gonna be crazy to see how it all unfolds. Aim High's ready with the Lunar Snow, ready with that absolute fate of both worlds. It's gonna give them sustain as they go downhill into the subway. Now, Mass is taking a bit of a cheeky angle here, trying to get to their ultimate as well, 90% to charge, but is met by Gazelli on the high ground. Ooh, Hippo cleans a pick on Massa. Hold on, who's the real sniper here? What's going on? And there it is. Strangling Prison into the Freedom Charge right there, and a Magneto Meteor match will be landing down on the Luna. Yes, it does. Hippo's taken down by a V-Fires Meteor. That's the way you want it from a Magneto. Always aiming the shoulder, just always landing those shots, always dunking down. Demacia is there on the low key, giving him sustain, putting in the pain, and there it is with the Psylocke getting the pick on Gazelli, shutting down the Final Judgment. There we go. The Dance of the Butterfly is ready, but Captain Clint's eyes there to stall it out, but gets picked off by V-Fire with the Binary Blade, and there it is right there. Good Boy pushing through. There's the pace, there's your ace, and there it is as they will be pushing through and getting themselves second point captured.
Second point has been captured by Good Boy, and now they have 3 minutes on the clock. First point was looking a little bit shaky from them, but this one was very fast, and they have gained quite a bit of time. Massa now getting a knockout on the Hawkeye onto Neil, but does get frozen. In the meantime, Axe in Japan, though, are fighting an uphill battle with this 5v6 situation. Neil, though, Hippo, Fuyukan do have 3 ultimates on line for themselves, and are looking to hopefully hold up quite a big strong defense in this last section.
Now, this last section, beautiful. We're going down Main Street, right? See, this is where it gets intense. This is the final push. One corner turn, and they are straight into the amazing, amazing building right there. Now, what we know going forward, right? Here's how it is going to happen. Psylocke is ready to go for the flank. We're going to see a bit of a, yep, straight away. Going in, flash dash. Doesn't set up the ultimate just yet, but you know, let's rewind a little bit. Hippo's ready with the Fate of Both Worlds. Mario's going to be pushing through. Strangling Prison connects, taking Magneto in, but it's met with the Fate of Both Worlds right there. Well timed by Hippo, keeping his team sustained. Massa's trying to land some shots, trying to get some flanking hits over there. Clint's there to meet with the local presence right there, and it's a big pick onto, oh my days, absolutely taken down. Right, see, there it is right now as Hawkeye kicks it up into the second Fate of Both Worlds going off. Are they going to push it to victory?
It's gonna be close for them. It's 1 minute 56 seconds and only a few meters left. It's gonna be a smooth sailing for Good Boy, but not if Axiom Japan can help it. They're going forward, they're trying to do as much as they can, but out comes the Dance of the Butterflies, cleaning up the rest of Axiom Japan. And with that, 1.5 minutes on the clock for Good Boys.
Bit unfortunate with the DC from Proxies there, but game's the game. You got to keep it pushing. Of course, they claim backs the building right there. Feeling confident. We're not going to switch it up now. We're going to switch up who's attacking and defending. We're going to see some changes. Are they going to run the defensive strategy of the Armored Spider Nest as well? Are they going to bring back that Rocket Protocol team up? Strong. It's powerful. Gazelli's on Moon Knight. I'm not going to get my hopes up again. I'm going to calm down. I'll tell you that. I'm going to calm down.
We do have, I think Proxies may be back, which is good to see for this next round. But yeah, I'm excited to see maybe this Psylocke 1v1. But as you mentioned, the Moon Knight, oh, they're all on attack, so it's less likely for them to switch off. We might be having both Moon Knight and Black Panther. Axiom Japan probably trying to bring out something exciting and different for them to try and take this map back. Because with this slight disadvantage of the DC earlier, they definitely have to fight quite hard.
Now, ultimately, Fighting hard is important, but also holding it down on this map is actually pivotal. You can gain a lot of time on this first section if you position yourselves correctly. There's a lot of bunker spots, a lot of corners, a lot of store points that Fantastica can actually turn around. We saw that earlier, of course, you know, when we were switching it up when, of course, Axiom were on defense. Right now, it looks like Good Boy aren't going to be running that bunker strategy, but they're going to be playing high ground. High ground is just as effective and consistent, especially when we are here on, of course, the Empire of the Eternal Night. Going forward, Axiom, you know, going to be pushing forward with the Moon Knight. Hey, yo, it's a good day. It is. We're starting up the shred right now onto, of course, farming Demacia's Loki clones. That's what you got to watch out most of all for. Yep. Let's get into the action right here. We're going to see Axiom Japan pushing forward. The Moon Knight's doing it up, throwing some crescent darts. But on the sidelines, you got to keep eyes on the fact that Good Boy Psylocke is actually going to be landing some shots on the back line, trying to pressure down Fuyukan on the Loki. But Ricey, here he is right now. The Groot is getting fired.
Oh my
Look
damage!
how fast the ultimate charge is building from the Moon Knight. Closer than ever to Khonshu's hands being thrown down.
Yeah, they are very close to Khonshu's hands, but so is Groot and Demacia to that Loki and Groot ultimates. But it doesn't matter if Gazelle just takes them both down with a double knockout. In the meantime, Aim High has to try and back off as quickly as they can, but they will not with that Black Panther. That wasn't Black Panther. With that Captain America running in on them.
The Captain Clint's eyes. He's borrowed a bit of T'Challa's drip, you know. He's represented. It's cold, it's good. Now,
it was a color. It confused me a little bit.
It's a good skin, I'll tell you that. It's good.
It is.
Axel is pushing through. Demacia is going to start up the fate of both worlds. There it is right now. Lining it up, keeping their Groot healthy, keeping the squad healthy, helping the Vanguards pushing on through. Fantastica has been sold out 4.51 meters away.
I am ready to put on the show.
In the back line, the Psylocks are having a 1v1 and Proxies takes the cake. There it is right now. Gazelle throwing down her hands on Khonshu, getting a pick on Aim High, feeling confident, feeling flurry right there. Massa gets the pick on Proxies in return. Neil's going to take out HKMI 3.65 meters, and it looks like Axiom do have the potential to hold there and will be able to push it and get themselves into the subway.
They do get themselves into the subway. 4.5 minutes on the clock for Axiom Japan. That is quite a lot of time. I think that might be even more than Good Boy had as well. So Axiom Japan are able to fight back quite aggressively. But, of course, Good Boy did have 1.5 minutes on the clock, and they do have 2 ultimates in their hands right now. So I'm sure they want to hold this defense strong, as you mentioned, as they enter into the subway. 3 ultimates for Axiom Japan. So they do have a slight advantage. So Good Boy do have to fight quite hard to take this fight. 4 minutes on the clock, and now they are going around that corner.
Yeah, they're on the downhill stretch right now. Proxies did manage to have a DC last round, which means they need to gain their time back, gain their pace back, and gain the momentum. We're going to see a bit of a Kurae straight away starting off from Psylocke, dancing up the butterfly right there. Proxies gets the pick on Demacia, and Mario taking out Proxies in return. That's a 1-to-1 right there. Both teams now 5-to-5. Question is, does Mario have the pushing presence, the power to hold it down? Bit of a pick on Axelia right there, and you know that Meteor's ready to fly, but it doesn't look like Mario's got enough sustain to be able to hold it down. Turns around the corner, backs up to their team. Gazelle's on the high ground, guiding them through. V-Fly gets picked off, a turret is being set up, and now they are firing down range at Good Boy, who are on the back foot right now as Axiom Japan are pushing forward. You're going to see Psylocke on the flank right now trying to set up another fight, going straight for the other Psylocke. Proxy's taken down. We might see another dance of the butterfly kicking up. A bit of a blind coming out from the cloak, and there it is right there as we see the magnetic meteor crashes down, and it doesn't connect, but it was still exciting to see. Judge their execution now with the last final judgment coming from Gazelle this time, but it's met with the eternal bond from Demacia right now. Captain Clinton, V-Fly is taken down. A Meteor barely misses by the bare mark, and there it is right now, as this time Massa turns the tides and turns up the tides and turns up the gun and power from the Punisher. Friend Castle, where you're at, buckshot shotguns right there, and there it is, Ricey, as they manage to stop Axiom's momentum.
They stop Axiom's momentum, but at what cost? We look at the ultimates from Good Boy. Only one of them is above 50%. They're sitting at 88% with the Captain America ultimate. On the other hand, so is Axiom Japan. They are also extremely low with their ultimate as well. So it's going to be an interesting, a bit of a colder battle coming up with no ultimates to see if they can be able to take this point back. 2 minutes though, and going down, counting down for Axiom in Japan to try and take this point around their second bend as best as they can. Proxies now has to dance with butterflies, going for a flank. Could be big, going on the supports in the back line. going on the strategist, and they're going to be able to do a lot of damage, but not before all the support, healing, all the healing coming out from the good boy, able to keep them alive. But assembling coming out from V-Fire, trying to push forward good boy, but it's not going to be enough of proxies on that beautiful Psylocke, able to take another pick. But now comes all the ultimates that were built up in the meantime, and it's going to be a bit of a Punisher battle from Gazelle. Massa only 91%, about to probably pop theirs out too, but Mito coming down, not able to land on anyone. Neil about to get theirs in the meantime, but aim high last. The strategist ultimate available is going to be popping from the side of Good Boy, and Hippo for Losu for a bit of a healing differentiation between the two teams. Masso now popping their Punisher ult, and it's just still keep going like this fight just seems to never end.
It never ends, but you know what does end eventually? Those ultimates, because that's going to take down. Neil's going to get Demacia. V-Fire is going to be taken down. They're going to turn the tides on HK Mario. And there it is with the pushing power from Axelia right there, following side by side with Neil. The Vanguards are pushing. The presence is heard. Good Boys on the back foot for now. They're going to have to go for defense onto Main Street instead of the subway. The subway has been taken by Axiom Japan. Let's push it up the stage. Let's get out of the theater. Let's get into action. Let's get into momentum as we go down onto Main Street. Eyes on the fact that Axiom do have the final judgment ready, as well as the freedom charge as well. Close to that Loki as well. It's going to be spicy once that goes off. It's probably going to be copying another Fate of Both Worlds from either Hippo or Aim High. But on the other side, Good Boy also have that Loki ultimate ready to go. And the Magneto Meteor closer than ever with the Dance of the Butterfly, the closest ultimate ready and online.
It is ready and online, but Gazelle is going to be using the Punisher instead, getting two immediately. Axiom Japan pushing forward. They have 1 minute 38 on the clock. It is about to tip over after below Good Boy's time, but they are pushing forward, doing a lot of damage, and they want to try and cap as quickly as they can to try and have a chance in the second round, if they, of course, make it to the end.
Now, that is exactly what you want to see right there. So much power, so much presence. Okay, we've got Captain Clinton out here. He's so lethal with it. Might as well call him Agent Venom today, because he's just pushing far and fast right there going forward. That is Axeleo's Captain America. So formidable. We're going to see Demacia set up some Loki runes for now. Go for the Loki copy onto the Lunar Snow. We know that means that they got the Fate of Both Worlds, then another Fate of Both Worlds, and then there's, of course, the other Luna, which means we can have the Fate of all 6 worlds in this next team fight, as one starts to dance up right now with Fuyakant starting it up early, and then another goes off. Do we potentially see the third Fate of Both Worlds is the question. But all ultimates are online for Good Boy right now. Smoke bomb's going out. Gazelle taking out Demacia. There goes one. Master's going to hit the final judgment on Frank Castle right now. Going to try around it up and try shit through. Oh, that's sustained. Trying to go through and does manage to not even pressure. And he's taken down by Gazelle with a shotgun. Who brings a final judgment of their own. Magneto Meteor crashes down, but it doesn't do enough to take him down. Gazelle gets one. That's HK Mario. That's Aim High. There's the shredding power. There it is. The Captain America trying to stall it out. 24 seconds left. The freedom charge is shut down. Freedom no more for you, Captain America. And it looks like Axiom Japan only have one more corner to turn. Proxy takes down the Psylocke. They're pushing forward. Barely a couple meters left. Do Good Boy have the contestation power to hold it down? We're going to see Axelia hit the freedom charge themselves as we see it all going up, and the Dance of the Butterflies racing. It's the final fight. Who's gonna take it?
Overtime has started as Gazelle gets 1-2 double KO, but gets frozen for a little bit. But with only in overtime, Axiom Japan finally cap over the edge, bringing themselves to 3-3-0, and they will get themselves a little bit extra time for their efforts. 1 minute on the clock for Axiom Japan, 2 minutes 34 for Good Boy, and we go again. One more time, we flip the script, flip the attack and defense over. Actually, no, Axiom Japan on defense, Good Boy on attack. Maybe.
Ooh, again and again. Oh, these teams are fired up. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm loving the rivalry between these two teams. I feel like they finally got each other's numbers. They're going bang for bang. They're throwing all the ultimates out, trying the best that they can. And then at the end of the day, the fight, you don't know who's going to win it. But once we see those picks get ticked off down and the KO feed gets filled up, we know how it goes. But from what I've seen so far, this Axeleo, Captain Clinton, has been putting in so much value. Very rare to see. We didn't see much Captain America and MRC. Shout out Lumi, was actually one of the best. I would say Captain America is probably the best in MRI OCE. It's nice to see that we got some Captain America representation as well in MRC in the Pacific region. Now, going forward into this, they're going to have V-Fire also play Cap. Gazelle is going back on the Moon Knight. The question is, do we stay with the Moon Knight? Has that been helping? Has that been shredding enough power? I do believe that we might need to combine it with a bit of a group. But it depends if that's available. It depends if that's something that's in the hero pools for Axiom. Because right now, they're confidently staying on the penny. Hold on a second. Where's this portal going?
Only 60 seconds.
Is it just preventing them from pushing forward through the spawn, just closing off the spawn doors as best as they can, just to delay a little bit more time to stop Axiom Japan from touching it? They're just stuck in spawn for a little bit. That is a nasty portal for Massa, but it is part of the game, and it is a strategy, of course. They wait out the portal, but that is so much time, 20 seconds already taken away from Axiom Japan.
That is high value, and not to mention Massa's the third vanguard in that situation. They still have V-Fire and HK Mario ready to hold it down in the front lines as we go to 30 seconds left on the ball. Oh, Proxies with a pick on aim high, taking them right down there with a flash dash KO. Oh, taking another, taking Demacia on the high ground. Do we see the potential third right there? We're going to see Psylocke putting in the work.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, catching out another V-Fire, taking the unofficial triple KO. Oh, gets buckshotted by the Bucky right down the sidelines. Just when you thought the value was theirs. We're going to see Axelia potentially try to go for the chase, try to catch out that Magneto on the back foot. So the Strange, but it looks like it's going to be an overtime fight kicking us off. One last fight for Axiom Japan. They cannot lose momentum.
Yeah, they have to stay on this card or stay in the fight. They cannot lose a single fight here, as now Good Boy starts to meet them as they go around the corner. Massa getting a first pick on this Black Panther, going in hard, going in for more, wanting as much damage as possible. Able to take care of it with a beautiful spear and charge through them. It's going to be a lot of damage as in this overtime fight. We mentioned Axiom Japan cannot lose a single fight, but they are losing this one slowly as Ryukan puts on a show as Luna's done as best as they can to keep the rest of the team of Axiom Japan alive. But Damasha, of course, does have that cloak and dagger. Eternal Bond on the floor to keep themselves alive. It's not portal being used by Proxies to try and stay in point, but out comes a cracking impact from Good Boy, doing a lot of damage as well, but Gasoline with the tongue. Is the time going to be enough for Axiom Japan to get around this corner, to keep pushing forward? And they are doing so much, it might be enough. It might be what they need. They might be pushing forward still. Like it, this is Axiom Japan's dream. They are pushing forward in overtime. They did not lose the fight. That portal from Dr. Strange was key.
Oh, it was key. The triple vanguard position is now giving them that sustainability and that power to hold it down. Overtime is still ticking, of course, which means this is still the final fight for Axiom. The longest fight of their lives. They gotta hope they can take it all the way to the Baxter building. That is the question on their mind as they push through the subway. But Good Boy are ready. They've got the Fate of Both Worlds. They got the Freedom Charge. They got a lot of power, and Proxies might be hitting a dropping aggro.
It's absolutely massive. 4 members stunned out by Good Boy, but can Axiom Japan capitalize on? They've been able to capitalize a good position to go for Proxies, and they're going to keep pushing, but Neil is the one that falls down instead. This could be endgame territory for Axiom Japan. This could be where they end as Good Boy goes 1, 2, 3, double, triple KO for the Bucky. Oh, Good Boy. And now comes a cracking impact to seal the deal.
A quadra cracking impact to end that round and stop Axiom's push. That is the lineup right there now. 2 minutes 34 on the clock for Good Boy. Can they take, I believe, halfway through the map? That's right. They got to go all the way to the halfway mark of Subway. Can they take it? Let's see what the compositions are. Let's see how this holds up. Again, Axiom could bring back that bunker composition, bringing out the Penny Parker, the Armored Spider Nest, the Rocket Protocol team up. It could be the fact that we might see the Groot, we might see Loki. Strange is definitely going to be a pick. Maybe the portal might be turned on them this time. Maybe they might buy themselves free 20 seconds. Could be a value.
Could be good value. You mentioned the portal. I'm excited to see what portal work does happen in this 2.5 minutes for Good Boy, which is a fair bit of time. But remember, you don't get time whenever you cap a checkpoint in this map, in this overtime section. So it does mean that 2.5 minutes will probably dwindle to overtime if Good Boy don't get around this first checkpoint quickly enough, and that's when I think Axiom Japan will have time to pounce. But this is the last map. This is map 5 between both of these two teams. It comes down to this final fight here. Can Good Boy reach 74.94 meters, or will Axiom Japan stop them before then?
4, 3,
Now,
2,
here it is.
1.
The final push. What could be the deciding round? Because it will be. That's right. Will Good Boy push it home and take themselves into the upper bracket further rounds, or will Axiom hold it down and maintain their lead and keep it going? Let's see how it all unfolds. Bucky starting off with the first pick on Axelio right now, shutting down the group, shutting down the pain, shutting down the presence that could have been in the bunker composition right now. They do have the rocket, but they don't have the penny. Question is, how well are they formidably playing inside this bunker? Maelstrom of Madness hitting that on Neil right there. Strange taking out Strange. Bucky taking out Groot once again. Even though it was revived from the rocket, it wasn't enough. Bucky takes a second one right there, hitting the double KO. Scarlet Witch getting the double KO herself. Massa bringing it out right there. Again, Strange and Scarlet Witch, a great team up and a lot of firepower that can be dished out. But we're going to see this Portal to start the contention on the high ground.
Portal is going behind the team as well. They're going for a bit of a flank on the high ground, as you mentioned. But the convoy is still moving. And now Good Boy have noticed, they did hear the Portal. They are facing upwards to try and contest it. But out comes Autobot from Damasha to keep the team alive of Good Boy. And it is working as now Josh and Drew coming up from Gasoli does a lot of damage. But if they stay in the ultimate, if they stay next to Aim High, who has Fate of both modes available too, it is good. But now out comes Amasso trying to get someone with the ultimate, able to get Neil in the meantime. But Rivars now with a massive up jump, able to take down Gazelle, Axelio, taking down Bucky. It's a bit of a back and forth. Remember, 1 minute on the clock now for Good Boy. They want to keep pushing, but they haven't quite gotten that first point. But Good Boy able to win that fight out, able to keep pushing forward. 60 seconds left. They win the fight. They push forward, heading towards the first checkpoint.
Oh, there's just so much value that can come from that Scarlet Witch Doctor Strange team up. It's just so much value. We're finally seeing it on our screens in MRC. How exciting is it? It's so valuable, so strong. Honestly, I love to see how it all unfolds. The Arcane Order team up is just so good when you finally have players that can execute 3.95 meters to the first game. We're going to see a Bucky start up the crackhead pack, taking out Axelio first up and foremost, and then we're going to see the Loki try to sustain on the point, try to set up the runes, try to set up the clones. We're going to see Doctor Strange hit the Maelstrom right there, taking them out. Neil gets the pick on Massa right there. V-Fire taking out Neil in return. Hippo on the Jeff taking out the Masia. HK Mario getting the double, taking out both strategists with Fuya and Hippo falling. Gazelle though hits the shotgun pump, taking out Aim High, and it looks like it's a bit of a 1v1. Oh, hold on a second, wait a minute. Captain America, Captain Clintar stole it.
Oh my goodness!
All the time back just when you thought it was over. But the Maelstrom Madness catches him with a bit of AoE. Hold on a second. Dance of the Butterfly does manage to pull Doctor Strange on the back foot. Will it be enough to actually pick him off? Proxies gets picked by Aim High in the backline, and overtime is still ticking forward. This is officially the final push for Good Boy. Do Axiom have what it takes to take him down, or will Good Boy push it to victory? Final corner to turn. Let's see how it unfolds.
Overtime, as you mentioned, has been triggered by Good Boy, so they have to stay on the point and stay, win every single fight if they want to push forward. But there's not many meters left. There's only 10 meters left. Axiom Japan, knowing this, push forward. Out comes the judge from Gazelle, able to take that Massa, who was trying to close up as well to take more people with them. But Damasha takes that Gazelle. Damasha is popping off as a cloak and dagger, getting 1, getting 2, and V-Fire now getting more. With their playing advantage, Good Boy are looking so close to taking this fight, taking the attack. They only need about 6 more meters. Out comes the Jeff ultimate from Hippo last ditch effort for them to try and swallow some more people. But it's going to be hard for them, a hard fight indeed. As Fuyakan also tries to keep the team alive with their ultimate, but the time is ticking like it's going to be hard for them.
It is literally the final fight of the century right now, as we can see. Again, the phase shifting. Starlo trying to hold it down. Muscle on this monument. He's going to hit the down. Taking him out. Uppercut, taking a double KO. Feeling confident, feeling fury, feeling friendly. Neighborhood Spider-Man getting the last switch victory and allowing Good Boy to push and take Midtown. That's right. They're taking this series and they will be carrying on into the upper bracket.
Good Boy winning this entire series 3-2 in such a close competitive series. It was close with Axiom Japan nearly able to take as well this entire series too. It could have gone either way. Just one fight, in my opinion, could have been the deciding factor between the two teams. So close, but Good Boy, as you mentioned, do further themselves into the upper bracket, while we do have Axiom Japan going down into the lower bracket. They do have a second chance in the lower bracket. I'm excited to see how Axiom Japan's story continues over there and whether or not they're able to make it all the way through the lower bracket run and maybe recontest, have revenge against Good Boy.
Can we talk about Demacia on the Cloak and Dagger? Absolutely laying that eternal bond and absolutely atomically breaking them down at the end there. Just shutting down so much what could have been that final defense for Axiom, but well put, well sought, well played matchup right there. Definitely in favor for, of course, Good Boy putting in the work, doing in the work. Excellent stuff on the Groot as well from HKMI right there. When we thought, you know, Axiom were going to bring out the bunker comps, HKMI was like, listen, I might turn that against you. I might box you guys in on your own composition, allow my team to push around the side, push around the corner. Psylocke flanks, of course, you know, we saw some of that action coming from Good Boy. Magic was there a little bit at the end, you know, but then the Spider-Man, massive Spider-Man, you know, just last-ditch effort to just get back to point, hit that rollout, get there when you think you're not going to get there, and shut down the Star-Lord, who was doing a lot of damage, phase shifting right above them. Hard for them to hit. Scarlet Witch was awesome too to see. I wish we could have seen that pure chaos go off, but game's the game.
Absolutely amazing work from you. I think from every single player in both of these teams. It was absolutely phenomenal to watch all of them battle out throughout the entire series. We got to see so many Magneto Meteor dunks as well. Psylocke coming out, being able to get a few picks from the back line. It was fantastic to watch both of these two teams show all of their skills that they have amongst each other.
Ooh, and there it is, Gazelli on a Punisher. Triple KOs, quadruple KOs. All the KOs you could ever ask for on the Punisher, doing in the work, putting in the pain. One of the best out there, honestly. And of course, Proxy, Psylocke, woo! Flash dash KOs all around. I think it's even some long shots, chasing people down, chasing Vanguards down. Like, who's the real hunter over here? That's going to be Proxies on the absolute Psylocke right there. And then, of course, we're going to see Bucky. So much Kraken Impact. Kraken Impact is just so popular on this map as well. Such good angles, such good value that can be gained from a Bucky getting it uncontested, unrivaled, and putting in the work.
Completely agree. So much work from Bucky as well on Good Boy, and just in general from, I think, all of the members of both teams. I'm really excited to see, as I've mentioned multiple times, how both of these two teams' stories progress. Remember, the top two teams from MRC Pacific do make their way into MRI Stage 2. So all these teams have so much to play for, and they want to make it to that grand finals, which will be played tomorrow. And these two teams are looking so formidable and close to each other. I'm excited to see how this story continues. We have Good Boy furthering themselves into the upper bracket now, and they are now in the upper bracket finals.
Now, it won't be long. We'll get back into the action with our next series. We're going to cut to a little break, and we'll see you all soon.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when I know more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now?
Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Championships. We are here with Pacific Region, and we just had a wonderful 2 series so far, and we're about to watch our 3rd series of the day.
Ooh, it's gonna be a fun matchup. I'm excited for this one. Evanes versus Gold Complex. It's gonna be exciting to see how these teams go. Head-to-head. This is the lower bracket, round 12. Okay, so which means stakes are higher than ever for these two teams. Whoever goes down in this best of 5 will go down and out of the MRC.
Yep.
And the hopes of dreams to making it to MRI. So it's time. Lock in, get your dub, go for gold.
Exactly, this is the lower bracket as you were mentioning. So once you lose down here, you are out of the tournament, and as you mentioned, the dreams of reaching MRI are over. MRI does get awarded to the top 2 teams of MRC Pacific. So if you make it to the grand finals, which will be taking place tomorrow, you will be having your tickets to enter MRI stage 2. So definitely want to head towards there, and definitely if you're in the lower bracket, you want to win every single match until the grand finals.
Now, this is it. It's going to be very exciting. Now, I've seen these teams play before. I've seen a bit of action in some MRC matches. I've seen a bit of, some certain players here. Very exciting to see some veterans in the gaming scene, in the esports scene. It's going to be cool to see how this all unfolds. Got a couple OCE teams here as well. It's going to be a good one. Let's see how it all unfolds. Now, basically, going forward, these teams play some pretty cool picks, actually. Maybe a bit different than what we've seen so far. But Psylocke's getting protected, Wolverine's getting banned. Not going to see the Wolverine.
Yeah.
Going to see Punisher also banned, and Captain America protected. Cheeky's Captain America, that's one to keep our eyes on.
Exactly, yeah, Captain America is going to be protected. And remember, with these picks and bans and protects in this MRC, it's more like what you see in a game. You are banning, when one team bans, they're banning across for both teams. So you're banning yourself out as well, and protecting, of course, for theoretically both teams. So you can see Punisher being banned out, and now also Human Torch being banned out too. Storm as well. So it does mean that the flying meta, the flying composition might not be played as strongly in these two teams.
Now, flyer meta, lockdown and out, which means it's going to be a good day for for Ultron, because Ultron's still available, but Hela's been protected. Final bans are going to be loading up again. Reminders to everybody, MRC doesn't work like MRI. These bans are lobby wide, which means Magneto and Storm and Wolverine and Human Torch and Punisher are off the table for all 12 players here today. But Hela's protected, Cash protected.
Yep.
Emma Frost and Psylocke are protected, which means the Psionic team up is protected. Freedom Charge will definitely fly, and Groot will not grow today. Let's lock in some picks. Let's see what we're getting.
I'm not judging.
Yep, no growing Groot here, but we do, as you mentioned, have the possible, as you said, the team up between Emma Frost and Psylocke is possible, and we can see Gold Complex hovering it at the moment. Jeff hover as well. We've seen a few different hovers. Here's what will actually be played, of course, and we do see very similar compositions around the place, but the Emma Frost and Psylocke combination team up we've seen a couple of times, but I'd love to see it once again here in MRC round 12 Pacific.
Now, going forward, it's going to be exciting because there's a Thor here. Now, if we get Thor, this would be pretty cool. All right, let's get a bit of, a bit of a berserk mentality out here. Now, Cassia on the Rocket Raccoon is going to set us up, with some packs, with some jetpacks, get the team moving. No Wolverine, so no kidnap boosters here today, unfortunately, but we did see that earlier, so that was good vibes anyways. Going forward, we're going to see a lot of different factors here. 15 seconds walking out of here. We're going to see Gold Complex have the Captain America, the Bucky. That's a great team up in itself. The Star Spangled Brothers from the 40s are going to be here, learning some combination. Emma as well with Psylocke, and they've got Cloak and Dagger and Lunar Snow, feeling confident. Evanescence at the same time. They got the Atom, they got Star-Lord, which means they got that team up. They got that Guardians of the Galaxy team up. Cheeky on the Cap, Owl on Emma, and Mantis there to finish up that triple Guardians of the Galaxy combination.
Exactly, the Guardians combination you mentioned. We do have all 3 members on Evansis, so make sure you guys remember about that, because there's going to be a lot of revives coming through from Evanis. So just keep your eye on that with Kazuya trying to take an aggressive duel. Remember, with the revive passive still available, they are able to do. They are able and allowed to be quite aggressive because they do have that second life sort of available for themselves because they don't want to give it away freely. As Wartek does take down Kazuya finally in the backline. Revive on point, safe and secure. Goes in for more, but in the meantime, Mantis doing quite a lot of damage. Does take down Peter the Panther. And that's going to be massive build-up for Evanis, being able to take down 2 members with Kazuya with that revive, able to claim the next player. And now with that, Evanis does take the point.
Now, this is going to be exciting to see how it all unfolds because the Guardians of the Galaxy team up is so confidently one of the best team ups in Season 2.5. There's so many factors why it has been chomping up the queues, chomping up MRI and MRC, and it's been banned out in most regions for MRI. We didn't see too much of it in OCE, but it was definitely prominent, especially in the EMEA region. But it's on the one that's kicking off from Lottie Top right now, going forward for the pressure right there. Alcazar is going with the LFT. Long is out of here, and we're going to see what's hit the buckshot, taking out BF Teb, and then it's going to be LFT reversing themselves with the Mantis resing themselves as well. There is the Karmic Revival team up, as we call it, as we know it. Everyone's going to come back just when you think they're gone. They're going to return the fight. That's why this team up is just so brutal. But the silent introduction from OPWL is going to shut them down and push them back. We're going to put them on the back foot for now as God Complex do return back to spawn. Going to retreat, going to regroup and find a different plan to take on Evanis. It's going to be interesting.
It is going to be interesting, and both of these 2 teams used 4 ultimates each, so they only have 2 now left at their disposal for this next fight. It's going to be interesting because one of those is, of course, the revive ultimate of Adam Warlock. Could be exciting to see how that goes out, but out instead goes Peter the Panther with the butterfly, but does get shut down immediately, not able to find any use from that ultimate, unfortunately, for God Complex, and they need to find something soon because 75% and counting. God Complex links, tries to go in, Gates takes out 1 member who does get revived immediately, but in the meantime, Evanis has been destroying the backline of God Complex.
Now, I gotta say right now, that was a bold play right there because God Complex just fell off the... Anyways, at the end of the day, that's how you want it. Psylocke over here is gonna be, you know, trying to take a different angle, trying to get an angle, but 96%. Does the portal make it? 7, 8, 9. I don't think they make it. Oh, wait, hold on. There's a bit of a contest. They do make it. The contention is still there. It's still formidable. It's still on the line. The question is, TF Neb gonna... Yep, there it is right there. The Mantis ultimate to start kicking it off. Adam Warlock's gonna try and land in some shots. We're gonna see pace for pace going for the ace. Cheeky takes out Alcazar, and then it's gonna be pushing forward. Overtime sticking out. Is anybody there to contest it? Eternal Bond is just there in time. Watts is there to land a buckshot and taking out the Mantis, and then Chaos for Chaos right there. Overtime still ticking down. Watts is trying to get a pick. Eternal Bond keeps him sustained. Lottie is there, and Cheeky gets 1. Go Complex Links takes down. Pete the Panthers 4. Watts as well. Overtime ticks down there. 100-0 for Evanis right there, capturing our first round on Hell's Heaven. That's right. The Super Soldier Factory is theirs.
Super Soldier Factory does go to Evanis, and they did look extremely strong doing that. We mentioned the Adam Warlock team up, the Karmic Revival. It's super strong in their hands, especially Kazuya and TF and Neb are able to capitalize on this team up as best as they can. And now Kazuya, with the ultimate available coming up soon, is going to be extremely scary to watch. But there are actually quite a few ultimates available coming up soon. 3 for both teams.
Now, Brycey, this is interesting right here.
Yes.
100-0? 100-0 to
Yes.
start us off?
Exactly.
That's impactful. That's the Guardians team up right there. Just when you think they're down and out, you're already fighting them again. It's almost like a 6v9 at the same time because they just come back. Adam comes back. Starlord comes back. Mantis not there for now. Well, she will be because we're just going to get the Jeff speed boost first, just pushing him out of point, and then we're going to see Mantis from Neb following suit. Wait for it right now as we're going to see that switch in just a few seconds.
Yep.
Wow, I actually know what I'm talking about.
You do. I'm
learning.
I'm very proud of you, but not very, like, it's a very good strategy for Jeff to, you know, get that little bit of speed boost. And with Kazuya on the Star-Lord, you want to get him in position with the Captain America. This could be exciting. And maybe catching God Complex a little bit off guard, but nobody falling just yet. They're very respectful of Kazuya on the Star-Lord. Alcazar, in the meantime, though, is getting a little bit of damage, but is, of course, playing with the team, has the Psionic Mind available, is going in hard to try and take many of these people away from the team, but it's going to be LFT Jong Rek that is going to be taking down Ark instead. Evanis capitalizing on this and going in harder. Out comes the Eye Nakamoto though from God Complex and gets stunned down. It doesn't get completed. In the meantime, Kazuya going legendary, going for 1. going for more as Kazuya though does get dangerous low, will be able to survive. In the meantime, everyone else from God Complex is forced back towards the spawn. Alcazar finally falling. Though, yeah, triple for the Adam Warlock.
This LFT Longvec. What a name. Sorry. Jongvek is out here doing so much work on the animal, the secret duelist of this composition right here, because a lot of the pain is coming from Cheeky just in the backline, absolutely stunning them, running them, and not allowing them to even forward pressure the front line of Evanes right there. We're going to see Neb set up the nice Mantis ultimate, pushing them forward. They're going to be undefeated. We're going to see a shield bash toss taken out. Wartech, Watts falls to Jongvek as well. There's another pressuring power from the Captain America, going directly for the Hela, who is walking the path of shadows. The Eternal Bond is off, but Hela takes to the skies to try and land some shots, but Lottie Tots did land the Eternal Bond themselves and nullify what could have been potentially a damaging situation for God Complex right there. Cassia gets beaten the Panther. That's the pressure you want right there. The blue squad falling back. There it is right now. Agamotto clears my house as we set up that crackhead impact from what? Taking out Lottie.
Okay.
With a triple KO impact though. With the 4 taking out the quad right there for what? Do we see the potential Panther chasing your old Captain America for the Panther KO for what? From God Complex.
And with that, God Complex are able to take back the point. 69% for Evanes. So God Complex have a lot to work towards, especially considering Evanes got the first round. But my goodness, what's on the Bucky? Able to do quite a lot of work. Able to look really good doing it as well. But the choke coming up from Oak is going to do a little bit of damage to them. Actually to themselves. But it's going to be LFT, John Beck, that takes down Watts. He takes down the hero from the God Complex. And Evanes coming in very strong with the Psionic coming in as well, trying to do as much as they can. Not able to mind control anyone just yet, but Legendary coming out from Kaja is doing even more work. Somehow, OP lives on just a little bit of HP, able to actually get revived, my bad. And with that, God Complex are falling one by one. What's switching over to Iron Man? Things could get interesting. 40% of the board for God Complex.
Oh, so much powerhouse maneuvering right there. Such confidence, such dive potential, just allowing themselves to play in unchecked territory right now. It is obviously in their favor right now. Evanes putting in the work, putting in the power. Neb ready again with the Mantis ultimate ready to fly, ready to dive them on in, push them forward. OP as well on the AMER, putting in the work, using that Sonic Seduction earlier. Won them that fight. Look how fast they just dive in, absolutely launch into the backline. Alcazar gets Neb, who gets absolutely left behind. Watts gets the pick on Jongvek. Iron Man's in the house. Job is start off the protocol because Neb gets herself red. Jongvek gets picked off.
Oh my goodness.
Neb goes Watts. Oh, Max Pulse doesn't connect, but we do see a face shoot from Star. Agamotto from one gets beaten up by there into a double KO from the starter step and flying butterfly right there. Cassia getting the raise on themselves. Coming back, taking out Alcazar. Cheeky taking out Lynx. There's Peter the Panther getting Neb. Cassia gets Panther. Overtime 6 down and
Okay.
Watts nearly made it, but it wasn't enough, and Hell's Heaven is taken. Woo!
First map going to Evanes, and they looked good with that comic revival, looking absolutely amazing. You think maybe Kazuya has been taken out because he was, but then gets revived with that passive and able to just keep going. MVP does go to Lottie Tots, and no surprises there with all the sustain coming out from the strategists in the backline. The comic revival strategy probably wouldn't have been possible without that anchor of a strategist in the backline.
That is
29,000.
Excellent. My good, 29,000. Damn, such power healing right there from Lottie Tot. What an exciting team up to watch. This is cool. This is fresh. Something different.
Yep.
Something spicy. Captain America and Emma Frost, not a composition that we see a lot of, but honestly, really refreshing to see something different, something actually executed well by these teams. A bit of specialist action going on. I feel like we're witnessing something really cool coming from these two teams, but going forward, let's get cheeky with it. Let's be real. Captain America led the pace so much there. Once Captain America dove in, you saw Cassia on the Star-Lord fly right after them, going in, enabling everything. Mantis followed suit. At many times, if Mantis didn't follow suit, what happened is Alcazar shut them down, just caught them out. But they went hard, they went for the dive, and that's how they get value.
They got so much value, as you mentioned, the Captain America, but also, I mean, I'd love to highlight Watts as well from God Complex, putting on a show on the Bucky, being able to do quite a lot of picks, but of course, Kaja doing amazing work on the Star-Lord, and John Berg with that team up, able to do a lot of damage themselves as well. Look at those picks, triple KO for them.
Oh, big place from the Bucky. Again, the Penta. If we get to witness it again, it's a beautiful Penta taking out the Captain America. Cheeky Penta right there. But Peter the Panther hitting a double KO, flash KO on the dance of the butterfly was excellent as well. So much power, so much presentation, so much amazingness coming from that team right there. That was exciting. That will work me up. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I hope the folks in chat are as well. MRC tonight is just going crazy. Again, this was one of our first matches where losing is not an option. Losing, you're knocked out.
Yeah.
What does that mean for you? Is there another path into MRI? Maybe if you climb in stage 2. For those who don't know, to get into MRC, your team needed a minimum requirement of platinum. But to get into the MRI qualifiers, which will be in stage 2 later on in a couple months, you need to have a minimum of grandmasters on your team. Okay, it's gonna be a tough one. But these teams climbed from, you know, the mid ranges of the rank and learned their best and got the best that they could do. But that's the way it is.
It is the way it is. This is the lower bracket. It is, of course, a final stand for both of these two teams, and they are standing as hard as they can. But we do, of course, have a best of 5 series to go through, so we will have more maps for you after this break.
Not long.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we wait for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up,
just win the first map in our best of 5 series in the lower bracket of round 12. This is the last stand, the last chance of both of these two teams that would have win this series. If they lose, they are out. But if they win, they get to continue the journey through the lower bracket. So it's going to be exciting, like, as we are about to head into map 2.
Oh, map 2 is going to be a good one. Now, we just came from domination. We're probably going to go to convoy or convergence here. I want to see something different. I want to see some different maps, different compositions. Maybe we might go to something, a bit spicy. Maybe we might go to Wakanda. We might go to different places. Very commonly, Central Park is picked. It's one of the most popular maps. And never mind, we're on Central Park.
You are correct. Central Park Convergence. It is, well, Adam Warlock being the absolute first ban coming out straight away from God Complex. No surprises there. We were discussing as well on broadcast just before the break how strong that Karmic Revival is as a passive for Everness, especially with that Star-Lord. Looking at the bans that are coming up from Everness, they're going to be banning Wolverine and protecting Punisher.
Definitely. Okay, so Cassie won't be able to cook as freely on the Star-Lord, of course. Got Warlock's out of the picture. Cheeky Captain America could see the light of day again, but Hela's going to be banned out. Punisher's going to be protected. Storm's going to be protected. We might see a Jeff Nader.
Oh.
Really depends.
Yeah, we do see TF Neb hovering the Jeff. You are right, we might be seeing a Jeff Nader. But, Longbeck, who was hovering Hela, may not be able to play Hela anymore because God Complex has banned out Hela. I'm not surprised though that John Vec is one of those hit scan Hela players. Seeing how they played Adam Warlock, getting all those picks, they're very much a strong duelist mindset indeed.
Now, okay. Luna Snow banned. Wait a minute.
Exciting.
No Fate of Both Worlds. No Loki's copying the Fate of Both Worlds, which means Cloak and Dagger on the table. Mantis as well, but we don't need the Mantis because Adam's banned, so we might not even lean towards that, which means we could finally see some Sue Storm action. Visible boundaries could be set up. We could see the Fantastic team up. Never mind, Human Torch is out. I don't think these players are going to be playing the thing of Mr. Fantastic, so that final ban's gonna decide a lot of facts right now. Final ban coming from Everness. What's it going to be? They want the Hela, they want the Star, they want the Penny. They're going to be banning Ultron, taking out the Flyer that could have potentially enabled a Storm. Smart decision.
Make all the difference.
Gonna see, oh my goodness, look at all those Lord icons, so many coming through. Loki, Ned playing Loki, Psylocke, John Vec, Cheeky on the Magneto. It's gonna be Punisher, Kazia. It's going to be exciting to see that as well come through. We've seen a lot of Punishers today, and they usually pop off quite impressively. Lottie Toddy, Cloak and Dagger, it's looking pretty good. Looking like a lot of Lords for Everness, though not to be shy of, all the Lords, of course, on the other team as well.
Going to be interesting to see as we are going to Dracula's castle. Beautiful map, great design, great vibes, good time. Good news is, everybody, Blade is not in prison on this map anymore. That's right, Blade woke up. He's ready. He's in Clintar. He's fighting alongside Jean Grey, the Phoenix. That's going to be exciting going into Season 3. I can't wait to see it happen. I hope Blade is the hero that is revealed in the middle of Season 3. That'd be really cool to play Blade. I know everyone's having predictions what role Blade will play. Personally, I would love a Vanguard. That'd be so fun.
That would be exciting. I could see a Vanguard. I could also see, of course, a Duelist as well, but we'll have to see what Marvel Rivals, what NetEase does plan for that. Kaja getting a lot of damage with that turret bomb already going through. 23% on the old charge immediately, but of course the turret does get dissipated and has to return to a bit more of a safe position. What's though aggressively trying to find a Jong up the top there, kind of do a lot of damage to them, but it's going to be a bit of a stalemate. Actually, no, Watts does lose out as Cheeky takes him out from down below.
This is what I actually expected. I feel like once they banned out the potential strategists that could enable What's in the Sky, the Ultron's out of the picture, not going to be a tough one. I mean, no Human Torch, which means you can't get the Invisible Woman team up. No Ultron, which means you can't get the Stark Protocol team up from Iron Man.
Yep.
There's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't want to play Flyer right now with these bans and picks that have happened just a few moments ago. So, regrouping, reassessing what your next plan might be the course of action here. But we're going to start off with an Eternal Bond from Wartech, just creating the Shroud all along the ground right now in this absolute entry room right here. Wartech gets the pick on Cassia, taking out the Punisher. Eternal Bond from Lottie Tot this time. turning the tides, making the shadows blue and red combine, and it's going to be a purple madness right there. OPWL going to be pushing on the AMER, fast pushing Gold Complex back into the corridor, back out of their room, but the last judgment, the final judgment from the Panther is here, and it gets shut down by Cheeky. Taking out LFT. Jong Vek as well, and then it's going to be Lynx being absolute chokeslammed by the AMER Frost. Meteor charges up, waiting for the shadows to cast away, and it doesn't connect. But an Executioner is lined up again, and this time it's going to be met with Watts in the front line, trying to shut down the pressure that could be coming from a Punisher. Mega Hurricane's ready, but it doesn't matter because Watts is there with Cassia. Never mind, Hurricane in the room. Loki's going to be funny as well. That's a double from Watts. That's the powerhouse. That's the pressure they need. Gold Complex taking 2/3. Gonna take that third, and they're gonna start pushing Ratokska. How do we say it again?
You said it correctly, I'm pretty sure. Ratatoska. So cute though. Ratatoska is absolutely adorable. I love the convoy in this map and being able to push forward. It feels always super good. But looking at the ultimate for Evanes, John does have that Beyond the Butterflies available for themselves. So I want to see how they do this flank coming through. You can see him looking for it up the top there, but he's going to get spotted by the storm and getting quite damaged. A lot has to fall back. In the meantime, the Warthog does have a ton of bond. Is going to be using it on the point and going forward quite aggressively, able to get a lot of control on the map. But Logic Toes also, of course, has the ton of bond and using it quite aggressively as well for themselves. Now down to Butterfly, finally gets used by Jong, but the runes of Loki has them on the ground, able to keep the entire team alive. And with that, John Beck does get taken down. Evanes now with one less player is still able to hold on to the point, but they will be now respecting it and falling back. Now multiple ultimates are coming out for both teams, but it is Peter the Panther in combination with the mind control. Will be able to take so many members of Evanes out. And with that, Gold Complex keep pushing forward.
Because I signed an introduction with the Peter the Panthers final judgment. It was literally the final judgment for Evanes right there. It's going to be hard for them to contest this now as they're moving up to the ramp, to the front door of Dracula's castle. How they're going to get past these double door gates when Peter is there with the turret, lighting it up already on John Vec, trying to sustain on the Bucky, and they already made it through.
They have made it through indeed, and Ark being able to get a double there just to sweeten the deal at the end. God Complex moving forward, and look at the time. 4 minutes 13 on the clock. God Complex looking really good to secure this round with a big time bank. But I mean, look at Evanes's ult. That's 3 ultimates in the hands of them, and they did win that first map, so they are a strong team. They are likely able to try and push forward and do a lot of damage as Cassia goes forward with the George. Fury going in, tries to shut down George. He tries to shut it down with the Eternal Bond, but it's not enough as Lynx does get taken out. In the meantime, Watts also taken out. That's 2 for God Complex that are back in spawn, and Evanes are able to defend once more.
Able to defend. That presence is insane, but the Silent Seduction is going to be there to try and nullify their pressure, nullify their pushing power, put them back in the corner, put them back away and out of their castle. But the Magnetic Meteor from Lynx rises to the sky, doesn't connect, only with a chance of a lifetime. It could have been great, but Watts is going to wind up the Mega Hurricane and trap them on their exit route and goes straight for the Loki once again, catching them out, goes for the prediction on Loki's parting and actually calls it, times it clean and out, and takes out TFNEP and Cheeky at the same time. Watts with a very effective Mega Hurricane, really masterclass use of positioning right there, reading where the Loki would have retreated. Instead of going back, they knew Loki would actually go deeper while invisible and made a good read there.
Very good read indeed. And with that, now 2 minutes 50 on the clock. Out comes the Eternal Bond from Lotus trying to stop this executioning to happen. But Peter, the Panther, is doing so much damage. But Lotus actually takes down Watts with that Eternal Bond and is going for more, of course. But so many ultimates from the side of Evanes. Now comes the Joshua Jury from Kazuya to keep pushing forward to stop this point from being controlled by God Complex. And John Beck gets one though. Kazuya gets another. It is leaning, the fight is leaning heavily towards Evanes. The aggression coming through from the Jewels of Evanes. They're pushing forward with their utility, going in further and further as Neb has copied out the Eternal Bond.
Ooh, Eternal Bond not available now for the next defense, but you know, Vortex ready with the offensive Eternal Bond that will give him sustain to be able to push up the stairs. 2 minutes in their time bank, plenty of time to take it to the throne room, take it straight to Dracula and get themselves their $5 that they're owed. But the question forward for everyone is Cheeky with the Magneto Meteor. Will it be enough to potentially shut down Wartech before we see that Eternal Bond go off? It's always an option. It's always definitely a factor. And Magneto will aim that strategist with that Meteor. Sonic Seduction kicks us off into the first fight. Alcazar trying to aim the backline, goes straight for Longvec, goes straight for Jongvec right there. You're pushing forward, trying to get the pressure right now. Watts gets the pick on OP. That's the pressure you want from a Storm. That's the power you need right there. Then there's going to be another one going forward. Ark's going to get cheeky. There it is. The turret is just going forward.
Lots of damage coming out from God Complex, and with that, with 1 meter left, 60 centimeters, Evan is trying to touch, but is of course to no avail. 1 minute 18 on the clock for God Complex. They cap at the end there, and with a bit of very bit of time as well. But can the other team now do the same? The tides have turned, the sides have switched. Evanes now on attack, God Complex on defense.
That is exciting to see. Ultimately, so much power, so much presence coming forward from Evanes right there. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see how it unfolds. Watts' Storm is a factor to consider right now. It needs to get shut down. We might need to see, you know, look, the Punisher was there, was available for Peter the Panther, but maybe something needs to change here because they had a pretty good time bank, maybe about a minute or so left to go, and they got it to the end. Barely a contestant onto final fight, nowhere near overtime, and that's the way it is. But now what we're going to see is God Complex are going to be on defense. But I think they have a more formidable defense lineup, especially with the Loki. It's gonna, which also my apologies, Evanescence also have, but bringing out the AMER Frost as well on the corners, especially at the starting point, it could be a big store for God Complex. But Evanescence. It's a bit strange actually, playing the... I think I know what's about to happen.
You're not getting baited by the penny.
No. I'm not
Okay.
getting baited. I think I called it. They are about to portal into the lower room next to the point with Strange and set up the armored protocol. Never mind, they switched.
I think they're still portaling though. I think they're still portaling. Cheeky still wants to portal with the turret, and I think the turret's actually in spawn as well. I'm not sure if that helps a little bit on not being able to do more damage and be able to stay alive, but so much damage coming through from the turret. They're able to take all the members of God Complex off the high ground. Nasty strategy coming through, and it is pretty successful. There's no way Kazi's gonna jump through as well into the point as well. Nope, he's not. Oh, I thought he might, but Loading Tot in the meantime does get taken down by God Complex. Evanes doing a keep cheeky strat doesn't actually get them much. They weren't able to take down anyone, but in the meantime now, Watts does get taken down by Kazi, who has made their way to the choke point.
Making their way forward, pushing straight through, trying to get as much pressure as they can. Ultimates coming online very soon for Jongvec and of course Cassia. The duels are going to bring the potential power they need. Vortex ready with the Eternal Bond. But right now, there it is ready to go if they need. OP getting the pick, double pick on Vortex and getting the double KO on the AMER for us out here. Cheeky getting a pick on Lynx right now. That's another pick right now. Just when I thought it'd be a strong defense, no, Evanes just walk on through, get the right picks they need and cause the pressure, the power, but the portal can contest. They've got time.
They've got time, and now they go in through the portal, and they're able to touch in time, but Evanes taking down multiple members, it doesn't matter. While they're able to portal in, God Complex are just there, ready and waiting. Eternal Bond was used, but they're nearly able to take and capture them out of the Eternal Bond. But in the meantime, it is still getting taken out by Evanes. God Complex are falling, and Evanes still contesting the point, able to slowly get that tick back up and capture the point. 4.5 minutes on the clock.
But the score is in favor of Evanes right now as they start going through. Just a bit of a lore drop, a little bit of lore information.
All right.
Ratato Square is actually the messenger squirrel from Asgard. That's why it's so big. It's from Asgard. So, when I believe there's a voice line conversation between Thor and Squirrel Girl where he says, you're the Lord of Squirrels. Do you know Ratato Squirrel? Something like that. And she's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's so cute. But in the meantime, we do have Peter the Panther doing lots of damage. Not able to take anyone out just yet. But yeah, Ratato The Squirrel Messenger goes, tries stuck around this corner. Panther now taking down up with the Executioner, getting one, getting two. Going for more, double, wants a triple. Can they get a quad? They want the quad, they're looking for the quad, but the quad is denied. Triple KO for Peter the Panther.
Triple KO clean from Peter the Panther out here on the Punisher, putting in the work, putting in the pain, putting in what you need to explain to everybody watching is that when a Punisher is unchecked, when a Punisher is unmatched, they're going to put in the work, they're going to set up turrets, they're going to set up box shots, they're going to shred. That's just how Punishers roll, especially in MRC. Today, we've got Watts as well on the Storm, ready to Omega Hurricane. Let's see where it lines up. Gonna wait for the right time. And once again, boxing the Loki, going for Cassia, and Joggenbeck, taking out the Duelist, taking out the Loki, taking out Cheeky, who gets the pick on Legs. That's triple KO from Watts with the Omega Hurricane. Peter gets the final pick on OP, and it puts them back into spawn. Strong use of two ultimates from God Complex there, mixing the Sonic Seduction with the Omega Hurricane, gave them value they needed, gave them the power, gave them the pressure, which allows them to put Evanes back into spawn.
Yeah, that Psionic Seduction is so good in combination with damaging ultimates. And well, John Beck has met the taunt of Peter the Panther up on the high ground. Alcazar finds Cheeky as well. Lots of damage coming through from Evanes. From God Complex onto Evanes, who feel like they're kind of being spawn camped at the moment. They're not able to get anywhere near Ratatoska, unfortunately for them, but eventually it does have to end, and God Complex does give up a bit of positioning to Evanes, who are rotating around the corner. Cheeky trying to get rid of some of the Loki clones from the top to get rid of some of the power that God Complex has with that Loki on hand. But now out comes Loki Nev from Evanes's ultimate coming through to try and do as much as they can. And out comes also the media from God Complex. There's going to be lots of ultimates from both teams, and it's going to be quite a big fight as all the strategists ultimates try and keep everyone sustained, as well as the Loki runes.
Now that is exactly what you want from the mental projection team up. Just when you thought you were aiming for the right target, you actually hit a clone. They only got one pick with the Magnetic Meteor, but Bloody Tot is here with the Eternal Bond themselves, and it's going to mean that Vortex going to be able to try and match that with the pace themselves. Actually, sorry, Ark, who copied the Cloak and Dagger, actually puts their Eternal Bond down. That's why there was a second one. Quick Magnetic Meteor, just not enough. You thought that it would survive, but Watts was there to shred down Cheeky when you least expected it. Putting the power down, putting the damage in, putting the force power. Al is there, ready to go. OPOL with the Sonic Selection of their own this time. Bring it forward. G Complex into the Kraken impact. That gives John Beck the reset they needed.
Oh my goodness.
That's a double KO starting off with. Going into Leaks. Will it be enough? Will we see another? Do we see another? An uppercut trying to zone? Yes, there is a triple KO. There it is right there. The momentum from John Beck on the Bucky. Going for the quadra KO. Do we see the Panther? Do we see the pressure? No, because there's too many of them. John Beck gets taken down right before a potential Panther. But a formidable quadra KO. A little bit of greed there, but still gave the entire team Evidence some time to move in. Oh, but the Eternal Bond goes off.
Eternal Bond goes off as the Mega Hurricane goes out from Watts from God Complex. It's going to be doing a lot of damage, and as you mentioned, the Eternal Bond is on the floor from God Complex as well. Vortex trying to keep all the members alive. Now God Complex links Massive Meteor onto Loti Tot in the background. They did not have Eternal Bond available yet, so they're going to be struggling to get back in time to be able to keep the rest of the team alive. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. God Complex cleaning house right now, and Evanes have to try and get back in touch within 15 seconds, but all the ultimates are off board at the moment. Loti Tot falling once again. 9 seconds. It's going to be hard for them here, Liger.
5, 4, 3. Does anybody contest? 2, 1. And there's a contestation from Evanes right there. We're going to see the final fight for them to try and make it through, to try and get into Dracula's castle. Captain America with the store. That's the 1v1. Wartech takes them down. Overtime's ticking off. Watts is in the backline, shredding them once, shredding them twice, and they push them off. God Complex take Dracula's castle, completing the round in their favor, holding it down just before the final gate of the third section, giving themselves the map.
They give themselves the map, bringing themselves down to... It's exciting to see these two teams fight it out. MVP going to the Loki, going to Ark. We can see why Loki commonly gets banned out in these high-level tournaments. Evanes, God Complex 1-0 in the lower brackets. This is, of course, their last stand. We mentioned it multiple times. If they lose here, they are out. But if they win, they have that dream. They have their sights set onto that grand finals. And they have to go through all of these lower brackets and the lower finals to be able to get there. MVP, Ark, with so much utility and everything coming out from them.
Oh yeah, big utility, big power, big presence coming forward, especially from Ark. Like you said, on the Loki, putting in the work, 36k healing, but War Taker's there as well there. Almost 50k healing. So much power, so much presence coming forward from the strategic lineup. Now, going forward, maybe some change ups from the bans, the picks. I think letting that Storm go through was a bit of a problem. I really thought shutting out the Ultron and the Human Torch wouldn't enable Storm too much, but no, it seems as though Water's Storm kind of cooks. You know, Lord Storm must be definitely a specialist at that, which means a lot of factors can be considered. Now, Lynx as well on the Magneto did have a bit of a tough time going against Cheeky's Magneto, but did win overall at the end of the line when it came to the Vanguard lineup. Alcazar's Emma Frost was just there. Every time we saw Hurricane, it was there. Every time we saw Final Judgment coming from Peter the Panther, it was there as well to absolutely set it up. So Emma Frost, Alcazar, definitely a big pick. I feel like they needed an Emma Frost on their side as well. Definitely.
Let's have a look at these highlights. Some of these highlights I'm sure would absolutely look amazing. I want to see, as you mentioned, Alcazar's combination, but we see what's here with that Hurricane going crazy in the back line, going quite aggressively, trying to make sure they clean everyone up before they try and recontest. Meaning Goku Play's got quite a bit of time on this first point of this first push. Another Mega Hurricane coming from Watts. So many amazing plays, and I think, you know, this one was just the Mega Hurricane, not combined yet with the Psionic, but this was, I think, a combination with the Punisher Ultimate doing so much damage. It was absolutely incredible to watch from Peter the Panther.
Absolutely stellar performance again. Hurricane after Hurricane, boxing them in, and there was the big one right there, taking out 3. Definitely. Oh, of course, John Vec on the absolute big Bucky action right there. I believe this is when we saw absolute Quadra KO from the Kraken Impact Killer. Oh, absolutely, just do so much power right there. Doing a massive performance right there. Big star right there, John Vec. But did get a bit greedy at the end there, but it was still entertaining. It's good times nonetheless. Absolutely stellar performance. But going into this next one, winners momentum may be a factor, or we could see a switch of the script. We could go trading maps back and forth. I wonder how it will be.
Yes, with both of these two teams with their backs against the wall, the pressure is going to be on. So maybe the pressure does make diamonds, and we might see some more exciting plays coming through. I want to make a reference to Emma Frost there, but I'm not quite sure how. But diamonds are potentially in the making, and we'll see what both of these two teams can cook up in the next game after this break.
Be back in the kitchen very soon.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up a distance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are stand up for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me as
We are back here with an exciting 1-to-1 match series between Go Complex and Everness. It's exciting here because it is the lower bracket. It is their last chance to stay in MRC and to make their way through the MRC lower bracket rounds and make it to the grand finals for a chance to get into the MRA stage 2.
Ooh, stakes are higher than ever. That's the way it is. These teams fighting for everything right now. 1-to-1. Tiebreaker map coming up. We're going to find out. Again, it's a best of 5 for those who don't know. For those tuning in, welcome to the Marble Rivals Championship. It's going to be an epic time here in the Pacific region. Seeing how all these teams fare, it's going to be a really good one. We're going to jump into the game right now.
Ooh.
Let's get into the action.
Burn into T'Challa, Domination. I'm excited to be back on Domination because, you know, it feels like a bit more of a even sort of fight. I wouldn't say free-for-all, but it really is about, like, who can play the better team composition, who can do better team fights between these two teams. Wolverine, Adam Warlock banned out immediately. I don't think God Complex want to make that mistake of letting Adam Warlock through early again, so that is obviously going to be an insta ban from God Complex. In the meantime, Everness, Wolverine ban, and then a Hella Protect.
Ooh, okay. Hold on. Let's take a minute here.
Okay.
Hella Protect. Okay. Hella Protect until Storm Protect, which means, you know, we're gonna have the flyer anti-flyer composition we've been seeing mainly. We're seeing a Penny Hover. Penny Hover can lean a lot of different things. Burn T'Challa Domination. You know what? You could bring out the Penny Parker. You could bring out the armored Spider-Nest team up. It could be of value if you get the rocket, of course. But Wolverine ban. We know why Wolverine's banned. Wolverine, the kidnap, the rocket jump. It's just too effective. It absolutely decimated in our first series of the day. Going forward, it's going to be interesting to see how it all turns out. Magneto banned as well. Sorry, Magneto protected with the Punisher banned. Now, Punisher ban, I think that one makes sense, right? I think that's been a long time coming. We need to see Frank Castle out of here for a match.
Yeah, it's Punisher has been, I guess, you know, dominating quite a bit on these maps, but Emma Frost being banned out is going to be exciting as well. I'm not surprised Everness are banning that out. As you mentioned, Alcazar on the Emma Frost was absolutely phenomenal. I am both surprised and not surprised about not banning the Loki, because I think Everness do like playing the Loki themselves, but they do think that Alcazar's Emma Frost is a bit too strong, and Gold Complex don't want to take the risk of running into another Psylocke.
Another Psylocke out of here. No dance of the butterfly. No first step being taken towards glory for the Psylocke players here today. Emma Frost also out of here. No Psionic team up at all. No after images. None of that nonsense. But Magneto will still survive the banning phase. He will be protected. OPWL will be able to play some Magneto. Let's head on over to the Wakandan Galactic Empire. Woo! Beautiful map. Beautiful design. Regal design. Gold and purple. dark panel aesthetic. Really nice, really cool. Domination. I wanted to watch this map all day, Ricey. I'm really excited for this map. One of my favorites, a good one. And it's going to be cool to see. I hope we go to Waterfall first. Waterfall will be really cool, but I'm happy with either of them. It's good vibes, it's a good time, beautiful map. Let's get into the action. Let's get into the madness. What are the compositions we're going to be looking at as we go 20 seconds out to spawn doors opening? Of course, it's going to be cool to see a Jeff maybe, Vortek and Neb hovering the Jeff. Ultron seems to be floating around as well.
Could be just Jeff with a speed boost though as well. Not entirely sure, but I would love to see them stick to it. Let's see if it's going to be just speed boost or if it's an actual play. Yeah, just speed boost. Just speed boost.
Okay, but the Ultron does hold ground. Okay,
True.
Let's see. Bit of action here, bit of Loki from Neb as well. Loki from Ark as well, the most desired strategist in all of competitive Marvel Rivals at the moment, and the most banned pick in the queues as well. Let's get real with it.
Loki, absolutely phenomenal indeed, but I am very much eyeing this Ultron, especially on the hands of John Beck. John Beck, you know, one of the duelists usually, so very aggressive play, I'm assuming, coming out from Ultron. In the meantime...
In the meantime, let's look at the main and lean. Cassia on the Hela right now. Putting in the work, taking out Watts. I had a feeling that was going to be a pick right there. Hela is going to put Storm down. It's going to be a tough time to play Storm on such an open map where Hela can hide in bunker corners, around rocks, around terrain. This map, I say it once, I say it twice, every time we go on this map is one of the most well-designed maps when it comes to destroyable terrain. It can really change the tide, and with the rage of Ultron, he's going to restructure this map into his design right here, and he's going to absolutely decimate the presence that could have come from God Complex right there. But Cheeky's going to get the pick on Watts. The Storm's being taken down. The Fate of Both Worlds is kicking off from Luna Snow this time. It's going to be Wartech is ready with the actual Fate of Worlds themselves, because that was Ark this entire time who disguised as Luna Snow and hit the Fate of Both Worlds. But the Binary Blade from OP takes out Alcazar. Cheeky taking out Lynx, and it's going to be a capture return in favor of Everness right now, as they're going to get some percentage on the board.
Percentage is on the board for Everness, 10% and counting, but God Complex did get 38%. It's not too much, but it's definitely a decent amount still for the first fight. And looking at the ultimates, it's going to be a massive fight coming in. Potentially 5 owners for God Complex, currently 4 in hand, but looking for more. Everness, though, look at this cheeky position from Cheeky. Potentially going on that flank and getting the picks on the back line, but we'll have to see if it actually is successful, as Cheeky, I think, may have been forced out. In the meantime, Kazia with a double, and now going after Peter the Panther. That is amazing picks coming out from the team of Everness.
Oh, cold with it right there. Everness right now feeling confident, holding themselves the lead now, getting themselves 40% on the board and keep on climbing. Right there, Cheeky in the front lines, trying to get an angle, trying to get some information to relay back to their team. Clean shots from Cassia right there, farming up God Complex on the entry point. 50% to the Loki ultimate, but the rest of God Complex right now ready to fly with all their ultimates, and we're going to see that Mega Hurricane start off this first fight. Let's get into the action right now as he goes straight for the Loki right now. Mixing it up right there, doing it up with the Hurricane right there. That's exactly what you want to see. The Magneto video is going to be lining it up. Will it be enough? Both videos are flying, and one does connect, taking out Lottie. The Luna falls out of here. And a Bucky cracking impact goes straight for the Captain America, trying to land the reset, but unfortunately Captain America gets away. Cheeky getting the pick on the Luna Snow right there. Garcia takes out Peter the Panther. Vortex on the sideline trying to get some picks. LT Lord Jean Vec is over here taking out Watts out of the sky. There it is right there. TF Neb on the oh my days, fresh with it on the Loki, getting the double KO, holding it down. 90%. Go Complex have Ark on the Strange. Will they be able to pull a contest? I do believe they have the seconds to do it, but Cheeky's already ready for the high ground, knowing they're gonna drop on them.
Yeah, with the portal coming through, they're able to touch just a little bit in overtime. And overtime has been triggered, but looking at the ultimates, nothing is available just yet. So it's going to be a bit of a dry fight between these two teams. OP able to take down Wartech. That's massive for the side of Evanescence, but God Complex somehow still able to cap a little bit. Kaza coming back, takes down Watts, but all the members now of God Complex are falling. The dreams of this portal play falls to pieces as Evanescence claim the first round here.
The Magneto Binary Blade is so lethal, especially in the hands of OP right now. Putting in the work, putting in the slashes. Everness take first round on Burn T'Challa. That's right, they take the Warrior Waterfall. It is a beauty to behold. Let's get over to Stellar Spaceport and see if the tides change.
You did say you wanted the foes first, the waterfall first. We did get the waterfalls first. Such a gorgeous round. such a gorgeous map, of course. But here on this second round, with Evanes taking 1 point, I'm sure Gold Complex want to step up and try and get something for themselves. I believe they might want to switch things up a little bit. They do see, you know, Captain America coming out for God Complex here instead coming through, and I think they're keeping with the Doctor Strange after the portal incident earlier, but I want to say portal play earlier. I think they might be keeping it.
Definitely a wise decision because on the Strange this time around, switching it off. Ark going back onto Loki. Peter the Panther playing Peter Quill as Star-Lord. Love to see it right here, doing it up. Justice is here. Let's see how it unfolds with Jong Vic on the Ultron. We're going to see a lot of action coming forward from the Ultron helo composition. A lot of long range, a lot of power. Definitely way better on this map specifically. Stellar Spacecraft has long... Look how far. Already, Vortex doing damage. Sorry. What's on the Ultron doing damage? So much power coming from the Ultron. Long range. You'll love to see it right here, right? Let's see how this first kicks off, and the Rage of Ultron is ready to go from John Beck.
Yeah, John Beck using the Rage of Ultron, trying to take down Arakko's Loki, but Loki does have the rings available to protect themselves, and will be able to dodge, duck, and weave. In the meantime, Neb, though, on the Loki has taken down Alcazar. It is a big pick for Evanes as they've taken down God Complex's Vanguard, and now with that, they're able to tap the point in their favor. But you mentioned Watts as well on the Ultron, and Watts also now has their Rage of Ultron available.
Rage of Ultron is exactly what Watts needs to kick off to give their team a path forward. But Vortex there as well with the Fate of Both Worlds could be reliable, could be used, but OP's there with the answer. They need a meteor. You know how it is, but let's start it off with Watts' absolute Rage in Ultron right. Wait a minute, out of the sniping air, that Jongvek turns it and shuts it down. I can't be disbelief right now how fast they fell. But there it is right there. Garcia goes for Hela. We're taking to the skies. We're going forward with the Lunar Snow. We're going up and taking out the Fate of Both Worlds. Garcia taking out Wartek right there. Lunar Snow trying to sustain them, but it's not enough. And we're going to see Evanes take point, holding it down, keeping it going, 40%. Just when you thought God Complex had an opening, shut down and out by that long shot from the Ultron.
Yep, Ultron, Jongvek's doing quite a lot of work, and now they have their Rage of Ultron back online and available. In the meantime, though, Watt has opted to hop off of the Ultron and is back on the Bucky. Not having the ultimate available just yet, 20-30%. But in the meantime, 3 other God Complex members do have their ultimate. Of course, they have to do something here to try and take the point back. It is past 50% in their favor of Evanes, but now comes the Rage of Ultron doing a lot of damage. Backed up by a lot of the members of Evanes. They're trying to push forward and keep God Complex away from points. Respectfully, they're moving backwards, but God Complex's links with the Meteor pushes forward. Not able to find anyone just yet, but Alcazar does take that up. That is one of the Vanguards down. Assembling now from Cheeky. They want to try and touch point. They want to keep the point. 80% available on board for Evanes with the point being capped, but God Complex are turning things around. They're turning things in their favor, and they're able to flip it for them. Portal?
Massive Agamotto right there, but the portal is there to contest. They're going to see if they can keep it in their favor. Actually, right now, I think just collecting information, trying to see if they can go. Yep, exactly. Trying to go for the portal to catch Loki off guard. Right there. There it is right here. It's going to go off. It's going to kick off. There it is right now. Ark ready with the Loki ultimate, ready to copy and clear out any potential for them to go forward. We're going to see them try to burn the ultimates coming from God Complex first. We do see TFNAB copy goes straight for that. Ark actually, I believe, goes for the Lunar Snow Fate of Both Worlds. There it is right now. Vortex still online. Lottie Tot 70%. TFNAB also dancing. None of the real Lunars are dancing. It's just the Lokis right now. But what is ready to fly and the Kraken hit back.
Okay.
To the Ultron right there. Take 1, take 2 onto Lottie Tot right there. Do we see the third reset? Yes! It's a quadruple for the Bantam tail. Is it a Hexa? Down your old war body. And get the Hexa KO for Watts on the Bucky.
I swear as well, Watts was able to get started at least. Well, I think Neb was still dancing on point as well. I don't know, just being able to do so much damage. Unless it was God Complex's dance, it was absolutely fantastic to watch Watts though go absolutely hard on the Bucky, on the Kraken impact, being able to do so much damage, getting a Hexa for themselves. But now Cheeky coming forward, being able to shut down Watts, get rid of Watts, don't want him in the game anymore because they are dangerous. Both headers now open from the sky, so I'm just as much damage as possible and try and take control of the point. 78%, 80% now for God Complex. They're getting closer and closer to what Evanes is up to, but Evanes is suddenly winning this fight. OP with so much damage, able to shut down Alcazar. who was using the eye, and Peter as well, who was using the eye, but not able to capitalize on it just yet. Portal though, last attempt from God Complex to retouch, because they need to touch, and right now, 90%, they touch here, Liger.
Just in time, overtime ticks over, 99%. Who's going to take it? Evanescence is contesting. Who we see there? Oh, the Thing! God Complex links on the Thing right now. Haymaker after Haymaker. Maelstrom of Madness from the Panther right there. Peter's going to try to push forward. We're going to see Ark dancing up a storm and setting the first step, the second step with the Agamotto coming from OP right there, taking out one. Cheeky, Watson, Lynx, and Panther, and Wartaker all taken 1-for-1 by Evanescence. Right there, overtime ticks out. Triple KO from Cheeky to secure the round. That's right, Burning T'Challa has been claimed victorious.
Evanescence claim this second map here in this best of 5, bringing themselves higher in the series now, 2-1, giving themselves that advantage. And once again, Loki, TF Neb, MVP. Loki, absolutely fantastic hero to watch, and of course to play as a team, looking extremely strong. And Evanescence take that round. Pretty exciting though between these two teams. I think it really does come down to the pick and ban protect stage. These two teams are changing things up quite a lot and adjusting to each other's playstyles.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's exactly what we want. That's how we want. We want teams to learn from each other. We want the excitement. We want the power. It is just beautiful to see how that all unfolded. Especially a Bucky Hexa KO. My goodness. Couldn't ask for more than that. How absolutely fun was that to witness? So many factors, so many variables, so many things to consider. But the Lokis mattered. The Lunar Snows were getting copied. That's right. We were seeing the fate of not 2, not 4, not 6. We were seeing the fate of all 8 worlds. All right, the fate of all 8 worlds when it came to the Lunar Snow. That is the power that comes from that. How exciting! We're going to jump into some highlights. What do we think about this, Ricey? Let's have a look at that.
Well, highlight-wise, I'm not surprised if we're going to be starting off with a Loki highlight, but my goodness, Magneto OP was doing quite a lot of work as well on the Vanguards. But Kazuya, we've seen Kazuya pop off, not just in this map, but in all the other maps as well. An aggressive duelist, so much damage coming out from them, but we can't forget the Vanguards, we can't forget the strategists as well.
Oh, we definitely can't forget the Hellas too. Woo. Put it in the work, Kazuya. Kazuya out here doing a lot of work, taking out Wartake, taking them out on the skies. Right now, this was a very big tide of a turning fight right there. Double KOs from the Hela. Very, very formidable. And then there it is. The Bucky, the one. Goes for John, goes for 2, gets Lorito, and then a third from just tertiary damage taken out. OP. And then Kazuya for the 4th. Neb for the 5th. And then chase him down. Captain America for the Hexa KO. On our screens. First Hex KO of the night? I believe so. Beautiful.
I believe so too. Yeah, first one of the night. Of course, in the hands of a Bucky. Bucky very good at getting those Hexa KOs. But what's looking phenomenal. Excited to see what they bring us into the next game. Whether or not we're getting some more Buckies or some more Lokis. But we'll find out so shortly after this short break.
Stick around. Stick around.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through sun walls. Before the rifts splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across quietly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only.
We are back with Marvel Rivals Championships, lower bracket of Pacific round 12, where we have Everness winning themselves a second map in this best of 5. It is currently 2-1. Gold Complex just one map behind, but this does mean Everness is on map point, and Gold Complex have a must-win map here, because if they lose, they are out of the tournament.
Ooh, yeah, this is it. This is a potential final map of the evening. It's going to be crazy to see how it all unfolds. Now, bans. I love talking about bans.
We love bans.
Bans and picks can change everything in this game. It's like mental warfare before the actual physical warfare of the gameplay. But we're going to jump straight into that game. We're going to get into the action literally in moments. Let's get into it.
Let's get straight into it. We are here with the bans. Now, we have been seeing a lot of Psylocke bans and a lot of Adam Warlock. God Complex don't want to see that again. Adam Warlock immediately banned out. They are not changing their strategy, and that is completely fair. Now, Everness, we've seen them ban, we've seen this Wolverine ban multiple times as well.
Oh. Listen, what's going on? Why don't we want Logan out here? Why are we afraid of our Canadian friend Wolverine? Yeah, a bit of love for some Wolverine gameplay. You know, it was fun at the start of the night. We saw the Groot fall off the map in Arakko early on. It was really cool.
That was fun.
Storm's protected. Hold on, Storm protected? Okay. Adam banned? Yeah. Let's be real. Adam's gonna get banned. We can't let that go through the cracks again. But Hela's protected again. Again, the same two protects, Hela and Storm. We saw earlier, they're both pivotal picks and they're both getting a lot of value. I thought one would shut down the other, but they were both kind of blowing up. So really good value there. But Ultron banned as well. No Stark Protocol today. No way.
Yeah, the Ultron was very strong in the hands of Everness. Did quite a lot of damage. John Veg being the main culprit of that. But of course, we did have God Complex trying to do Ultron as well. But I think that was a fair ban because Everness's Ultron did look a little bit stronger in the hands of John Veg.
Yeah, so if you can't beat him at it, you might as well ban it out. Out of question, no matter what. Human Torch are also locked down and out again. Captain America protected. Final ban coming from Everness. I have a feeling we're going to see Groot banned.
Yep.
Let's see if I'm right.
We have seen a Groot ban coming out from Everness before, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is again, but they might want to do something else, something unique to this map. But Icarus Path, it's going to be a Bucky ban. Fair. That is so fair. What's popping off on that Bucky multiple times from God Complex? If you shut down the best play, like the player that plays the best on Bucky, I completely get that.
Oh my days, look at the Lord icons. Look at them, they're looking sharp.
We haven't been seeing this in MRI. We don't get Lord icons in MRI, so it's so good to see all these players flaunt out their Lord icons and look absolutely fantastic. That is a 6 team of Lords up on Everness. Yep, I think the other team only has 5 or 4 from memory, but they look pretty shiny.
No, let's ask chat. Hey chat, how many Lord icons do you all have? I'm curious.
I only have 1. I'm a Cloak and Dagger 1 trick. What about you, Liger?
Ooh, I got 3. Iron Man, Midnight, and The Thing.
Nice. But of course, these players are, of course, highly skilled, and they don't need Lord icons to be able to perform well on their chosen hero. But it does look pretty.
Alrighty. Speaking of pretty good at this game, Zhong Vec. Honestly, what are the standouts in this matchup? Honestly, I love watching some Zhong Vec gameplay. Absolutely doing great on the Hela, putting a lot of work. Now let's see how it all unfolds. Peter the Panther is the POV we are on right now. Let's get into some action with the Psylocke. Already landing the first couple shots onto Cheeky. The Groot is on the front lines. This is a Yggdrasil Path. We already know a very good Groot map, especially when we get into the second and third section of the map. Early on, can still put in a lot of work. Peter the Panther going for the high ground. Gonna start focusing on chugging down all the presence that could be coming from Loki in the backline from Neb. Again, going straight for the Hela. Ooh, almost taking her out. taking out the runes for now, taking out the Loki sustain, trying to get some picks, but right now farming it up. Already 50% charge on the horizon for Peter the Panther on the Psylocke. But let's look at the action coming for. Oh!
Okay.
Jongvek!
Massive headshot coming up from Jongvek. I would like to say I am personally afraid of Jongvek's damaging abilities on both strategists and duelist heroes, and we can see that headshot coming through, absolutely phenomenal aim coming through, but also Kaja on the Psylocke is very scary too. Beautiful skin, by the way. I'm a big fan of purple, and with the flanks coming through, it has to be very careful, of course, for the health bar, but a bit of a stalemate at the moment. FNS being able to hold this corner right now. So Alcazar feeling like they want to change things up, want to move things, will be capitalizing on their ultimate, capturing the minds of everyone. Jongvek now getting meteored out by Magneto, but out comes Loki now with his copy. I think they may have copied at the exact same time, or maybe staggering each other out as now. Yes, both Lokis are actually putting on a show at the exact same time as Peter the Panther tries to get an ult in the back up and gets stunned out. And so instead, it's going to be Kaja who's going to be ulting on point, doing a lot of damage. Barely just survives with the Loki runes on point. But it's a bit of a long fight here, like as Meteor goes down and not able to claim anyone's life.
Ooh, cloned out and locked out by the Loki rune, taking the damage from the Meteor, but we're going to see Peter the Panther going straight for Lottie Tot right there. Ooh, taking out the Luna, that's one pick. Hell's in the sky, taking out Wartek, one shot, two, taking down Wartek, and Link's taken out by Jongvek with the triple KO from the Hela, ultimate quadra KO. Following suit, big presence from the Hela. Jongvek pushing forward, potentially going for the unofficial Penta as we see what's being picked off by OP right there. Strong presence right now. Ooh, a little bit of parkour there from Jongvek to get to the high ground. You gotta know, respect it. Take notes, everybody. We are watching some top tier gameplay here in the Pacific region right now. It's going off. It's getting ready. It's going up now. Ricey going forward, Peter the Panther ready with the dance of the butterfly. How's this gonna unpack out?
It could be exciting seeing Peter the Panther do that, but Alcazar's gonna start off the fight, gonna try and capture the minds of Ned successfully. In the meantime, Peter the Panther doesn't even need to use the dance of the butterfly, taking out two. But will sacrifice their life in the meantime, but that is a lot of damage you've already done by Gold Complex. They are moving forward now. 1 minute on the clock though. Gold Complex have to move fast. They want to keep this down the corner. In the meantime, Jongvek was able to revive with... I forgot about that passive, as yeah, Loki does get revived, but not for much longer.
Not much on. Ooh!
Oh my goodness!
Jongvek getting picked off by Wartek there in the back line, but it's alright. You know, a little bit of a shortcut back to spawn, you know, just get picked off. No more staggering, you know, let's get back to your team, let's get into a position, let's get into formation and figure out how you are going to move forward and hold this defense. Go Complex already pushing past the first corner with the goats of Yigsgard. Gonna go for that second corner onto the second gate of Yigsgard right now. The question is, Cheeky on the group, will we see enough of a oh my days, Jongvek taking out once on the sideline. Solix there to meet and catch out Jongvek in a bad position, but we of course have Neb there to keep him sustained, to keep him healthy and keep him alive. Runes from the Loki, shutting down Peter the Panther's potential dance of the butterfly that could have been dangerous for the Gold Complex team right there, but for now, Jongvek takes to the skies and starts launching it up, and we're going to see a couple of picks there. Alcazar going through the on my days, the Fate of the Both Worlds. He thought it cooked, but it was shut down and out, and there it is right there. That's so strange. Fate of the Both Worlds didn't really nullify a lot of that Hela's impact. He went through.
Yeah, lots of damage coming up from Jongvek, and I believe from the rest of the team as well, because as you mentioned, went through that ultimate. Lots of damage coming through, but God Complex still have 2 minutes on the clock. Panther starting this fight off with a pick, with a flank onto Jongvek, looking for more, wanting more, pushing forward, but with all the group rolls, it's going to be quite hard to push forward as Evanes are falling back, trying to get rounded to safety. But Gold Complex with that, 2 minutes on the clock, they are pushing the convoy quite aggressively forward, and they are going to able to get around this corner and fight this final area for this final battle. Ark now copying as Loki will be able to heal up everybody. Magneto going down with the Meteor, taking down Lottie Tot. Massive pick for the side of Gold Complex. And they're pushing forward, even forward. As now Ned has a grand finale going forward as well for themselves. But now this time OP takes down Wartek and back and forth between these Meteors. But now it's Storm's turn to pick up and put down so much damage onto the team of Evanes. Is doing so much work. And Gold Complex are able to cap this next point.
Evanes, wake me up, my goodness. That is a rough day for the Lunar Snows on both teams right there. Both getting Magneto meteored. What a tough time to be a Lunar Snow player. But you're beloved, you're most respected, and we also enjoy your song every time we're on break here at MRC. But most importantly, we are not on break right now. We are in the action. We are in the game. We are in the impactful moment. That is the MRC in the Pacific region. We are here. Lynx is in the front line on the Magneto, charging up that ultimate. We do see Cheeky ready with the Strangling Prison. We're going to see how it all unfolds. We're going to see how they move forward into the third section. Now we're going forward. Now we're doing it up. Now we're seeing what could happen if God Complex activate right now, because Peter the Panther is ready with a potential dance of a butterfly. Let's see how it all goes off. I'm waiting for the ult. And there it is! Big prison from the group. But it is met by the Loki runes and nullifies the damage. The Lunar Snow hits the Fatal both off. Cassia gets Ark at the same time, taking out the Loki, taking out the healing presence. But War Tech is there, dancing up. Take the first step, take the second step. It's all the steps they need to keep their team alive right there. Lottie Tot as well pushes God Complex back into spawn, giving themselves some more time. 1 minute 38. God Complex back in spawn. Evanescence holding down this choke.
They're holding down this choke, as you mentioned. God Complex not quite able to get through just yet, but they're finally able to cap the point, and out comes a massive combination between the Meteor going in. Peter does get stunned out though. I'm not able to pop the darts just yet, but now Hela pops up in the air, as well as Loki popping. Meteor coming down, so everything is going on right now. Showtime for all the teams, for both teams, as everything gets used. Peter finally able to wait out all this strategy in the background, going hard as alongside their Storm, who does quite a bit of damage, but so low, somehow barely able to survive. 9 HP does finally get taken out as God Complex's Lynx takes down OP in revenge. 50 seconds on the clock. God Complex looking to cap this fully as Evanescence are waiting for the respawns.
That was absolute power from Evanescence right there. That is exactly what they're going to need to try and turn the tides right now. God Complex hitting an absolute stunner on them going forward. Magneto is there ready to try and charge up another meteor, but the closest person to ultimate is Cheeky on the group. A couple more branches, a couple more tree trunks, and we're going to see the Strangling Prison right there. That's it, taking out Ark, and Cassia finishes the house. Once it's taken down, there it is. The Groot impact is just rooted into the gameplay right there. Alcazar taking out Cheeky. There it is right now, pushing forward. The AMER's feeling strong. The Diamond Form chokeslam taken by Spider-Man, getting chokeslam, but does manage to get up. Alcazar taken down by Jean-Vec this time. 4.7 meters, and they're gonna manage to hold this fight on defense. Yes, they do. Wait a minute. Yeah, oh no, overtime still ticks off. There was still someone there lingering. Does Watts make it? Overtime's ticking away. 3, 2, 1. No, the Venom was just there. But it is a formidable defense right there. And now we're gonna flip sides. We're gonna change the pace and see how they perform when they're on attack this time.
Only a couple of meters just to make it to the end, but those meters mean so much when it comes to a convoy map. And remember, Evanescence are on their map point at the moment. They really want to get this attack. They want to reach that end. If they reach that end, they'll take the entire series. In the meantime, the God Complex, if they don't hold a good defense here, they are out of the tournament. They are out of Marvel Rivals Championships Season 2.
Yep, that is right. We are in S2 for the MRC in the Pacific region. For those who don't know the stakes, what does it mean? We're in lower bracket. That's right. We already established. Ricey just said it. You got to win this one. Otherwise, you're out. So, could turn the tides. Reverse sweeps are always possible out here in Marvel Rivals competitive. But going forward, what are the stakes overall for the entirety of the tournament, for the entirety of this weekend in the Pacific region for MRC? That's right. The two top teams, they get a ticket to Marvel Rivals Ignite in stage 2. That's right. That's going to be later on in the year. That's the path to pro. That's the path to victory. That is the path to the grand finals. Massive $3 million land tournament. That's what they want. That's what they're fighting for here today. You got to start somewhere, and today is that chance for a couple of these teams, for a few of these teams going forward. Let's see how it all unfolds. But right now, the stakes are set. It is between Evanescence and God Complex right now. If Evanescence take this one, they are moving forward in the lower bracket and still have a fighting chance. But if God Complex lose this one, they are out of MRC.
Lynx coming in with the Venom, popping around the corner, try and get some positioning and advantage to surprise them, but not able to get any picks. They don't even manage to get out. They are sent back into spawn. Evanescence capitalizing on God Complex losing one player, are pushing forward even further, but Nev in the meantime has fallen from the team Evanescence, bringing this back to an even standing. One strategist for one Vanguard. Lynx are staying on the Venom is going to be making their way back fairly quickly as Watts takes down Cheeky. That is a strategy. That is a vanguard from Evanes that has fallen. And now with that, it's just back and forth as John Beck with the beautiful aim that they have takes down Watts. One of the other duelists of Gold Complex. It's a bit of a back and forth, but 3 minutes still in the clock. Venom is back in the hands of Lynx.
Back in the hands of Lynx. Lynx, he can do a lot, can get a lot of value. Actually, you know what? Let's take a moment to appreciate Venom is on our screens. I just want to remind everybody, haven't seen Venom much in MRC or MRI, but Venom is going to be a fun one. Also, a very focal point of Season 3, but we're not in Season 3, we're in Season 2.5, and Venom is still going to be a reckoning presence right now in your back lines as we see exactly what is happening with God Complex's Venom going forward, pushing forward, doing the work. Black Panther right here, the Panther, Peter the Panther, Psylocke out here, putting in the work. The Dance of the Butterflies ready. Watts is landing some shots in the back line, trying to single him out, trying to get that Psylocke out of here, away from their back line. We're going to see Cassia try to get away from the Sonic Seduction. Alcazar's blocked off by a thornwood tree right there. Groot can zone out and AMER, but the Strangling Prison can zone him out way more than that, giving Jean Vec the pick on Watts. Alcazar's taken down, and the Luna gets taken down. Watts taken down by Long Vec. Jean Vec's putting in the work right there. We're going to see Luna get 1, 2. Hold on, it's the Loki. Check yourself, everybody. Just when you think it's a Luna, it's actually the Loki, but it is Loki taken down by Cheeky with the seed bomb right there. Absolutely pushing forward. Alcazar with the portal to contest right now. The last-ditch effort. Do not let them get that first take without a bit of congestion. Let's see how it unfolds.
It's going to be exciting with what's coming out with a Mega Hurricane. Able to touch the point, of course, with that portal. And it's going to try and be as big as massive as it can, but Watts gets taken out by Loading Todd. The Mega Hurricane, it does not get the value they need, as Vortex also is using the fate of both those to keep everyone alive. It's going to be pretty good help coming out from God Complex. As Kazi, though, does take that arc. It's a bit of back and forth coming through. But God Complex slowly capping the point, slowly capping the convoy. But not if Evanes has something to say about a Cheeky getting a triple for the team of Evanes. And they finally cap 3 minutes 45 on the clock for the attackers.
A cheeky cheer from Yigru out here. Beautiful skin, by the way. Amazing design. Yigru is out here doing a lot of work, doing a lot of justice. Hey, it's on... Oh, listen, we're on Yigru Still Path with Yigru. What do you expect more from Cheeky out here? Definitely going to have that hometown advantage. Bring out a Thor while you're at it as well. Why not? Let's get with it. You've already got the Loki from TFNeb, but the Orange Venom is on the climb right now. Let's see how Lynx unfolds and unpacks this initiation in the next fight. But Cassia's got their number and he's going straight for that absolute duelist potential right there. Going straight for the other Psylocke, trying to assert dominance. Ooh, a bit of a flash dash KO, trying to get a pick there, but instead retreats back to their team. And we're going to see Venom try to land that symbiote strangling power right there, but it's going to be not enough for them to get a pick right there. But OP is pushing forward on the Magneto. Gets a pick on Watts when you least expect. Binary Blade Slash leads Wartech right there. Peter the Panther and Arca taken out by Lottie Top. That's the one right there. Double K. Triple KO from Magneto. OP doing the work right there. Congestion is not in favor right now for God Complex as we see Evanes push with the goats of Yigsgard directly to the doorstep of the second gate. Do God Complex have a chance to contest this? They do have the Venom Ultimate, the Abyss, the Feast of the Abyss could potentially bring a bit of sustain and try to get them towards that, but the Groot Walls are blocking them off. And Watts is taken down 2 minutes, 1 minute. They don't make it because Groot blocked off the path.
Yeah, the path was blocked off by Groot Walls. Absolutely fantastic play coming out from Cheeky. And also earlier with that massive damage coming out from OP as Magneto, that was a lot of that was with combination from the Groot Ultimate, the Strangling Prison. Fantastic work from Evanes and cleaning up a little bit further, pushing forward quite aggressively. They're able to get quite a bit of distance immediately with 3 minutes and a half on the clock. They got plenty of time. Now God Complex have to work together to try and stop this in their track as best as they can. Remember, God Complex weren't able to cap the entire way. So we will be having a winner of this match after within these next 3 minutes coming up. And out comes a Hela from the sky. John Beck trying to do much damage, and so does the Meteor trying to find something. Able to get 3! That is a massive pick, and the Hela getting 2 more. That is a clean sweep from Evanes onto God Complex. Absolute insane fights coming through, and now aggressively Evanes are holding the forward doors. OP getting another pack, a pick, but Mega Hurricane may not be able to touch.
Oh,
that is game. That is series.
And that means Evanes take Yggdrasil Path, take the series, and continue in the lower bracket for MRC Season 2 in the Pacific region. Jongvek with the MVP. Exciting things to see from this team. I can't wait to watch them go again. We do have to say GG's well played too. God Complex putting up a massive effort against Everness right now. 3-1. The promotion for them going forward. Everness feeling really good about this, knowing that they're still in the game. They still got what it takes. See how it all unfolds for them tomorrow. Of course, it's going to be very exciting, but there it is, Ricey. They take it.
They do take it. And look at that MVP, John Vec of the Hella. Absolute formidable force. 44 knockouts, 5 beatdowns. That's actually incredible stats coming out from John Vec. 4 as well KOs in a row. It's a lot of good work coming out from the team of Everness.
Now, that was exciting. What an exciting finale for that one right there. How great it is must be to feel on the team, how Everness feel right now as a team. Really well done performance. A lot of stats on the board right there. I just want to bring up a bit of attention towards like so much that came out. But first, let's get into some highlights, the best moments from that match.
Well, looking at Peter being able to take that pick, so many good picks for John Vec on the Hella MVP, and we can see that triple coming through. And once again, another amazing ultimate coming up from John Vec, able to get multiple here as well, a double pick for them.
Ooh, and there it is, a meteor going for the Lunar Snow. That was one of too many meteors going for Lunar Snows, but Peter the Panther hitting him a big with the Psylocke, the butterfly dance, taking 1, taking 2, taking 3. John Vec, the Hella, putting in the work, KOs after KOs, all game long. Taking out Wartech right there, cleaning house, big strangling prison from Cheeky on the grid, and now is a binary blade from OP to get the double, and then of course the triple right there, taking out another. So many plays, and then of course that big Magneto Meteor at the end there was stellar to see as well. So much performance coming from these teams.
Absolutely, indeed. These two teams have performed very well, but it will be Everness moving forward in the lower bracket. That does mean we do have to say goodbye to God Complex. They are unfortunately out of MRC for this season. Of course, there are more MRCs to come, I'm sure, for season 3, so make sure you guys stay tuned for that. But for now, we do have we have a winner, Everness, moving forward through the lower bracket.
That is exciting to see. I can't wait to find out. Oh, tomorrow's going to be very exciting. Big matchups tomorrow as we jump back into, of course, lower bracket finals, upper bracket deciding semis, things like that. We're going to find out who are these two teams going forward. That's right, 2 teams are going to be crowned, and let's have a look at the results for the day. Of course, let's do a little recap. What are we thinking, Ricey?
It's been a wonderful day today. All these multiple best of 5s coming through. We can see we had a very exciting game between Axiom Japan and Good Boy, where it was very close. But we have Yong Yang coming through in the upper bracket. Good Boy coming through, still staying in the upper bracket. Hero Axiom Japan heading down to the lower bracket. But in our lower brackets, we do have to say goodbye to Complex, while Everness and Incipients do move forward through the lower bracket.
I'm curious to see how Incipients perform. We didn't get to see them today due to the fact they had a bye, but I'm excited to see how it all goes off tomorrow. And there is the schedule for tomorrow. Look at the matchups. We're going to get a chance to look at Yo Yang Wong versus Good Boy. But before that, we're of course going to see Hero versus Axiom Japan. Going to be cool to see how that all unfolds. Sorry, not Hero, I believe. Sorry. Let me correct myself. It's going to be cool to see Everness versus them. Exciting to see how that unfolds. Really, really cool things coming for the MRC tomorrow.
Very excited to see what happens. As you mentioned, tomorrow is going to be exciting. We'll also be able to see Yo Yang Won versus Good Boy, the upper bracket finals. Hopefully that will be exciting to see who comes out from there, because whoever wins that matchup is going to be heading towards the grand finals for potentially being able to head through to MRI stage 2. But exciting day today. But there's also super more exciting things coming with season 3.
Season 3, let's have a look at what's in store for us in season 3. That's right, you know it, the Phoenix, Jean Grey, one of the best of the X-Men, is coming. That's right, the Omega level telepath and original X-Men Jean Grey soars to cosmic heights when bonded with the Phoenix Force, the embodiment of creation itself. Now she travels the stars as both savior and destroyer, confronting the darkness at its source. That's right, Null, the King in Black, the leader of Clintar. On July 11th, UTC, rise from the ashes, unleash your power as Phoenix in Marvel Rivals.
Super excited to play Phoenix. I'm super excited for her to come into Marvel Rivals, but If you want something exciting now, make sure you check out these wonderful skins and set your priorities straight. Aim for glory. Whether your sights set on victory or overcoming inner battles, resilience is key. Step up and take charge as Captain America's Captain Clinton and Spider-Man's Future Foundation costumes. The battle waits for no one, and victory is near. It is available now, so make sure you guys check it out. When the time comes, will you make the right decision?
Woo! I know some teams today that made the right decision with Captain Clinton. They cooked. We loved seeing some Captain Clinton today. And then, of course, Ignite Twitch drops. That's right. They will be live. Marvel Rivals Ignite 2025 and MRC, which you're watching right now. Watch selected Twitch channels to earn exclusive rewards, including sprays, nameplates, emotes, and the gorgeous Magic Will of Galactic costume. The event start time was June 9th, 12 UTC, and will continue till July 16th at 9 UTC.
Exciting rewards and exciting skins we have been getting in the store, and of course through these drops as well, so make sure you guys check out all of these amazing costumes and everything. But season 3, so excited for that, coming up very, very shortly. But of course tomorrow is going to be exciting as well.
Yes, I'm excited to see how you, Ricey, and Matsy returns tomorrow for a fun cast. I'm excited to watch you both go off and talk about the rest of MRC in the Pacific region. It's going to be cool. My name's Liger. For those, I hope you enjoyed your time. Ricey, of course, was here with me. Ricey, you were the best today. Go for it. Sign us off for the evening.
Yeah, it's been absolutely wonderful casting with you again, Liger. It's been a wonderful journey watching these MRC teams battle out. But yes, tomorrow will be the final day for MRC Pacific, where we get to see the grand finals and the lower bracket finals. So we'll see you guys all then tomorrow. Have a good night. Thank you for watching. See you guys later.
Stay marvelous.